Chapter 1. It was Banner Coleman's wedding day. She felt every bit a bride as she stood at the back of the church, out of sight behind a flower-bedecked screen, and gazed at the people who had given up a Saturday afternoon to come see her marry Grady Sheldon. Just about everybody in Larson had been invited, and it seemed, judging by the crowd that was rapidly filling the pews of the church, that all those who had received an invitation had dressed up in their Sunday finery and were in attendance. Banner shifted her feet slightly, liking the rustling sound the silk gown made against her legs. The skirt was fashionably narrow and draped over matching satin pumps. The excess fabric was gathered into a soft bustle in the back, which cascaded into a short train. The tulle yoke, which opened high under her chin like the trumpet of a lily, was beaded with tiny pearls. It was sheer to where it met the underlying silk at the gentle slope of her breasts. It was a provocative design, especially since it so snugly fit Banner's shapely figure, but it was sweetly virginal, too. The lace veil that modestly covered her dark hair and her face had been ordered by Larson's finest seamstress all the way from New York. Normally, Banner liked vibrant colors, but the ivory wedding gown was a perfect contrast for her midnight black hair. Her complexion was the color of ripe apricots, not buttermilk pale, as was the vogue, because she preferred to stay out in the sun without what proper ladies considered the necessary protection of a parasol. From her mother, she had inherited a tendency to freckle across the bridge of her nose. These blemishes were lamented by the ladies in the sewing circles. Such a pretty little thing, if only she would be more careful of our son. Banner had come to terms with her face long ago. It wasn't classically pretty, but she rather liked its unconventionality. She couldn't be worried about anything as trivial as a few freckles. Besides, Mama had them, and Mama was beautiful. From both parents, she had gotten her eyes. Papa's were green. Mama's were the color of whiskey. Hers were somewhere in between gold, shot through with green. Cat eyes, some would say. But that wasn't quite accurate, for there was no gray in them, only that deep topaz gold swirling through the green. The crowd was growing expectant and restless. The organist began to play. The pump organ wheezed only slightly. Happiness bubbled inside Banner and tinted her cheeks a peachy hue. She knew she looked lovely. She knew she was loved. She felt like a bride. Every pew in the church was filled. From the center aisle, ushers politely requested that people scoot close together to accommodate the crowd. Thankfully, there was a southern breeze coming through the tall, stately windows, 6 on each side of the church, and it gently fanned the wedding guests on this warm spring afternoon. The gentlemen squirmed and tugged on their uncomfortably tight collars. The ladies, their organdy ruffles fluttering, waved lacy fans and dainty handkerchiefs. The scent of roses cut fresh that very morning filled the air. Dewdrops still clung to the velvety petals. Impartial to any one color, Banner had chosen to use every color of bloom available from ruby red to snowy white. Her 3 bridesmaids, standing in a small huddle only a few feet in front of her, were dressed in pastel gowns with wide sashes. They looked as fragile as the flowers decorating the church. It was about the most perfect wedding Banner Coleman could imagine. "Ready, Princess?" She turned her head and looked through her veil at her father. She hadn't heard him moving to take his place beside her. "Papa, you look so handsome." Ross Coleman flashed her a smile that had stilled the hearts of scores of women. Maturity only heightened his attractiveness. There were now silver strands at his temples and in his wide, lavish mustache. At 52, he was as tall and broad-shouldered as ever. Hard work had kept him trim and lean. Dressed in a dark suit and white shirt with a high collar, he was as handsome as a bride could wish her father to be. "Thank you," he said, bowing slightly. "It's no wonder Mama married you. Did you look this handsome on your wedding day?" His eyes flickered away from her for a moment. "Best as I recollect, I didn't. It had rained that day." He recalled a soggy group of migrants gathered outside his wagon, a frightened Lydia looking like she was going to bolt at any moment, and himself resentful and angry. He had been roped into marrying her, and he'd been furious. Little had he known that it would prove to be the best thing he'd ever done in his life. He had begun to change his mind about her when the preacher said, "You may now kiss your bride," and he had kissed her for the first time. "You got married on the wagon train." "Yes. I'll bet Mama didn't mind if you weren't so dressed up." "I guess she didn't," he said with soft gruffness. His eyes scanned the front of the church until they lighted on the woman who had been escorted to the front row just a few minutes before. "She looks beautiful today," Banner said, following the direction of his gaze. Lydia was dressed in a beaded gown of honey-colored silk. Sunlight slanting through one of the windows caught the reddish glints in her hair. "Yes, she does." Banner nudged him teasingly with her elbow. "You always think she looks beautiful?" Ross's eyes came back to his daughter. "I always think you do too." He studied her carefully, taking in the gown and veil that made her somehow untouchable. She would soon belong to someone else. He would no longer be the most important man in her life. It brought an ache to his throat to acknowledge that their relationship would forever change after today. He wanted her to be a little girl still, his princess. "You're a beautiful bride, Banner. Your mother and I love you. We don't give you up lightly, even to a fine young man like Grady." "I know, Papa." Tears clouded her eyes. Coming up on her toes, she lifted the veil and kissed his hard cheek. "I love you too. You know how much I must love Grady if I'd leave you and Mama to marry him." Her eyes sought the front of the church just as the door behind the choir loft opened. Their minister, Grady, and his 3 groomsmen solemnly filed out and took their places beneath the arch of garlands and flowers. Her tears dried instantly, and Banner's mouth widened in a smile of sheer gladness. Grady looked very handsome in his dark suit. His chestnut hair had been brushed until it gleamed. He stood straight and tall, if a bit rigid. He had stood much like that the first time Banner ever saw him. It was at his father's funeral. She hadn't known the Sheldons. Grady's mother had died before they moved to Larson and started their lumber business. Mr. Sheldon's death meant no more to Banner than an inconvenience when her parents had told her she had to accompany them to the funeral. That meant spending a day in a dress rather than the pants she wore around the ranch, and going to church rather than watching the Cowboys break a frisky mare. She had been 14. Clearly, she remembered being impressed by Grady, then 20, who had stood so stoically at the gravesite. He was all alone in the world now. To Banner, who was surrounded by people who loved her, such a thing was unthinkable. The worst that could happen to a person was to be alone and without love. In retrospect, she thought she must have started loving Grady then for his courage. Every chance she got, she accompanied Ross to the timber mill. It wasn't until about a year ago that Grady seemed to notice her. He did a double take the day she went into the lumber yard with Lee and Micah, at first mistaking her for a boy since she was dressed like one. His mouth had fallen open in shock when she whisked her hat off, and a mass of black hair had tumbled down around her shoulders and over breasts that gave shape to the otherwise shapeless cotton shirt. Soon Grady was calling on her for Sunday afternoon rides in his buggy, asking her to dance at parties, and sitting beside her at church socials. He was one of many young men who vied for her attention, but it became distressingly clear to her, other would-be suitors, that he was the one she preferred. The day he formally asked Ross if he could court her, she followed him from the house, riding Dusty down the lane as the mare had never been ridden before. "Grady," she cried, jumping from her saddle and shamelessly running toward him when he drew his buggy to a halt. As he climbed down, she launched herself into his arms, her eyes bright and her cheeks rosy with color. "What did he say?" "He said yes." "Oh, Grady, Grady." She hugged him tightly. Then, realizing she wasn't being very ladylike, not to mention coy, she put space between them and glanced up at him through thick, sooty lashes. "I guess since we're officially courting now, you can kiss me if you like, Is it all right? You're sure?" Her black curls bounced as she eagerly nodded her head. In fact, she thought she would die if he didn't kiss her. Everything inside her yearned for the feel of his lips against hers. He lowered his head and kissed her chastely on the cheek. "Is that all?" He pulled back and read the astonished disappointment on her face. When she made no movement to separate herself demurely from him, which was what he had expected, he pressed his lips over hers. It was nice, but still somewhat of a disappointment. This wasn't the kind of kiss she had heard Lee and Micah discussing in fervent whispers when they didn't know she was around. The kisses they wistfully described in minute detail were considerably more intimate. Tongues were mentioned. Mama and Papa didn't kiss with tightly closed lips, their bodies not even touching. Banner, acting out of curiosity and impulse, wound her arms around Grady's neck and arched her body against his. He made a startled sound in his throat before his arms went around her possessively, but he still didn't open his mouth. Breathlessly, he pushed her away from him several reckless seconds later. "Lordy Banner, what are you trying to do to me?" She blushed hotly. In fact, parts of her body she had barely taken notice of before felt hot and feverish. She wished they could be married that very afternoon. She wished that slow fire would go on burning inside her until that. I'm sorry, Grady, that wasn't very ladylike. I know, it's just that I love you so much. I love you too. He had kissed her chastely once more before getting back into his buggy and saying goodbye. Though she was mercilessly teased by Lee and Micah, she began to spend less time outdoors around the corrals with the hands and more time with Lydia and Ma in the house. Ma Langston was teaching her to embroider. She worked with painful concentration on pillowcases and cup towels that she carefully ironed, folded, and placed in her hope chest. Housekeeping had always been a chore she dreaded and avoided whenever possible. But she began helping Lydia, even offering suggestions about rearranging furniture and replacing curtains in the parlor. The time she spent with Grady was enchanted and romantic. She was blissfully in love. When Grady asked Ross's permission to have her hand in marriage, she had swirled in a cloud of happiness that still held her captive. She looked at Grady now with the love that had brought her to the marriage altar. Her heart skittered at the thought of the night to come. With each day, it was becoming harder to suppress the longing their kisses inspired. Just a few nights ago, when she had walked him to his buggy parked beneath the pecan tree in the front yard, the control Grady imposed on himself slipped. With their arms locked around each other, they had swayed together. Her cheek rested on his heart, which she could hear beating as rapidly as hers. Only 5 more nights and we don't have to say goodnight and separate. We can say goodnight in our own bed. He groaned. "Banner, honey, don't talk like that." "Why?" she asked, raising her head to look at him. He brushed an errant strand of hair from her cheek. "Because it just makes me want you more." "Do you, Grady?" There was no sense in pretending that she didn't know what he wanted. She hadn't grown up on a stud ranch without gaining a working knowledge of mating. Besides, such pretense was contrary to Banner's nature. It would never have occurred to her to feign ignorance. "Yes," he sighed, "I want you." His mouth came down hard on hers. Her lips parted. He hesitated only a moment before he touched her open lips with his tongue. "Oh, Grady, I'm sorry. No, don't stop. Kiss me like that some more." He introduced her to a new way of kissing, one that made her breathless and giddy and warm. But rather than easing the aching in her body, it seemed to intensify it. She pressed herself against him. "Banner," he groaned. His hand slid from her shoulder toward her waist, but on its descent it encountered the fullness of her breast. He paused, pressed. The sensation that zephyred through her was rather more than she had bargained for. Frightened by its sizzling strength, she pushed away from him. Grady's eyes narrowed for a split second, then his head fell forward, and he stared down at his shoes, abjectly ashamed of himself. "Banner," he began. "Please don't apologize, Grady." Her soft tone brought his eyes back up to hers. "I wanted you to touch me. I still do. But I know girls aren't supposed to act like they enjoy the baser aspects of married life. I don't want you to think badly of me. That's why I stopped you." He clasped her hands in his, carried them to his lips, and kissed them ardently. "I don't think badly of you. I love you." She laughed, the throaty, husky laugh that had caused more than one cowboy in her father's employ to lose sleep at night thinking about what it would be like to tumble Banner Coleman. "You won't have a shy bride on your hands, Grady. You won't have to coax me into bed with you." When she had gone into the house later, she overheard Ross and Lydia talking quietly in the parlor. "Do you think she's ready for marriage?" "She's barely 18, Ross was saying. Lydia laughed softly. "She's our daughter, Ross. All her life she's seen the way we love each other. I don't think married love holds any mysteries for her. She's ready. As for her age, most of her friends are married. Some already have babies." "They're not my daughters," he growled. "Come here and sit down. You're wearing out the rug with that pacing." Banner could hear their movements as her father settled close to her mother on the sofa. She could picture him with his arm around Lydia, who would be cuddling against him familiarly. "Is it Grady you're worried about?" "No," Ross said grudgingly. "I guess he's everything he appears. Steadfast, ambitious. He seems to love Banner. God, he'd better do right by her, or he'll have me to answer to." She could almost see her mother's soothing fingers running through Ross's hair. "If anything, Banner will lead him a merry chase. She's a headstrong young woman. Or haven't you noticed?" "Wonder who she gets that from?" Ross asked affectionately. There followed a silence. Banner knew they were embracing in a way that would have astounded most of her friends who had never even seen their parents touch. She could hear the whispering of their clothes as they settled more comfortably when the kiss ended. Ross was the first to speak. "I wanted so much for our children, much more than you and I ever had as kids. I don't remember anything beyond the day I met you." "Yes, you do," he countered softly, "and so do I. I don't worry about Lee so much. He can take care of himself, but Banner." He sighed. "I'd kill any man who hurt her. I guess I'm relieved that the worst of my fears hasn't come about." What was that? That some worthless cowboy would ride in here one day and sweep her off her feet. She's not impressed by cowboys. She's been raised with them. She's never been 18 either and had that look in her eyes. It's been there since she was about 16. What look? Like the one you get every time I start unbuttoning my shirt. "Ross Coleman," you conceded. Her mother's harangue was cut short, and there was no doubt in Banner's mind that her father's lips were responsible. "I don't have any kind of look," Lydia protested weakly a few moments later. "Oh, yes, you do. In fact," Ross's voice lowered, "you've got it right now. Come here, woman," he whispered, before another thick silence ensued. Smiling, Banner turned out the lamp in the hall and made her way upstairs to her room. She gazed into the mirror over her dressing table, pressing her nose against the glass and peering deeply into her eyes. Did she have that look? Is that why Grady had dared to touch her in one of those forbidden places she and her girlfriends whispered about? Was she bad to want to be touched? Was Grady bad because he wanted to touch her? If it were hard on her to resist, what must it be like for poor Grady, who was a man and therefore whose physical urges were harder to control? She had gone to bed and tried to sleep, her mind as disquieted with questions as her body was with the desire to experience the unknown. Well, she didn't have much longer to wait, she thought, as she watched her bridesmaids file down the central aisle of the church as had been rehearsed the day before. "It's our turn next, Princess," Ross said. "Ready?" "Yes, Papa." She was ready. She was ready to be loved by a man, ready for the smoldering fires in her body to be ignited, then quenched. She was ready to belong to one man, to have someone to hold in the night, someone to hold her. She was tired of feeling guilty over stolen kisses and moments when passion threatened to overstep the bounds of propriety. Ross led her around the screen. They started down the aisle as the organ music swelled after a dramatic pause. Everyone stood and faced her as she made that slow march. She was greeted by a sea of friendly faces, most of whom she had known all her life. Bankers, merchants, tradesmen, lawyers, neighboring ranchers and farmers and their families had turned out for Banner Coleman's wedding day. With uncustomary boldness for a bride, Banner smiled back at them. The Langstons were together in the row directly behind Lydia First Ma, who was battling sentimental tears. Next were Annabeth, her husband, Hector Drummond, and their children, then Mary Nell. Micah stood between Mary Nell and Banner's half-brother Lee, her tormentors. Even now, as she cast them a sidelong glance, she could tell they were hard-pressed not to burst into laughter unbefitting the occasion. Withering glances from both Ma and Ross were all that stood between them and hilarity. The boys had become bosom buddies when Micah moved to River Bend with his mother. At first, Banner had been vindictively jealous of Micah, who had robbed her of her sole playmate. He still reminded her of the time she had put a burr under his horse's saddle blanket. He had been thrown, but thankfully had escaped serious injury or death, which the 6-year-old Banner had selfishly prayed for. She had always tagged behind the boys, begging them to let her be a part of whatever mischief they were instigating. Often they let her participate, only to play the scapegoat when they got caught, in spite of their squabbles. She loved both of them fiercely. They looked so handsome today, standing together. Lee, with his dark hair and flashing brown eyes, which he had inherited from his mother, Victoria Gentry Coleman, and Micah, as fair as all the Langstons. That brought Banner's eyes to the last man in the pew. He received the brightest of her smiles. Jake, whom she had adored as far back as her memory would go. She could vividly remember each of his rare visits. He would sweep her high over his head, holding her there, smiling up into her face, until she kicked and begged for mercy, hoping all the while that he would never let her go. No one was as tall as Jake, no one as strong, no one as blonde, no one as dashing, no one could push the swing higher, no one told better ghost stories. He had been her hero, her knight in shining armor. The happiest days of her life had been when Jake came to River Bend, because his presence there made everyone else happy too. Ma, Lydia, Ross, Lee, and Micah, old Moses before he had died. Everybody looked forward to Jake's visits. The only bad thing about them was that they ended too quickly and were too infrequent. As she got older and realized how seldom he came, the thought of his leaving often overshadowed the joy of having him there. She couldn't completely enjoy his visit because she knew he would ride out and it would be forever before she would see him again. That's why near chaos had broken out that morning when Micah and Lee came to the house for breakfast, and Lee announced, "Looky here what we found sleeping in the barn this morning." He pushed Jake forward through the back door. He was immediately surrounded by laughing, chattering people, all talking at once. "Jake, son? Well, I'll be damned. Ross, watch your language. The children, why were you sleeping in the barn? My horse got a rock under his shoe last night when we got off the train. We rode on the train too, Uncle Jake." "Yeah, and she was scared, but I wasn't. I was not scared." "What time did you get in? From where? Fort Worth?" "Yeah, Fort Worth. It was late. I didn't want to disturb anybody, as if you could." Ma hugged him tight, clasping him against her bulk, squeezing her eyes shut against the emotion that moistened them. Then, flustered, she immediately launched into a lecture about how thin he was. "Sit yourself down and I'll round you up some biscuits and gravy. Don't that rancher out there in the panhandle feed his hands right? I've seen garter snakes fatter than you did. You wash your hands? Mary Nell, get your nose out of that book and pour your big brother some coffee. Annabeth, quieten them, young uns down. They're making more racket than a bunch of loose rocks in a pail." Jake had a young Drummond pulling on each leg like he was a wishbone. Another one had taken his hat and was trying it on for size. The one as yet unable to walk had crawled between his feet and was beating on the toe of his boot with a spoon. Annabeth stepped around her children to kiss her brother's cheek and murmur, "Ma's been worried sick about you," into his ear. After delivering that private sisterly message, she hauled the children away from Jake and shooed them outside, admonishing the oldest to keep an eye on the baby. Lydia walked into Jake's open arms and hugged him. "I'm so glad you could come. We were worried you wouldn't be able to." "I wouldn't have missed it," he said, his blue eyes moving from one loved face to another. "Hiya, Ross," he said, reaching around Lydia to pump Ross's hand. "How are things?" "Fine, fine. You, Bubba?" Every once in a while, the old nickname slipped out. "Fair to middling, I guess. How's the job?" "Quit it?" "Quit?" Ma turned from the stove with a plate of hot biscuits in her hands. Jake shrugged, obviously not wanting to dampen the festive mood by talking about his shiftlessness. "I had to come see the bride, didn't I? Where is she anyway?" His eyes roamed over the group clustered around him, deliberately overlooking Banner. She had hung back on purpose, wanting his undivided attention when she greeted him. "Jake Langston, you know, I'm the bride." She rushed forward and flung herself into his arms, giving him a hard hug. His arms encircled her waist and lifted her off the ground. They spun 2 complete circles before he set her back down. Pushing her away, he said, "Nah, you couldn't be the bride the Banner Coleman I know has braids and skinned shins and holes in the knees of her drawers. Let me see your drawers and I'll know for sure." He bent down to lift the skirt of her robe. She screeched and swatted at his hands. "You'll never see my drawers anymore, nor my shins, skinned or not. I'm all grown up now. Or haven't you noticed?" She struck an arrogant pose that all too clearly evidenced her maturity. She put one hand on her hip, the other she crooked behind her head, which she tilted drastically backward. Lee guffawed. Micah whistled lecherously and clapped his hands. Jake assessed the Coleman's daughter, whom he had known from the cradle. "You surely are at that," he remarked seriously. "All grown up." He laid his hands on her shoulders and leaned down to kiss her cheek respectfully. Then, to her consternation, the open palm of his hand landed on her fanny with a resounding smack. "But you're still a snot-nosed kid to me. Find me a chair so I can eat these biscuits before they get cold." She had been too happy to see him to take offense, even though everyone had laughed at her. Now her heart expanded an extra degree when she caught his eye as she glided down the aisle. She was so proud of him, so proud that this tall man with the white blonde hair and brilliant blue eyes belonged to her family, well, practically. He had traded his cowboy clothes for a white shirt and black leather vest. He had swapped the bandana he always wore for a narrow black necktie. But his gun belt was still strapped around his hips. Banner supposed some habits were hard to break. She reasoned that his behavior wouldn't bear too close a scrutiny. He had probably done some things the law was better off not knowing. She was certain he drank, gambled, and dallied with the kind of women she wasn't even supposed to know about, but none of that could stop her from loving him. His dashing and dangerous air only made him more appealing. No doubt the single girls at the wedding reception would demand an introduction, one of those crystal blue eyes surrounded by sun-gilded lashes, closed, giving Banner a quick, secret wink. She winked back at him, remembering all the times he had told her secrets he swore he couldn't tell Lee and Micah. She had believed him because she had wanted to. The friendship between them was stingily guarded. Every word he had ever whispered to her was treasured. Where his attention was concerned, she was ferociously jealous. Banner knew there was a bond between him and her parents, especially her mother, that was secret and sacred. They never spoke of it. It was a topic never discussed. But with the intuition of a child, Banner had always sensed that it was there. Whatever it was, she was glad of it because it kept Jake in their lives. She looked at her mother now as she and Ross came, even with the first pew. "I love you, Mama," she whispered. We love you too," Lydia whispered back, including Ross in the endearment. Tears were standing in her eyes, but she was smiling. Banner smiled on them both before facing the minister. Ross took his position between her and Grady. "Who gives this woman in marriage?" the minister asked. "Her mother and I," Ross looked down into Banner's face. His green eyes were misty. He squeezed her hand, then slipped it into Grady's. He joined Lydia on the front pew. Banner heard the shuffle of the crowd as everyone sat back down. She gazed into her groom's face, knowing that no woman in the world had ever been happier than she was at that moment. Grady was the man she had chosen to spend her life with. They would love each other the way Mama and Papa did. She would make him happy every day of his life, no matter what it took. She was just as certain of Grady's love as he looked down at her. The minister began the ceremony. The poetic words took on new meaning for Banner. Yes, that phrase perfectly expressed what she felt for. Crack! The racket shattered the serene stillness in the church. The reverberation fell around Banner like pricking shards of glass. Screams, a rushing murmur rose from the congregation. Banner whipped her head around. Grady slumped against her. A gaping wound bloomed red against his dark wedding suit. Grady. Beneath his sagging weight, Banner collapsed to the floor. He fell atop her. She struggled to a sitting position and gathered his head into her lap. Automatically, she began loosening his necktie and collar. Small, hiccuping sounds of pure terror stumbled from her throat. His eyes were opened and glazed with shock. He moved his lips uselessly, but no words came out. But he was still alive. Banner whimpered prayers of thankfulness as she covered the wound with her bare hand in an effort to stanch the flow of blood. In the split second, it all happened. Jake drew his pistol and whirled toward the man standing just outside the nearest window. He held a pistol aimed toward the front of the church. The bride gets it next. The warning was issued in a raspy, malevolent voice. It was underlined by a jabbing thrust of the pistol toward the altar. Not only Jake, but the River Bend hands attending the wedding had all drawn guns. They were trained on the man in the window. Frightened women leaned forward to bury their heads in their laps, covering them with their arms. Men were hunched down between the pews, shielding their children from a threat that hadn't yet been determined or identified. "Drop all them guns," the man shouted maniacally. "Ross?" Jake said. "Do as he says." At the first sound of gunfire, Ross had reflexively ducked and reached for his Colt, only to find it wasn't there. Who would have thought he would need his six-shooter at his daughter's wedding? He cursed viciously under his breath. Jake regretfully tossed his pistol to the floor. The River Bend hands followed suit. Only then did the man at the tall window swing one leg over the low sill and step into the church. He pulled a young woman in behind him and shoved her forward with his palm in the small of her back. "I'm Doggy Burns, and this here is my precious girl Wanda." The two needed no introduction. Doggy Burns distilled the best moonshine in East Texas. He had customers who would travel miles for a supply of his West Virginia recipe. Few gave the man more than the time necessary to transact their business. He was shifty, wily, dangerous, downright mean, and anybody who had ever heard of him knew it. He and the girl were filthy. Wanda's mousy brown hair hung lank and oily to her shoulders. The underarms of Doggy's shirt were ringed with generations of sweat stains. Their clothes were tattered and ineptly mended. They were a desecration to the pristine chapel, especially decorated as it was for the occasion. Like a fissure in an otherwise perfect diamond, they were all anyone could see and blotted out the beauty around them. "Much as I hate to interrupt the proceedings," Burns said sarcastically, tipping his hat to Lydia before clamping it back on his greasy hair, "it's my duty as a father to stop this here wedding from taking place." Grady groaned in pain and clutched the wound in his shoulder. "Please, somebody," Banner cried. "Help him." She had swept back her veil. Her eyes looked huge in her face. Lydia passed her a handkerchief to blot at the bleeding hole in Grady's shoulder. "He ain't gonna die, girlie," Burns said, shifting his nasty wad of tobacco from one side of his mouth to the other. Brown rivers of its juice stained the lines around his mouth. "If I'd have intended to kill him, he wouldn't have felt the bullet what hit him. All I done was to put a stop to the wedding on account of what this bastard's done to my girl." By now the congregation realized that the situation posed no threat to them. Tentatively heads were raised. Burns's coarse language set up a murmur of righteous protest and a number of fans to waving. "What do you want?" the minister demanded. "How dare you offend the Lord in his own house? Just hold your horses, preacher. You'll get to recite them purty words, but it ain't gonna be over the two of them." Lydia had come to her feet with the bullet's blast. Ross had kept a protective arm around her. Now he withdrew it and stepped forward. "All right, Burns, you've got everyone's attention. What do you want? See this here belly my gal's got on her?" He pointed the barrel of his pistol at the girl's swollen abdomen. "It's pumped full of Sheldon's kid." "That's not true," Grady croaked. "Why are you doing this?" "I don't understand," Banner exclaimed, suddenly becoming aware of what was going on around her. Until now, Grady, in his pain, had commanded her full attention. "Why would you come in here and ruin my wedding like this? Why?" Everyone in the church was enthralled. This kind of drama never occurred in a small town like Larson. It would be a tale to entertain gossip circles for decades. The audience clung to every word. "Justice," Burns said, flashing a disgusting smile. "Ain't right and proper for you to be marrying up with him when he's done put a kid on my Wanda, now is it?" Grady stirred, and despite Banner's restraining hands, struggled to stand up. Reeling drunkenly with pain, he focused on the Burnses. She's not pregnant by me. That very word being spoken aloud sent another ripple of murmurs through the witnesses. Banner came to her feet, took Grady's arm, and defiantly faced the father and daughter who were doing their best to ruin her perfect wedding day, her perfect life, her perfect future. She didn't even notice that the front of her lovely gown was stained red with her fiancé's blood, nor did she give heed to the speculative comments that were arising from the congregation. Several men in the crowd had guiltily lowered their eyes. Lee was shifting uneasily from one foot to the other. He wouldn't meet the rabid eyes of Doggy Burns, or look at the sullen and silent Wanda. Micah was swallowing convulsively. Ma Langston was staring at him with an inquiring glower that would have made an archangel feel guilty. "Well, Wanda says it's you, Sheldon," Doggy said sneeringly. "Don'tcha, Wanda?" He nudged her forward so everyone had a clearer view of her abdomen, distended by pregnancy. There was no shame in the eyes that slyly moved over the crowd. Her mouth wore a smug pout. Those men in the room who were guilty of furthering Wanda's sluttish reputation rued the day they had touched her and only thanked the Lord. It was Grady Sheldon who had been named numerous pledges of abstinence, soared heavenward. "It's his." "All right," Wanda said sulkily. "He wouldn't stay away from me, kept coming round when my daddy weren't home. Pestering me? He, go on, Wanda, baby, tell him what he done." She paused theatrically, then lowered her chin to her chest, picked at a piece of lint on her dress, and mumbled, "He had his way with me. That's a damn lie," Grady shouted over the furor that rose out of the pews. Burns stepped forward, brandishing the pistol again. "You calling my sweet daughter a liar? If she says I forced her, yes." Grady went white from more than blood loss and shock and pain. He realized in that instant that he had trapped himself. His eyes sliced first to Banner, who was as pale as her dress, then to Ross, who looked as dark as the devil himself. I mean, Ross lunged at him and grabbed his lapels, jerking him up so they met eye to eye. "Have you been keeping company with this slut while you were engaged to be married to my daughter?" he roared. Jake had moved like quicksilver and was standing at Ross's elbow. When Grady began to moan with pain and sputter objections to Ross's rough treatment, Jake bent down and retrieved his pistol. Burns said nothing and made no move to stop him. The collective censorship had shifted. The congregation, assuming one personality, had turned their disparaging glances from the Burnses to Sheldon. Jake cocked the Colt and shoved the long, lethal barrel of it into the soft underside of Grady's chin. "Well, mister, we're waiting." Grady threw both men a look of pure loathing. "Maybe I was with the girl a few times." Ross's knuckles turned white against Grady's dark coat. A feral growl rumbled in his chest. Grady stammered, "In nearly every other man in town has bedded her. It could have been anybody." "Every other man in town wasn't marrying my daughter," Ross snarled. He released Grady so abruptly the man almost buckled to the floor again. "How could you?" Banner asked in the tense silence that followed. Grady swallowed hard and staggered toward her. "Banner," he said, reaching out imploringly. "Don't touch me." She actually recoiled. "I can't stand to think of you touching me with the same hands you." She turned to look at Wanda Burns, who was standing with one hand on her outthrust hip, wearing a gloating expression. Banner spun on her heel and marched down the aisle of the church. This time her carriage and tread were militant, haughty, proud. Her mother went behind her, equally as undaunted. The Langstons scrambled after them. The River Bend cowboys, like a small army, filed out and closed ranks around them in the churchyard while they mounted horses and climbed into rigs. Still at the altar, Ross was so furious he was rocking on the balls on his feet, visibly quaking with fury. His eyes were molten with rage. In front of the whole town, the preacher, anyone within hearing distance, he warned, "If you ever come near my daughter again, I'll kill you. Understand? And before I finish it, you'll be begging to die." He spun around and stalked from the church. Jake held Grady a captive of his icy cold stare for a small eternity. Gradually, he lowered the pistol and replaced it in his holster. "I'd love to kill you right now." The ring of his spurs was the only sound in the church as he went down the aisle. When he stepped outside, Banner was sitting in the buggy, enveloped in her mother's comforting arms. Her weeping was heart-wrenching. Her supporters were subdued. No one was meeting anyone else's eyes. Jake vaulted into the saddle of his borrowed horse. Since Ross's primary concern was for his daughter, Jake assumed the role of leader. "Micah Lee, hang back. If anyone follows us, let me know. Everyone else fan out. Keep your eyes open." They followed his orders without question, forming a shield of feudal loyalty to protect the family. Jake nudged his horse toward the buggy leading the others. Ross, his face as hard as granite, was handling the reins while Banner and Lydia sat huddled together, weeping quietly. Ross glanced at Jake as he pulled his horse alongside them. "Thanks." Jake nodded tersely. Words were unnecessary. River Bend was decorated for the wedding reception that would never take place. The lane leading up from the river road to the main house was the first insult to Banner's sensibilities. Each whitewashed fence post was decorated with ribbons and flowers. Her misery was intensified when she looked at the house. The railing encircling the front porch was draped with garlands of blooming honeysuckle. Sprigs of yellow forsythia had been used to decorate potted plants. Long tables had been set up in the front yard to accommodate all the food and drink that had been prepared days ahead of time for the multitude of guests who would never come. It was like looking at a nursery that had been lovingly prepared for a baby who had been stillborn. Ross dropped to the ground from the buggy and assisted Lydia down. Jake dismounted and reached up for Banner's hand. She sat paralyzed, so benumbed by dismay that she didn't even notice Jake until he touched her arm and spoke her name softly. She glanced down and saw the sympathetic expression on his face. She smiled wanly as she accepted his hand. Laying her other hand on his shoulder, she let him swing her to the ground. The cowboys rode toward the bunkhouse. A usually jovial, rowdy bunch, they were uncharacteristically glum. One of Annabeth's children was crankily complaining that he was thirsty. The baby was crying against his father's chest. Hector patted him a little too hard. As silent and bleak as pallbearers, they trooped into the house. Banner sustained another assault. Lydia had decorated the front parlor with baskets of flowers. Wedding presents that had been delivered, but were as yet unopened, were stacked on one of the several tables covered with lace cloths. Banner shuddered on a sob. Ross came up behind her and placed his hands on her shoulders. "Princess, please, Papa," she said quickly, not wanting to submit to tears in front of them all. "I need to be alone." She hitched her skirts up in a way that poignantly reminded them of her tomboyishness a few years earlier and raced up the stairs. A few seconds later, they heard the door to her bedroom slam. "Son-of-a-bitch," Ross said under his breath. He whipped off his coat and wrestled with his necktie. "I should have killed that bastard with my bare hands." Lydia didn't even reprimand him for his language. "I can't believe it of him. Really, I can't. Oh, Ross, that Banner's heart should be broken like this. She went into her husband's arms and began to cry. Ross led her into the parlor. Ma confronted the situation practically. "Annabeth, take the young uns into the kitchen and cut them a piece of that fancy cake the baker man brought out yesterday. No sense in it going to waste. You, Lee, and Micah, take it out to the bunkhouse when Annabeth's done with it, and tell the boys to polish it off. Marynell, you can start ladling up glasses of punch. I imagine everybody could use some. Hector, you sweat more than any man I ever did see. Take off that coat and tie before you melt." Banner's wedding had provided an excuse for the Langstons to have a reunion. The family had traveled from Tennessee to Texas with Ross and Lydia. A friendship had developed between the Colemans and the Langstons that neither distance nor time had affected. Ma Langston filled the role of grandmother to both Lee and Banner. Still tall and stout, she was an impressive woman, physically and spiritually strong but gentle. Her scoldings were ear-blistering, but always love-inspired. Zeke Langston had died so long ago, Banner didn't even remember him. For a few years after his death, Ma had tried to work their homestead in the hill country west of Austin. During that time, 2 of her children, Atlanta and Samuel, had died in a scarlet fever epidemic. Fortuitously, Annabeth, the eldest Langston daughter, had married a neighboring landowner and rancher, Hector Drummond. He was a widower with 2 young girls. They now had 2 boys of their own. He was managing the Langstons' land along with he had a small herd of beef cattle he was hoping to enlarge. Mary Nell was somewhat of a blue stocking, having left home to attend school in Austin. She had worked as a Harvey House girl, waiting tables in the restaurant in the Santa Fe Railroad Depot to pay for her tuition. Now she was a teacher. She wasn't married, and if anyone asked, she declared she didn't intend to be. Ross and Lydia had persuaded Ma to come live with them at River Bend when Hector took over the operation of her homestead. Ma hadn't agreed without laying down conditions. She refused to accept the Coleman's charity. She would work for her keep, and so would Micah. The youngest Langston, who had been hired as a cowboy. Ross had built Ma a small cabin behind it in a field she cleared and cultivated herself. She grew and harvested all the vegetables eaten at River Bend. She also sewed for the family and ranch hands, as Lydia had never developed a talent with the needle. The Langstons were as close as kin to the Colemans. Ma had no compunction about issuing orders whenever circumstances called for them. No one thought to question her instructions now, and everyone scattered to obey them. In the parlor, Jake was pouring Ross a tumbler of whiskey. He extended it to him wordlessly. Ross thanked him with his eyes. When the first rush of Lydia's tears had been dried, she lifted her head from her husband's shoulder. "I must go talk to her, but I don't know what to say. Hell if I do either." Ross grumbled and tossed the whiskey down. Lydia stood and smoothed her skirts. Before she left the room, she went to Jake and laid her hand along his cheek. "As always, we could count on your support." He covered her hand, pressing "always," he said meaningfully. It seemed fitting that her dress was covered with blood. She felt that her heart had been ripped out. Staring at her reflection in the mirror, she couldn't believe that only hours ago she had gazed at herself, happy, unsuspecting, innocent. She couldn't stand the mockery of the wedding gown any longer. She thought she would scream if she didn't get out of it. Unwilling to wait for anyone to help her, she struggled with the row of hooks down her back, ripping them free when her frantic fingers couldn't unfasten them quickly enough. At last, she flung the dress aside. Her bridal underthings were blood-stained, too. She stripped until she was naked, then ruthlessly scrubbed herself from her washbowl. Long before she felt clean, tears were raining down her cheeks. She pulled on her robe and fell across her bed in a torrent of tears. How could he have done this to her? The pain of finding out was secondary. Knowing that he had taken another woman was the killing blow. How could he have gone to that trashy girl when he had professed his love for her? It was the cruelest, the most demeaning kind of betrayal. While Grady had been proclaiming his passion for her, he had been slaking it on Wanda Burns. The thought of them together made her want to vomit. She heard the door quietly open and close. She rolled to her side. Lydia moved toward the bed. Without speaking a word, she sat down on the edge of it and gathered Banner against her breast. They held each other for a long time, rocking slightly until Banner's tears finally ran out. She burrowed her head down until it was resting in Lydia's lap. Lydia pulled her fingers through the hair that was as dark as Ross's, but which had the same volatile texture as hers. It was a mass of waves and curls that had a mind of their own, and more often as not wouldn't yield to brushes or pins. "You know that your father and I would have taken any pain on ourselves to spare you this." "I know, Mama. And we'll do anything to help you through it. I know that too." She sniffed and wiped her nose on the back of her hand. "Why did he do it? How could he hurt me this way?" "He didn't intend to hurt you, Banner. He's a man, and that makes what he did all right. No, but I don't expect bridegrooms to be as virgin as their brides. I'm not that naive. But when he's declared his love, asked a woman to marry him, isn't that a binding pledge of faithfulness? I think so. Most women do. Men, I suppose most don't. Couldn't he have controlled his drives? Wasn't I worth waiting for? He made no comparisons between you and that girl, Banner. That's obvious. I wanted that part of marriage just as much as he did. I told him so," she exclaimed. Many mothers would have fainted to hear their daughters say as much. Lydia didn't flinch. She understood sexual desire and hoped her daughter would enjoy that aspect of life as much as she did. She didn't believe in making it something secretive and shameful. "What if I'd gone to another man?" Banner demanded. "How would Grady have felt about that? Would I have been forgiven?" Lydia sighed. "No." But that's the way of the world. Men are expected to have their adventures. Grady got caught. He'll pay for it. But you'll pay too. That's unfair. She stroked Banner's cheek. Am I being petulant and intolerant? Should I forgive him? Did you have to forgive Papa any adventures? Banner sat up and looked directly into her mother's eyes. Did Papa have other women after he met you? Lydia remembered the night Ross had helped a madam named LaRue and her covey of prostitutes with their wagon. He had stayed late and came back drunk and stinking of whore's perfume. He had sworn then and later that he had gone to the madam's wagon but couldn't go through with the act. Lydia believed him. Ross had many women before me, but after we met, no, I can understand how hurt you are. I guess Grady didn't love me like Papa loves you, but someone will, darling. I don't think so, Mama. This brought on another flood of tears. When Lydia finally left her, Banner lay on her bed, gazing sightlessly at the ceiling. She had to face the truth about her emotions. Which did she feel more keenly, hurt or anger? Had her love for Grady disintegrated the moment she realized his betrayal? She was furious with him for dragging not only her name, but that of her family into disgrace. The people of Larson wouldn't forget today for a long time. It was human nature to be absorbed by someone else's misfortune. It didn't matter that all the Colemans were blameless. Grady had stigmatized them just as he had himself. She was angry, and it overrode her hurt. She didn't want Grady back, not in a million years. She ached more for her parents' suffering than she did for his. He had made his bed, let him lie in it. Never had the adage been truer, so maybe she hadn't loved him as she thought she had. Still, if his deceit hadn't caught up with him today and revealed him for the weak character he was, she would have remained blissfully ignorant of that. She would have been his loving wife forever. Of that she was certain. Her anger could be absolved on that basis. She lay there for a long while, not even noticing the passing hours until the room grew dark and she realized that the sun had gone down. Coming off the bed suddenly, she vowed that she wasn't going to skulk around like she was the guilty party. She would be damned before she let Grady Sheldon and all the gossips in town defeat her. She washed her face in cold water to relieve the puffiness around her eyes. Dressing in a simple gingham dress and smoothing back her hair, she descended the staircase. Everyone was gathered in the kitchen for supper. The conversation ceased abruptly when they noticed her standing in the doorway. All eyes turned to her deferentially. Even Annabeth's children fell abnormally quiet. What had they expected? For her to retreat to her room for the rest of her life? Become an invalid? Hide behind gray, somber clothes, develop a tendency to have vapors like a shriveled-up old maid. I'm hungry, she announced. Is there anything left? They had all become still, captured like a painting on a Christmas card when they saw her. Now everyone moved at once, shifting places to make room for her at the table, getting her a plate and silverware, passing bowls of food toward her. They were all talking in inordinately loud voices. Their smiles were too broad, their eyes too bright. You were telling us about those new bulls of yours, Hector? Ross said in a booming voice that set an abbot's baby to crying. Yes, well, poor Mr. Drummond. Banner thought as she lowered her eyes to her plate. He was nervous enough without having to be put on the spot by making normal conversation. She didn't say much, but she refused to keep her eyes glued to her plate either. She wasn't really hungry, but forced herself to eat at least half the portion. Someone, Ma probably had seen to it that the house was relieved of its decorations. Not a trace of the wedding reception could be found save for the fruity punch they were drinking. Lydia had carried the defiled wedding gown from her bedroom. She hoped it had been burned. The baskets of flowers were gone. The yard had been cleared. Lydia had also told her not to worry about returning the gifts, that she would see to that painful chore. Banner supposed she had begun that process, for the gift-wrapped boxes were nowhere to be seen except for the unusual number of people gathered around the table. It could have been any spring evening. Banner thought she was actually more at ease than the others. Frequently they glanced at her worriedly, as though she might begin to tear at her hair at any moment. When the children finished eating, Mary Nell offered to take them for a stroll outside. Lee and Micah left as soon as they were done, muttering something about a poker game in the bunkhouse. Ma began clearing the dishes. "You stay where you're at," she ordered sternly as Lydia rose from her chair. "I'll get this done in 2 shakes." Annabeth got up to help her. Hector and Ross were discussing ranching in general. Lydia listened, gazing at Ross. Jake quietly sipped his coffee, gazing at Lydia Banner. "Thought nothing of that because that was normal. I think I'll go out on the porch," Banner said, scooting her chair back. "Let's all go out there," Lydia said hastily. "It'll be cooler, Jake. Hector, bring your coffee if you're not finished." When the kitchen chores were done, Mary Nell drove Ma to her cabin. Annabeth and Hector went with them to put the cantankerous children to bed. Banner let the desultory conversations flow around her. At last, she stepped off the porch into the yard. "Banner?" "I'm just going for a walk, Papa," she said over her shoulder, noticing the worry in his voice. She went as far as the fence that served as a boundary for one of the pastures. A colt and his dam were playing chase in the lush spring undergrowth. "Looks like a frisky one." She turned to see Lee and Micah walking toward her. "He should be, wasn't Spartan his sire?" "Yup. He's one of the best, don't you think, Micah?" "Sure enough." "Did you two come out here to discuss the breed stock? I thought there was a hot poker game going on." "Got cleaned out," Micah said, and made a gesture of turning his pockets inside out. The moonlight made his hair look almost as light as Jake's, but not quite. Banner put her hands on her hips. "Who was it just the other day who bragged he could beat anybody at cards?" Micah cuffed her under the chin. "Don't you ever forget nothing?" They were engaging in this familiar banter to try to alleviate the awkwardness. Making light conversation hadn't been easy on anyone since leaving the church. "What did you really come out here for?" Banner asked them. Lee glanced at Micah, who gave him an encouraging tilt of his head. "Well, we just wanted to talk to you about what happened in the church." She crossed her arms on the top rail of the fence and leaned forward. "What about it?" "Well, Banner Grady might not be the one at fault." "What do you mean?" Lee swallowed and looked to Micah for needed support. He was absorbed with the pony in the pasture and offered no help at all. "We mean that a lot of guys, have been with that little tart." "She might very well be pointing the finger at the wrong man." "Yeah," Micah suddenly chimed in. "It could have been any of 50 guys in town, but Sheldon, well, he'd be a fine catch for her to trap, seeing as he owns that sawmill and all. You see? Just because he's been with her, that doesn't make it his kid. That's what we're trying to say," Lee finished lamely. "Maybe it'll make you feel better knowing that Banner's throat tightened with emotion." "What makes me feel better is knowing that the two of you care about me." She hugged first Lee, then Micah, who hugged her back awkwardly. He wasn't just another cowboy, but he wasn't legally family either. He had teased Banner since she was old enough to have her braids tied in knots, but in the last few years he had come to notice the changes in her even if her brother hadn't. Micah wasn't immune to them, but he was smart enough to keep his distance. He wasn't about to incur Ma's wrath, much less Ross's, or sacrifice his friendship with Lee by making a pass at Banner. She was off limits to cowboys, and that included him. It was an indisputable fact that he had known for a long time. There were lots of girls in the world. Banner might be one of the prettiest, but no woman was worth sacrificing a buddy's friendship for, much less losing your life over. "I appreciate what you're trying to do," she said softly. "Grady might not be that baby's father, but he is guilty of being with her. He as much as admitted that. Either way, he's betrayed me." "Yeah, I reckon that's so," Micah conceded. He only knew that if he had been engaged to Banner Coleman, he would have had the good sense not to risk losing her no matter how thick the front of his britches got. He had known plenty of fools, but this Sheldon was by far the biggest one he'd ever run across. Lee plowed at the ground with the toe of his boot. "I feel sorry for the guy for getting caught doing what all of us, what so many others do. But at the same time, I'd like to pound his face to mush." Banner laid a hand on his arm. "Don't do it, but thanks for the thought." Lee lifted his head and smiled at his half-sister. "Say, Banner, they opened up a new dry goods store in Tyler. It's supposed to be really something." Me and Micah were thinking of riding over there one of these Saturdays as soon as all the mares foal. Would you like to go with us?" She knew then the extent of their love. She had always tagged behind them begging to go along only to get left in their trail dust. "Thanks. I'd like that," she said, including both of them in her smile. They left her, melting into the darkness, their soft conversation audible long after the shadows swallowed them. She ambled back toward the house. Bracing her back against the trunk of the pecan tree, she took in the placid picture before her. The frame house showed up whitely against the darkness. Oil lamps from inside made the windows glow golden, warm, and welcoming. Morning glory vines were just starting their summer climb up the 6 columns, 3 on each side of the porch. The first shoots of zinnias and larkspurs were greening the flower beds. Smoke still curled from the chimney in the kitchen. The setting was deceptive. It didn't look like a tragedy had just befallen the family who lived there. When Ross and Lydia first came to the land, they had lived out of Moses's covered wagon. As soon as possible, Ross had built a dog trot house, having the kitchen and living area separated from the sleeping quarters by an open hallway. It was small and rough, but Lydia hadn't minded. She understood their priority was to establish the business first. Banner was born in the dog trot house and was 10 before the new house was built. Even by city standards, it was graciously constructed. There were 4 bedrooms upstairs, though. Lee most often slept in the bunkhouse. Downstairs was a front parlor and an informal parlor, a dining room, which was rarely used in preference to the eating area and the large kitchen. At the back of the house, adjacent to the screened back porch, was Ross's office. Tears clouded Banner's eyes as she steeped herself in the tranquility of her home. She hadn't had any qualms about leaving it to get married because she had thought she was going into a home with even more love, hers and Grady's. Her heart ached with what would never be. Ross and Lydia were sitting together on the wicker glider. Jake was standing in the corner of the porch, his shoulder propped against the column. His cheroot was a glowing red dot. Banner could smell its fragrant smoke from where she stood beneath the tree. He looked so alone standing there, apart from the couple on the glider. Even as Banner watched, Ross cupped his hand around Lydia's cheek and guided her head to his shoulder. He leaned down and planted a soft kiss at her hairline. She rested her hand on his thigh. Twin tears escaped Banner's eyes. That's what she had wanted, longed for, that kind of loving. It was comfortable, peaceful, the touches, the speaking glances that excluded the rest of the world. She had wanted to share that kind of oneness with a man. Her disappointment was so profound she ached from it. Despair shackled her. Hopelessness smothered her like a shroud. Hastily, she left the protective shadows of the tree, went up the steps of the porch, said a fleeting good night, and climbed the stairs to her room. She went to the valise in which she had packed part of her trousseau and lifted out the nightgown that had been specially made for her wedding night. It was self-punishment, but it was something she felt compelled to do. The gown was sheer white batiste with a scooped neck and long sleeves banded at the wrists. The neckline was decorated with embroidered yellow roses and a row of narrow lace. Simple, elegant, and seductive. When she slipped it over her naked body, her figure was silhouetted within its sheer folds. She went to bed alone, wallowing in the loss of what tonight should have been. She lay in her bed, feeling more alien and alone than she ever had in her life. Everyone had someone tonight. Ma Langston had her living children and her grandchildren gathered under her roof. Ross and Lydia had each other. Lee and Micah were bound by friendship. Even Mary Nell had her books for companions. Only the bride was alone. She heard her parents come upstairs and go to their room, closing the door behind them. Banner's heart twisted painfully. It wasn't fair. She had been cheated. Why couldn't Grady have loved her with the kind of love her parents shared? Was he the exception to the rule, or were they? Her body yearned for what she had mentally prepared it for. She longed for the warmth of another body beside hers. A man's body, a man's arms around her, touching tenderly, a man loving her. Her heart cried out for communion with another, restless. She threw off the light sheet and crossed to the window. The breeze cooled her cheeks, but not the raging inside her. The night was beautiful, bathed with the silvery glow of a half moon. Stars winked. The clover in the pastures gave off its perfume. All her senses were attuned to the things of nature. She saw movement. A red dot arced away from the porch and vanished like a firefly. Jake's cigar. Seconds later, he stepped off the porch. His spurs jingled softly as he crossed the yard toward the oldest barn on the ranch where his injured horse was stabled. Jake, she wasn't the only one who was alone. Jake was, and it occurred to her then that he usually was. Even in the midst of Colemans and Langstons, there was a separateness about Jake. He talked and laughed like everybody else, but he was the loner. Banner thought she knew the reason why, and it made her incredibly sad for him. She watched him slip into the barn. Moments later, the dim glow of a lantern shone through one of the dusty windows. This was to have been her wedding night. She had been rejected. She had suffered the harshest insult inflicted on a woman. A bride, standing on the brink of a brilliant future, had been plunged into an abyss of dejection. She had been publicly humiliated. Her confidence in herself as a woman must be restored tonight, or it might never recover. She desperately needed someone to hold her, to tell her she was beautiful, to reassure her she was every bit as desirable as Wanda Burns. She needed love, not parental love, not sibling love. She needed to be loved by a man. Her heart began to pound. Her head throbbed with the thought that had taken root there, like a seed nestling itself in the earth. The idea had secured itself in her fertile brain. There was no stopping it from germinating and growing. Whirling toward her dressing table, she gazed at her image in the mirror and tried to imagine how a man would see her, a man who was as alone and lonely and without love tonight as she. Before she could change her mind, she yanked up a wrap and threw it around her shoulders. No one heard her as she crept down the stairs and let herself out the front door. 3, the old barn smelled of hay, horses, and leather. Banner liked those familiar smells. She filled her head with them as she slipped inside and soundlessly pulled the door closed behind her. The warm, musky air settled around her like a blanket. The atmosphere was still yet teeming with hidden life. Mares heavy with pregnancy rested in their stalls. Crickets chirped from secret hideouts. It wasn't all that unusual for her to be standing in the barn in her nightgown. Often she had been allowed to keep vigil through the night when a mare was in the throes of a difficult birth. But it was unusual to be in the barn in her nightgown and alone with a man, even a man who was a part of her memory as far back as it went. She felt the first twinges of apprehension. What she was about to do was bold. 24 hours ago, it would have been unthinkable. But 24 hours ago, she hadn't known fate could take such cruel twists or that futures could be altered so drastically without one's consent. The decision had been made. She had come this far. There would be no turning back. Stalks of hay pricked her bare feet as she tiptoed toward the small pool of light in one of the back stalls. The stabled horses were so accustomed to her scent that they didn't even nick her as she moved down the row of stalls. Jake's hat, wide-brimmed, flat-crowned, and black, was hanging on a nail on one of the support posts. She touched the felt brim, smiling at the dark streak, her finger left behind by picking up dust. She peered around the shoulder-high wall that separated the stalls. Jake was hunkered down at his mount's right front leg. He had bent it back and, with the hoof propped on his knee, was inspecting the bruise the stone had made. Banner was glad she had this moment to study him without his knowing it. She had grown up seeing him in one light. Tonight she would consider him in a whole new way. He could no longer merely be her champion, her parents' trusted friend, or Lee and Micah's idol, or Ma's son. Banishing all her previous views of Jake Langston from her consciousness, Banner considered him strictly as a man, as though seeing him through a stranger's eyes. What she saw pleased her mightily, and she honestly didn't think that having loved him all her life in another way prejudiced her opinion as she gazed at him now. Every fine strand of white blonde hair captured the lantern's glow. His hair was as vital as the rest of him, unruly, hard to control, lacking discipline. With his head bowed as it was, she could see that it grew from a whorl on the crown and fell about his head in wayward strands that arranged themselves attractively of their own free will. She couldn't imagine him ever plastering it to his head with pomade as Grady sometimes did his brown curls. No, Jake would never subject any part of himself to that much constraint. He wore it long, whether from neglect or design, she didn't know. It brushed against the collar of his shirt when he moved. It was curled only slightly around well-shaped ears. Sideburns the color of ripened wheat grew down his cheek to the middle of his ear. Those hairs looked crisp, curlier. She wanted to touch them to feel the contrast of them against the velvety softness of his earlobe. His eyebrows, which were now lowered in concentration, were that same incredible light shade of blonde. She analyzed the face she had known since childhood, what she could see of it as he bent over the injured hoof. His brow bone jutted slightly over his eyes, and his cheekbones were prominent, his cheeks slightly concave. He was saved from appearing gaunt only by a discernible wiry strength. His jaw was hard and definitely chiseled, with no softening contours to make it appear anything but determined. It seemed ready to issue a challenge to anyone, no matter how formidable. If allowed to grow, no doubt his facial hair would be blonde too, but its stubble now shadowed the lower part of his face. She wondered what he would look like with a thick mustache like Papa's, but immediately dismissed the idea. His mouth was wide. The lower lip was a tad fuller than the upper, though the upper was nicely shaped. Staring at his mouth made her stomach feel funny. She decided it would be a crime to cover up such a beguiling mouth with a mustache. She supposed he had changed out of his wedding clothes as soon as they returned to the house. He still had on what he had been wearing at supper, a soft cotton shirt and a muted blue denim pants. His boots were old and scuffed. There was a faded red bandana tied around his neck. He didn't have on the holster that carried his Colt or a vest or leather chaps which she had seen him wear. The sleeves of his shirt had been rolled up to his elbows. Banner noticed how supple the muscles in his arms were when he moved them. His skin was deeply tanned and dusted with hairs so light they appeared white in the glow of the lantern. His hands moved deftly but soothingly as they examined the horse's injury. The fingers were slender and long, but their strength was evident as he alternately squeezed and released them around the hoof. Watching that rhythmic massage, Banner's stomach took another unprecedented somersault. She had never been aware of such maleness, sheer maleness, mature maleness, packaged so compactly. And her curiosity in it was unwarranted because she had been around men all her life. Ross, Lee, and Micah, the ranch hands. But she had never studied them as she did Jake, now. Nor did she think she would have been as impressed if she had. He was manly in a way that unnerved her. She quailed against such raw masculinity, but oddly, her femininity gravitated toward it too. It forced her to speak before she could talk herself into slipping from the barn unseen, to wonder forever what this night would have held for her if only she had had the courage to go through with it. She would have much to regret about this day on the calendar, but failure to act when she felt compelled to wasn't going to be one of them. How's your horse? Jake's head popped up. Heavenly days, girl. Don't you know better than to sneak up on people? You almost spooked both me and Stormy. He took in her bare feet and the hem of her nightgown, which was all he could see beneath the deep fringe of her shawl. Her arms were crossed over her chest, wrapping her in the shawl like an Indian in his blanket. What are you doing gallivanting around out here? I thought everybody had gone to bed. His eyes really were incredibly blue. Why was it that she had never paid much attention to them before? Oh, if someone had asked, hey, what color are Jake Langston's eyes? Automatic answer would have been blue, but tonight they seemed to shine right through her as he looked up at her from his squatting position. The colors were well demarcated. The whites were very white. The blue irises were as cerulean as the sky in late fall. The pupils were an ebony that reflected an image of herself. She noticed for the first time that his eyelashes were dark at their base and sun-bleached on the curling tips. They were interesting eyes, and she wished she could stare at and assess them without his knowing it. She couldn't. He was looking at her expectantly, waiting for her to tell him why she wasn't safely tucked into her bed. I couldn't sleep. Suddenly shy, she ducked her head. "Ah," Jake said, raising his body to its full height and patting Stormy's neck. He dipped his hands into a pail of water, washed and shook them off, then wiped them on a towel. "Well, that's understandable after what happened today." Banner raised her head and looked up at him. Whatever he was about to say next was momentarily postponed, as though he had just taken a clip on the chin. He stalled. His gaze was riveted on her face. He removed it by force. He blinked. He noted her dishabille. "You could get in a heap of trouble fanning around out here in the dark dressed like that." His tone was a fraction cross. "Could I?" An expression of profound bewilderment flickered over Jake's lean face. His lips parted slightly. An instant later, he drew them together in a stern line. "Yeah, you damn sure could. Come on. I'll walk you back to the house." He reached to take her arm, but she sidestepped him and ran her hand down Stormy's ribs. "You didn't tell me how Stormy is faring. Fine, is he? That hoof will be tender for a few days. That's all. Now come on. Whatever happened to Applejack?" "Applejack?" Jake repeated. His face broke into a spontaneous smile. He was some cow pony, wasn't he? He knew before I even nudged him with my knees what I wanted him to do. I used to say that I could sleep all day in my saddle, and Applejack wouldn't let one stray go by. He was a damn good horse, but he stepped in a prairie dog hole and broke his leg. I had to shoot him. He cocked his shining head to one side. "How come you remember Applejack?" "I remember." She was still running her hand over Stormy's gleaming russet coat like all cowboys. Jake took better care of his horse than he did of himself. For some reason, Jake couldn't take his eyes off her hand as it coasted over Stormy's broad back. The shawl slid back toward her elbow. The sleeve of her gown was sheer. Through it, he could see the shape of her arm. "When I was about 12, you came to see us. You had been visiting for a few days, but you were leaving that afternoon. Mama had cooked black-eyed peas and cornbread for dinner, fried chicken and apple pie, all my favorites, but I didn't eat anything. I was mad because you were going away again, even after Papa had asked you to stay. Papa told me to straighten up and act civil or leave the table. I went up to my room to pout and refused to say goodbye from my bedroom window. I watched you ride out of the yard." She turned toward him then, leaning her head against the horse, "but I couldn't stand it. I bolted down the stairs and ran after you. I chased you down the river road, calling your name until you finally heard me and reined up. When I got even with you, you lifted me up onto Applejack with you and hugged me. You told me not to cry, that you would be coming back for Christmas." The eyes that had the warm glow of topaz and the liquid fire of emeralds gazed up at him accusingly. "But you didn't." "I reckon something came up, Banner. You didn't come back for 2 years." Only now did she realize the significance that day had had on her adolescence. Long after he had ridden away, she had lain in her bed and wept bitterly. Intuitively, she had known it would be a long time before she saw him again, and her young heart had been breaking over it. She must have had a crush on him. He had been tall and good-looking. He was gallant and exciting and full of wonderful stories to tell. He had teased her, but not in the irritating way Lee and Micah did. His teasing had made her feel all grown up. She rose and took a brave step closer to him, close enough for the hem of her nightgown to brush the toes of his boots. "You let me ride to the gate with you on Applejack. That was a special goodbye because the rest of the family wasn't crowded around. I had you all to myself." She let her gaze lock with his. Her head tilted back and sent a dark cloud of hair down her shoulders and across her breasts. "You kissed me." It had been one fraternal, quick kiss on her cheek, but she had never forgotten it. At those 3 whispered words, Jake jumped as though he had been shot roughly. He encircled her upper arm with his strong fingers and turned her toward the opening of the stall. "It's time you got to bed. You need a good night's sleep." Purposefully, she dragged her heels behind his hurried footsteps. "Where are you going to sleep? In the bunkhouse?" "No, I want to keep an eye on Stormy one more night. I'm going to bed down where I did last night, here in the barn." "That couldn't have been too comfortable," she said, disengaging her arm from his grip. "It was fine, Banner. Now come. Where were you sleeping? Did you have any padding? Padding? It was a near shout, but for the life of him, he couldn't pen down what was irritating him. You're talking to a man who has spent more nights outdoors on the ground than indoors on a bed. Well, that doesn't mean you have to sleep like that when it's not necessary, she countered, with an asperity that matched his before he could stop her. She spun around and checked each stall until she found the one where his saddlebags and bedroll were. Propping her hands on her hips, she faced him. Jake Langston. What would people think if they knew that the Colemans of River Bend let their guests sleep like saddle tramps? Her stance allowed the shawl to gape open over her breasts. She was revealing to him the scooped rose-bordered neckline of her gown, not to mention what lay beneath it. She almost lost her nerve and gathered the shawl back across her breasts and ran, but she stood her ground, pretending to be vexed with him. "It's fine, Banner," Jake said tightly. The muscles in his jaw looked like they were cramped and could barely move. "Now, if you'll get out of here, I'll make use of this bed such as it is." "No, you won't. At least not before I make it more comfortable for you. Hand me a few of those spare horse blankets. They're clean. At least I can spread those beneath your blanket." He ran an impatient hand through his hair before turning away to get the blankets. As he handed them to her, he said tersely, "Hurry up, it's late and you shouldn't be out here." Ignoring his deepening scowl and afraid to speculate on what it meant, she tossed aside his blanket and, with more movement than necessary, flapped the first horse blanket in the air before letting it settle on the hay. She did 3 more like that before spreading his blanket over them and kneeling to smooth out the wrinkles. If she was aware that the shawl had slipped off one shoulder, dragging the sleeve of her nightgown with it, she made no move to rectify it. Her breasts moved beneath the sheer fabric of her gown. She could feel their swaying weight as she extended her arms to prepare his palate. She felt the soft caress of the batiste on her nipples as her knees caught in the cloth and pulled it taut. The mellow light from the lantern was flattering to the tone of her skin. Was it creating a shadow in her cleavage? Had Jake noticed that she was no longer a 12-year-old girl with a tear-streaked face? Garnering all her courage, she stood up and faced him there. "That's much better, isn't it?" Jake wiped his palms on his pants legs. The lines running down the sides of his mouth had deepened considerably. A vein ticked in his temple. "Yeah, that's better. Now, good night, Banner." He turned away abruptly and began arranging the items from his saddlebag on one of the slats that served as a shelf. "But I'm not sleepy. Go to bed anyway. I don't want to. I want you to. Why? 'Cause you shouldn't be out here like this." "Why?" Because his shoulders were hunched defensively. His motions were quick and clumsy. He was having a hard time getting his shaving mug to fit on the narrow shelf. "Jake!" he grunted in acknowledgement. "Jake, look at me." His hands stilled their needless activity. He even braced them for a moment on the top of the stall. Banner saw his shoulders lift and his ribcage expand with a heavy sigh. Then he turned around. He didn't look at her, but stared into the near space just above her head. Her hands found each other at her waist and came together as through drawn by strong magnets. She stood straight and rigid, her legs pressed tightly together from groin to ankle. She wet her lips with her tongue. "Jake, make love to me." Seconds ticked by silently. The air was thick with tension, unspoken thoughts, labored heartbeats. Neither of them moved. Finally, one of the stabled horses snuffled. Jake glanced in that direction. He looked down at his feet, rolling one back on its heel and inspecting the toe of his boot as though he'd never seen it before. He shoved his hands into the hip pockets of his pants, but removed them as though he'd touched something hot inside. He crossed his arms over his chest. He glanced down the row of stalls, up at the rafters, over at the flickering lantern. At last his eyes came back to Banner. This time, he looked at her. "I think you would do well to leave right now, and let's forget you ever said that." She was shaking her head before he finished. "No, I've said it. It's what I want. That's why I came out here. Please, Jake, make love to me." He snorted a soft laugh, relaxing a bit and shaking his head. Banner, sweetheart, honey, I don't want to laugh at you, but don't you dare laugh at me. The words were brittle. God knows that's what everyone else in town is doing tonight. Jake cleared his face of all humor lest she mistake it for derision. I would never laugh at you, Banner. But what you're suggesting is ridiculous, and you know it. Why? Why? He winced when his shout startled several of the horses. He gave them time to settle down and lowered his voice to a hoarse whisper. It's ridiculous. You're too young. I'm old enough to get married, but not to me, Banner. I'm twice your age. She dismissed that argument. I was supposed to be a bride tonight, Jake, to know a man's love. I've been cheated of that. Help me. I need you. Do this for me. I can't, he snapped. You can. I can't. You do it all the time. That's a helluva thing for a young lady to say. But it's true, isn't it? I hear the men talking about your conquests. He pointed a stern finger at her. Now, Banner, you stop that dirty kind of talking right now. Go on to bed or I'll paddle your behind so hard stop talking to me as though I were a child. To me, that's what you are. She shrugged the shawl off. It landed on the hay with a soft whisper. Look at me, Jake. I'm not a little girl anymore. I'm a woman. Oh, Jesus. His insides groaned. She was a woman, all right. A beautiful, enticing woman. It was a fact he was trying his damnedest to ignore, but his body was making it tough. When had she stopped being darling little Banner? When had she stopped being the precious daughter of his best friends? When had she gone from all elbows and knees, long, ungainly limbs, and untidy braids to soft womanhood? From coltish thinness to slender softness that curved voluptuously, had the transformation taken place gradually over the years since he had seen her, or in the last 90 seconds? Her hair was as black as midnight, a soft wreath of curls around her oval face. A man's hands could get lost in that hair. Jake could imagine it coiling around his fingers, feel it against his face, his lips, his belly. He had acknowledged years ago that she was a pretty child, but this was no child gazing up at him with smoky eyes and a mouth that he suddenly thought he had to taste or die. Her face was sensual and provocative. It should have belonged to a woman without morals. One who knew her way around a man and what to do to make him tick. That face was worn by a sweet, innocent girl. One he had known from the cradle was one of God's cruelest jokes. Her eyes had too much fire to protect her purity from marauders. Framed as they were by arching dark brows and surrounded by spiky black lashes, they were too bold, too intriguing, too inviting for her own good. Her honesty and forthrightness were hazardous to her virtue. One look at that sensuous mouth was enough to drive a man right through the bounds of loyalty and allegiance. Who could think of old friendships with a temptation like that offering itself up to be sampled? The smattering of freckles across the bridge of her nose was impudent. Her skin looked as soft as satin and as warm as fresh milk. Jake didn't dare imagine what it tasted like. She smelled like she had just washed with a soap scented with flowers. He wanted to bury his face in a bouquet of them. She was naked beneath the sheer virginal nightgown. To even think about Banner Coleman naked was a sin, for sure. He had no doubt that Ross would shoot a man who even looked like he was thinking about Banner naked. But what man with a beating heart and breathing lungs wouldn't fantasize about that slim body silhouetted against the soft fabric, wouldn't want it entwined with his own? What man would be blind to the fullness of her breasts which stirred the soft cloth covering them each time she drew a tremulous breath? And hell if he could see the darker centers of them. Damn of the slender legs. And that dusky shadow between her thighs. He couldn't think at all, or he would go stark, raving mad and do something he could be hanged for. But her sexiness came from more than a provocative face and a seductive body. It was her spirit that first captured a man's imagination. There was a wildness about her that begged to be tamed by anyone with enough courage to try. Fiery nature was a challenge any man worth his salt would love to tangle with. If not to break, then to bend to his will. This tiny bundle of womanhood had walked up to him and, with a spunk he had to admire, asked him to take her virginity. But no matter how appealing the thought, there was no way on God's green earth that Jake would touch her. He loved her because of who she was. He wasn't about to sacrifice a 20-year friendship for 20 minutes worth of pleasure. He cursed himself for not taking one of Priscilla's whores last night. Then his body wouldn't be so hungry. It would be easier to say no to Banner. He convinced himself that's why he had given the idea even this much thought. His answer was never in question. He had to let her down, but gently, without risking their affection for each other, without dealing her pride another blow. I know you're a woman, Banner. Frankly, I'm shocked to realize just how much of a woman you've become. Then make love to me. No, that would only make things worse tonight. You're hurt. You feel rejected in favor of another woman. I understand you're desperate. This is a natural reaction to what Sheldon did to you. You're trying to salve your wounded pride. That son of a bitch embarrassed you, and you've got to get your pride back. But this isn't the way it is, she argued earnestly. He shook his head, stepping forward. He laid his hands on her shoulders. That was a risky move, but one he felt he had to take. It was necessary to convince himself he could still touch her and think of her in the affectionate terms of an uncle. And he had to convince her that's how he felt toward her. Banner, let's not talk about this anymore. Please go back to the house. In the morning, things will look different, I promise. We'll go riding together and... Jake, don't you want me? She cried softly. Aren't I desirable enough? Banner, he groaned, pinching his eyes closed. If I were any other woman, would you want me? But you're not. Does it matter that much? It's all that matters. You're Banner, Ross, and Lydia's baby girl. I remember when you were born, for God's sakes. Her heart thudding nervously, she laid her hands on his chest and gazed up into his face. But if you didn't remember all that, but I do. He shoved away and turned his back. His head fell forward and he grounded his eye sockets with the heels of his hands. If only he couldn't see, smell, feel, if only all his senses would stop operating. Instead, they were clamoring, working furiously. His sex drive had always been his downfall, governing decisions when his brain should have governed. He disgusted himself. It wasn't possible that he could have an erection for the little girl he used to push high in her swing until she squealed in glee, but he did, a helluva one. How could his body betray his conscience? You want a man tonight, Banner? He said, roughly. All right, I can sympathize and understand, though I still think that's no solution for heartbreak. He paused to draw a breath. But I swear to you, I'm not the one you want. I'm a saddle tramp, a shiftless cowboy that farmers hide their daughters from. I've done things, witnessed things, that would make you cringe. I shirk responsibility. I'm a wanderer without a thing to my name except what I can pack in my saddlebags. When I do have a few dollars, I spend them on whiskey cards and whores, and I've had plenty of them too. My hands aren't clean enough to touch you. Think about that. I love you no matter what you are or what you've done. It doesn't matter. I've always loved you. I love you too, Banner, but we're talking about something else entirely. He dropped his hands to his sides with a finality she couldn't misinterpret. I'm not the man you want tonight, Banner. I'm not the woman you want either, Jake, she said harshly. You want my mother. He spun around sharply. What did you say? Gone was the weary defeat in his stance. The humility and self-deprecation had vanished. His face was hard. His brows were pulled down low over his eyes, which were busily searching her face. I said that you want my mother, Banner replied clearly. He stared at her hard and angrily. Her chin went up a notch. You love her, Jake. You don't know what you're talking about. Deep down, I guess I've always known it, but it only occurred to me recently. His eyes continued staring at her in that penetrating, relentless way. I think Ma knows, too. That's why she never presses you to stay on here, isn't it? That's why you never stay long, because you can't bear to see her and Papa together. Emotion spasmed across his face. It shimmered off him like heat waves off the arid prairie in the summertime. Ross is the finest man I've ever met. My best friend Banner softened and smiled. I know that, Jake. You probably love Papa just as much as you love her, only in a different way. But don't insult me by denying you love Mama. I know you do. He turned away from her again, but not completely, only a quarter turn so that she saw him in profile. He drove his fingers through his hair, then laced them together and bounced them against each other. His face was ravaged by guilt and regret. Banner's heart swelled with compassion. She had played her trump card and it had turned out to be a winning move, but there was no glory in her victory. She had always suspected the reason for Jake's self-imposed loneliness. Now her suspicion was confirmed. She stepped around him and pressed herself against him, locking her arms around his waist as she had when she was a child, only this time it was vastly different. It was surprising how good his body felt against hers. He was taller than Grady, harder, leaner. Something stirred inside her, something wonderful, something forbidden, made more wonderful because of its forbidden nature. "It's all right, Jake. I didn't say that to make you feel bad. Your mother and I are probably the only ones who have guessed, and we wouldn't tell anybody. You can't help loving her." She raised her head from his chest. "Since you can't have her tonight, take me." Her hair fell away from her face to sift over her shoulders and down her back. Without thinking about it, Jake's arms went around her. He was still dazed by Banner's perception of the feelings he had harbored for Lydia all these years, ever since he first saw her lying near death in a rainy forest in Tennessee. "You're alone, Jake, yearning for a woman you've loved for years, but she loves someone else, belongs to him, and always will. I was supposed to become a woman tonight. I doubt I'll ever risk loving a man after the way Grady humiliated me, but I need to know I'm capable of winning a man's love. Give me my confidence back." She raised her hands and touched his face. Her fingertips glided over it, acquainting her sense of touch with each rugged contour, each prominent bone. She indulged her curiosity and found the sideburns as coarse as she had suspected and the lobes of his ears as soft. She traced the stern lines curving down from the sides of his mouth. "We're exactly what the other needs. Let's give each other comfort and love tonight, Jake." Her gentle touches had roused him from his trance. They also served to give her words credence. His hands opened wide across her back and drew her close. He buried his face in her hair so like Lydia's in texture. He moaned when her body naturally curved up to fit his. "We can't do this, Banner. We can. I'm the last thing you need. You're the only one I would consider asking to do this. You're a virgin, yes. I'll hurt you. You couldn't. You'll suffer for this later. I'll suffer more if you don't." Her lips touched his throat where his shirt was opened. His skin was warm. He sighed and nipped her shoulders lightly. "This is wrong. How could this be wrong? You used to kiss my scrapes and bruises to make them well. Kiss me now, Jake. Take away this terrible pain inside me, even if you must pretend I'm my mother." His mouth met hers even before she had finished speaking. A gentle brush of lips, an exchange of breath, pedal soft but electric again, longer this time. Then he pressed his mouth over hers and stayed. Her arms timidly went around his neck. He felt the peaks of her breasts against his chest and almost forgot to go slowly. His mouth moved over hers hungrily now. He slanted it across hers until her lips parted. He swept her mouth with his tongue. She reacted with a startled catch of her breath and a jolt of her body that straightened it and pulled it up hard and high against his, as though someone had tugged sharply on a string at the top of her head. He got lost, irretrievably lost, in her taste and scent and softness. Moments later, they fell to the bed on the hay. "Banner, Banner," his breathing was choppy. "Stop this, I can't now, and it's wrong. Please, Jake, love me." All the objections he had lined up in his mind were shot down like targets in a gallery as he slipped the gown off one shoulder and touched her throat with his open mouth. He reached between their bodies, adjusted their clothing, her bare skin caressing his, her femininity cradling him. Soft and yielding woman flesh, the road to hell was paved with silk. Oh God, help me not to do this, he prayed. But God was otherwise occupied and didn't hear Jake Langston's fervent prayer. He lay on his back, staring at the rafters and listening to her quiet weeping. He turned his head in her direction. He laid a hand on her shoulder. "Banner!" The name rent his throat. She lay on her side, facing away from him. At his touch, she curled into a tighter ball and pressed her face deeper into her sheltering arm. Jake rolled to a sitting position, glanced back down at her, and called himself every filthy name he could think of. Coming to his feet, he rebuttoned his pants and stalked out of the barn. giving her the time alone he knew she needed. Banner knew the moment he stepped outside. She turned on her back and wiped at her eyes until they stung. She sat up slowly, coming up first on her elbows, pausing to draw restorative breaths, then sitting up all the way, shaking hands smoothed her hair, which was littered with hay. She picked up the shawl, shook it out, and wrapped it around herself, then struggled to stand. Her hand stifled another series of sobs when she saw the blood stain on his blanket. Mortification made her dizzy, and for a moment she leaned against the wall of the stall in an attempt to regain her equilibrium before starting the long walk to the door of the barn. The cool air outside relieved her skin of its fever. The relief was temporary. From the corner of her eye, she saw movement and glanced in that direction. Jake was propped against the wall of the barn in the shadows. He pushed himself away from its support the instant he saw her and took a hesitant step forward. "Banner?" He stared forlornly into her shattered features, which the faint moonlight only emphasized. He saw the haunted expression in her eyes, the tears welling in them. The damp tracks down her pale cheeks testified that she hadn't been able to contain all of them. Her lips were swollen and beard abraded. His plundering hands had wreaked havoc on her hair. She was pitiably clutching the shawl around her as though afraid he would snatch it away and take her again. Quickly she turned away from him and fled toward the house, disappearing into the shadows of the front porch. Jake slumped against the wall of the barn. The back of his head thumped against the whitewashed planks as he grimaced ferally at the sky. Shit. Banner had thought yesterday was the worst day of her life. She had been wrong. Today she had not only Grady Sheldon to despise, but herself as well for the disgraceful thing she had done last night. Hugging herself as though she had an excruciating pain in her middle, she lay on the bed and drew her knees up to her chest. What had possessed her to do it? Her motives had been pure. She had thought that taking such a drastic step would rid her of despair. Jake had been right. It had only compounded her shame. Jake, what does he think of me? He had always worshipped Lydia, keeping her on a pedestal above all other women. Intuitively, Banner knew that was why he had never married, why he had never gotten close to a decent woman he would consider marrying. He wasn't being unfaithful to his love for Lydia when he took whores because his heart wasn't involved. He could be forgiven having to appease his flesh, but his soul had remained committed to Lydia. He had loved Banner because she was Lydia's daughter. But now Jake would know she was no better than Wanda Burns. She had thrown herself at him and begged him to make love to her. The utter amazement on his face when she had first approached him haunted her even now. He had been shocked by her brazenness, probably repelled, if not so before, then certainly later when she had. No, she couldn't think of the actual act. Shame bit into her too deeply when she did. Her recollection skipped over those intense moments and picked up afterward when she had rolled away from him to hide her face and treacherous body from his sight. Her behavior had surely destroyed any affection or admiration he had previously held for her. He would hold her in no higher esteem than he did the whores he had been with. She would mean no more than another notch on his well-marked belt. She deserved no better regard because that's how she had acted. Banner? She sprang to a sitting position and wiped at her tear-bloated eyes. Frantically, she smoothed her hair, even smoothed the hand down her chest. Did she look different? Would her mother be able to detect what she had done? She leaped from the bed and pulled on a robe as though her nightgown would give away her secret. Yes, Mama. Lydia opened the door and came into the room. She had taken great care with this room for her daughter. Into it had gone everything Lydia had missed in adolescence and had always wanted. The iron bed was painted an unspoiled white. Lydia and Ma had put hours into the colorful quilt that served as a bedspread. White, ruffled eyelet curtains decorated the two windows. The window seats were piled with pillows made from fabric scraps and stuffed with goose-down braided rag rugs dotted the floor. Touches of a loving hand were everywhere. And as tomboyish as Banner had been, such femininity wasn't wasted on her. Lydia's brow wrinkled in concern. Banner was standing in front of one of the windows. Her demeanor was proud, but it was apparent she had spent most of the night crying. Lydia closed the door behind her. We were getting worried about you. I could understand why you didn't come down for breakfast, but it's nearly noon. Are you coming down for dinner, or would you like me to bring you a tray?" Lydia's loving concern brought on a fresh batch of tears that Banner struggled to hold back. What would her parents think of her if they could have seen her moving beneath Jake? Shame washed through her like a scarlet tide. "I don't really want anything, Mama, but thank you. I think I'll just stay in my room today." Lydia took her hand and pressed it. "You came down last night. Was it so terrible?" She had hoped Banner would go right on living, climb right back into the saddle as the cowboys did after a bronco had thrown them. "It's not that," Banner said evasively. "I need to spend today thinking about what I'm going to do." Lydia drew her daughter into her arms and stroked her hair. "I would never have said this to you yesterday. Your wounds were too fresh. But now I want to tell you something, and I want you to take it in the spirit it's given." She paused for a moment, carefully selecting her words. "I'm relieved that you didn't marry Grady." Banner pushed herself away so she could better see her mother. "Why? I thought you liked him." "I did, very much. I always thought he was nice." Her amber eyes clouded. "Maybe that was it. He was too nice. I don't trust a man who doesn't have some deficiencies, some minor flaws." Banner almost forgot her misery and laughed. "Mama, you're such a contradiction." Any other mother would be glad that her daughter was marrying a flawless young man like Grady. "It's not that I would have been unhappy. I just didn't think he had much substance. Not enough for you, anyway." Grady had always struck Lydia as being too soft for Banner. He wasn't strong-willed enough for her daughter. She had feared that in time Banner would grow bored with him, and Lydia couldn't imagine anything more threatening to a marriage. She and Ross fought. They loved. They laughed. Boredom had certainly never been a part of her life with him, and she hadn't wanted that kind of non-existence for her daughter. She touched Banner's cheek lovingly. "I think you can do much better. I think there's someone absolutely wonderful waiting for you. I thought my life was over before I met Ross. He felt the same when Victoria died and left him with a newborn. We couldn't have predicted the second chance we got, and look at the marvelous life we've had together." Banner's throat knotted with emotion. She hugged her mother so she wouldn't see the guilt. Banner knew must be obvious upon close inspection. If there were a wonderful man waiting for her, he wouldn't have her now. She was tainted, not by Jake, by herself. Jake was a man, a virile man. If she had harbored any doubts about that, they had been dispelled last night. She had provoked him beyond what a saint could withstand. He was blameless for what had happened. She wished she could transfer some of the burden of guilt to him, but she couldn't. She was fair, if nothing else. She had gotten exactly what she had asked for. It was she who must pay the price. "Ross and I have been talking," Lydia said. "We thought you might like to get away for a while. Take a trip, someplace really exciting. St. Louis or New Orleans, whatever." "No," Mama Banner said, shaking her head. "That's not for me. I'll never run away and hide. This is Grady's disgrace, not mine. And I refuse to let him drive me away from the people and the home I love." She drew a deep, shuddering breath. "I want to assume ownership of my land. I want to move across the river and start ranching just as we planned." Dumbfounded, Lydia gazed at her daughter. "But darling, that's what you were going to do with Grady when you married. You, a single woman, can't do it alone." "I can, and I intend to." Her voice carried conviction. It had come to Banner in the wee hours of the morning that there was only one way for her to save herself now, and that was to exhaust herself with work, to pour herself into a project that would make demands on her physically and mentally, a project that would win her back her self-respect. "I must do this, Mama, you understand, don't you?" Lydia sighed as she studied Banner's determined face. "I understand, but I'm not sure Ross will." Banner clasped Lydia's hands. "Convince him, Mama?" "I can't sit here idly waiting for another bow to materialize. I'm past that. I don't even want it. If I do nothing but continue being Ross and Lydia Coleman's poor, unfortunate daughter whose wedding went awry, I'll wither and die. I need to do this." "I'll talk to him," Lydia assured her quietly. "You rest. Are you sure you feel all right? You look pale." "Yes." "Mama, I'm fine, but tell Papa what I said. I'm anxious to make plans. The sooner I get busy, the better." Lydia kissed her forehead. I'll see what I can do, but don't act too impulsively, Banner. Don't make any rash decisions. Why hadn't her mother cautioned her of that before last night? Would she have taken her advice? Banner honestly doubted it. I know what I'm doing, Mama, she said softly, and only hoped it was true. I just don't want you to be too hard on yourself. Broken hearts take time to mend. Lydia was referring to Grady. After last night, memories of what had taken place in the church seemed blurred around the edges. What had happened between Jake and her had reduced the significance of Grady's duplicity. When Lydia left, Banner went to her dresser, took off the robe, and let her nightgown slide down her body to the floor. She dipped a cloth in the cool water and bathed her face, pressing the cloth to her burning, gritty eyes. When she couldn't avoid it any longer, she looked at her image in the mirror. It was remarkably unchanged, though she felt she had been irrevocably altered. Everything inside her had been scooped out, rearranged, reassembled, and put back into the same mold, but nothing was the same. She touched her lips, hesitantly, reminiscent of the first time Jake had touched them with his. She touched her neck. A faint bruise, so light her own mother hadn't noticed it, brought memories rushing back on beating wings as rapid as those of a hummingbird. It wasn't possible. She was remembering it all wrong. Jake hadn't touched her, kissed her, possessed her the way she remembered. No, but she was lying to herself. Her body told her so. Closing her eyes, she could still feel the steely pressure of him deep inside her, feel the soft soughing of his breath on her skin, feel the sweet persuasion of his lips on hers. No matter how hard she tried to forget, she couldn't. No matter how badly she wanted to block the memory from her mind, the fever in her blood wouldn't let her. Hey, Jake! He entered the bunkhouse and made a beeline for the stove where a monstrous coffee pot was kept full and hot. Yeah, he growled as he poured the strong brew into a porcelain cup. Ross wants to see you as soon as you finish breakfast, one of the cowboys informed him. He asked me to tell you. The cup was halted on its way to Jake's lips. Did he say what he wanted? Nope. Thanks. Jake wouldn't have been surprised to be greeted this morning by the barrel of Ross's pistol. It was a certainty that if Ross ever learned what happened in the barn last night, he would kill him, not even having any compunction about shooting him in the back once. A few years ago, Lee had overheard one of the cowboys remarking on Banner's ripening figure. Lee had defended his sister's honor, and the two had gotten into a scuffle. When Ross broke up the fight, the cowboy had been forced to repeat the crude comment. Ross was so furious he would have beaten the young man to death if Jake and several other hands hadn't pulled him off. None of the women knew about the incident, but the men around River Bend never forgot it. They had always respected Ross as an employer and as a man, giving him wide berth when his temper flared. But after that day, they took pains not to look sideways at Banner, no matter how tempting the sight. Those who had hired on since then were duly warned by their cohorts that the boss's daughter was sacred ground not to be trespassed upon. Jake took a seat at the long trestle table and sipped the scalding coffee. He shook his head when Cookie offered him a plate of biscuits and bacon. No, Ross didn't know about last night. If he did, Jake would already be dead. Not even his friendship with Ross would have protected him from a wrath incurred by his touching Banner. But how in hell could he face the man? How? How did one face a friend when he had just violated his daughter? He had defiled her, sweet little Banner. Self-disgust almost sent the coffee he had swallowed back up. Heard you came through Fort Worth, Jake. Yep, he answered laconically. Visit Hell's Half-Acre? Another of the wide-eyed cowboys asked. Lee and Micah had furthered Jake's reputation with Riverbend's hands, and they considered him a legend. Most were too young to have gone on the long drives. The cowboys who had and were still around to tell about them were revered. I was there for a spell. How was it? Rowdy? Yeah. You go to the Garden of Eden. Way, I hear it. Madame Priscilla's got the finest whores in the state. Trained in New Orleans. Ain't that right? New Orleans? Huh? Jake grinned at their gullibility. What was the sense of disillusioning them? Yeah, I reckon a few of them were. Tumble any of them. Hell, course he did, another said, scoffing at his friend. Every single one of 'em. Jake's like a tonic to them gals. I heard that since he left, Madam Priscilla ain't been able to wipe the smiles off their faces. Look plumb sappy, they do, walking around grinning like possums. Those around the table laughed. Jake only shrugged and took another drink of his coffee. His reputation as a womanizer wasn't one he was especially proud of, though he had done all he could to earn it. He was accustomed to being teased about his prowess in the bedroom. This morning he was too worried about his forthcoming interview with Ross to pay much attention to the familiar banter. Sex, or the lack of it, was often the topic of conversation with lonely cowboys who were frequently without female companionship for months on end. There wasn't a vulgar story that Jake hadn't heard, a lewd joke he hadn't repeated himself around one campfire or another. They no longer impressed him as they did some of the younger men who chose to take them at face value and believe them. The mild insults and exaggerated compliments went in one ear and out the other until one cowboy said, "How do you handle an off night like last night, Jake? Or did you manage to sneak a woman into the barn?" Jake came out of the chair, drawing his pistol from its holster so fast that laughter died in the throats of the other men. His gun was but an inch from the hapless cowboy's nose when Jake asked through clenched teeth, "What do you mean by that?" The other man swallowed a goose egg of fear. He had heard that the easygoing Jake Langston could be mean when he wanted to be, that his temper matched that of a rattler, and that he was no man to trifle with. Now he knew that to be a fact, and he wished like hell he had stuffed his mouth with another of Cookie's biscuits instead of making the jibe that might cost him his life. "Nothing, Jake, nothing. I was just funnin' with you." Jake could tell the man was telling the truth, and he was suddenly embarrassed that he had lost his temper to the point of drawing a gun. Of course, if the cowboy had breathed a word about seeing Banner going into the barn, Jake would have shot him before letting her reputation be compromised. He eased the hammer of his pistol forward and returned it to the holster. "Sorry, guess I'm not in a joking mood this morning." He grinned lopsidedly, but the former lightheartedness around the table couldn't be recaptured. Gradually, the men carried their plates to Cookie, who managed the kitchen in the bunkhouse, and taking up hats, gloves, and ropes left for the day's work. Jake drank one more cup of coffee. When he couldn't put it off any longer, he ambled toward the house. Annabeth and Lydia were sitting on the porch watching the little Drummonds as they played in the yard. "Morning?" Jake said guardedly. "Hi, Bubba," Annabeth said. Lydia smiled up at him. "Good morning, we missed you at breakfast." I walked Stormy. He's still favoring that hoof. "Have you eaten?" He nodded, though it was a lie. "In the bunkhouse." "Where is everybody?" "Hector's helping Mom make a scarecrow to put in her corn," Annabeth said, smiling. "It was scaring the children, so I brought them up here. Mary Nell's studying as usual." Jake nodded without comment. His eyes roved toward the children who were playing leapfrog. How's Banner?" It was a perfectly normal question. Everyone was concerned about her after yesterday. Neither his sister nor Lydia could read anything into it, unless they noted his tension as he asked. "I went up to check on her a while ago," Lydia said. "Her eyes are puffy. She must have cried all night." Lydia was looking at the youngest Drummond's efforts to scale his sister's back, so she missed the quirk of regret that pinched one corner of Jake's lips. "We talked. I think with time she'll recover." Guilt had a stranglehold on Jake and wouldn't let go. Banner might have recovered from Sheldon's shenanigans, but recover from last night, no. There was no getting over that. The damage he had inflicted on her was permanent. "Is Ross in the house?" One of the men said he wanted to see me. "He does," Lydia said, her eyes suddenly sparkling. "He's in his office." Jake tipped his hat to the two women and sauntered across the porch and through the front door. "I'm worried about him," Annabeth said when he was out of hearing. "Worried? Why?" "Ever since Pa died and he ran off to sign up for that cattle drive, he's been like a stranger. Look at the way he lives. From hand to mouth with no prospects for anything better. I wish he'd settle down with a wife, have some kids, and stop roaming all over the place. He's a grown man. He should act like one. Ma's worried about him, too." Lydia remarked, "So am I. You know what?" Annabeth continued. "I don't think he ever got over Luke's murder." "I know that sounds crazy." It's been nearly 20 years, but he hasn't been the same since then. Maybe if we had found out who the killer was and had seen justice done, Jake wouldn't have taken it so hard. Lydia lowered her eyes to her lap. Jake knew who killed his brother, her stepbrother Clancy Russell, and he had exacted his own punishment, a death sentence. He had been 16 when he took vengeance on Luke's murderer. That's what he had never gotten over. The murder of his brother, Lydia, was the only person in the world who shared that secret with him. It was a bond between them that would never be broken. Jake went down the shadowed hallway toward the back of the house and tapped on the door jamb. He felt as awkward as he had when he first met Ross. The passing years and Jake's inevitable maturity had closed the gap between their ages, but guilt was making him as jumpy as a boy about to get a thrashing. Ross's dark head came up. He had been studying the pile of papers on his desk. "Come in, Jake, and have a seat. Thanks for coming over. Am I keeping you from anything?" "No." He took the chair opposite the desk and tried to put on an air of normalcy by propping one ankle on the opposite knee. He took off his hat and sailed it onto the leather sofa against the wall. "I plan to spend most of the day with Ma." "Good," Ross said solemnly. "She misses you?" "Yeah, I know," he sighed. It hadn't been fair, his leaving right after Pi died. But he couldn't take the farming life any longer. He would have gone crazy trying to scrape a decent crop out of that rocky ground that he had tried to convince both his parents was created for beef cattle. But all they had known was farming, and there had been no changing their minds. He felt guilty about having deserted his mother. He was the eldest son and therefore responsible for the family. Every time he got paid, he had sent money home, but he knew that she had needed him to be there with her more than she had needed his money. He had wronged her. Now he met the eyes of the man whom he had wronged to an even greater degree. "What did you want to see me about, Ross?" "The usual, the same thing I see you about every time you come to River Bend, a job." My answer is the same. "No." "Why, Jake?" Jake shifted restlessly in his chair. Always before his reason had been Lydia. Banner had hit the nail right on the head last night. He couldn't stay long at River Bend because he loved her too much. Sooner or later it would become obvious, and that would destroy the friendship he shared with both her and Ross. It wasn't worth the risk, but now he had a new reason. He could never face Banner again. He was solely to blame. She had come to him, yes. She had lured him, yes. But he had responded, and truthfully, without much effort on her part. He had responded hard and hot and hungry. He was the elder. He knew better. She had been hurt, heartbroken, needing comfort and reassurance. She had come to him seeking one thing, yet asking for another. Still knowing all that, knowing it was wrong, knowing he was sacrificing his friendship with the Colemans, he had taken her anyway. God, she must despise him this morning. When it was over, she had cowered fearfully from his touch. She would hardly look at him, and when she had it was with the eyes of a trapped animal. Had he hurt her that much? Was she still in pain? Couldn't he have shown a little more gentleness? Oh no, not him. Not the prince of the pleasure palaces. He had gone at her savagely. Once he had entered her, he forgot that she was a virgin and untried. Damn, she must think he was an animal. The sooner he was out of her life, the better. After he spent some time with Ma, he was clearing out. Today, if Stormy was up to leaving, "I can't stay," he told Ross brusquely. "I'd like to discuss it before you give me your final answer." "Suit yourself. We're wasting your time, not mine." "How about some coffee?" "No thanks." "Whiskey?" "No." Jake grinned. "What are you trying to do, bribe me?" Ross grinned back. "If that's what it takes to get you to stay." "You know, I've wanted you to work with me since we parted company in Jefferson when the wagon train broke up. It was impossible then because of my folks. It's just as impossible now." "Damn it, why?" Ross thumped the desktop with his first. "Do you have another job waiting for you? You said you quit that one in the Panhandle?" "I did." "So, what are you planning to do?" "Find something else." "Why? When I'm offering you a job right here, a damn good job." Ross came out of his chair and circled the desk. Save for the silver hair threading through the dark strands, he was the man Jake Langston had always admired. Another spasm of disgust twisted his stomach. If Ross knew what he had done to Banner, he would be burying him instead of asking him to stay. I want you to be the foreman of Banner's ranch across the river. Jake's head snapped up at the mention of her name. Banner's ranch? What ranch? Ross was encouraged by Jake's sudden interest. I set aside some acreage for each of them, her and Lee, several years ago. I acquired the land cheaply, a parcel here, a parcel there over the years. For the most part, it's undeveloped. I was giving Banner and Grady her share for a wedding present. His green eyes hardened appreciably. You can't know how much I wanted to kill that bastard yesterday. Yes, I can. I felt the same. Jake had seen Ross mad. He knew enough of his past to know that he could be deadly, literally. He didn't doubt Ross was capable of murder and could only thank Providence for interceding and preventing him from killing Sheldon. It would have served no purpose except to bring more hardship on the family. I would kill any man for hurting Banner, Ross was saying. Sheldon didn't particularly overwhelm me as a husband for her, but I figured any father would feel that there wasn't a man alive good enough for his daughter. I couldn't fault Sheldon. I thought he was a safe choice. Since she got old enough to attract a man's attention, I've been afraid that some ne'er-do-well cowboy would come along and she would lose her head over him. You had every right to be afraid that might happen. He would marry her and give her nothing but children and misery while he spent my money on whores, gambling, and liquor. Jake smiled grimly. At least Sheldon had a business, a standing in the community. I didn't worry about his morals. He cursed vilely. I guess that shows what a rotten judge of character I am. Anyway, he continued, raking his fingers through his hair as though to wipe thoughts of Grady Sheldon from his mind, we built a small house on this land for her and Grady to live in. Banner had already told him she didn't want to move into town. Now Lydia tells me that Banner wants to move there anyway, to start ranching as she planned. Without Grady, without anybody. Jake, caught up in Ross's explanation, responded honestly. That's crazy. She can't do that. Ross only grunted as though to say no one had better tell Banner she couldn't. I had promised her a stud and a couple of mares to get started, but she also wants to try raising beef cattle in one of the less fertile pastures. What the hell does she know about beef cattle? Not a damn thing. And neither do I, except how I like my steak cooked. His eyes pierced into Jake. But you do. It's a prime piece of property, Jake. You could do wonders with it. At any other time, Jake would have jumped at a chance like this. He would be in charge. He could run the ranch as he saw fit. Lord, what a temptation, what a ripe apple just waiting to be picked. But it was impossible for him to accept the offer, so there was no need even dwelling on it. He left the chair and went to the window, sliding his hands, palms out, into the seat pockets of his jeans. Sorry, Ross, I can't. Give me one damn good reason why. Banner, Jake said, turning around. She would raise Billy hell if she could hear this discussion. He was sure she never wanted to see hide nor hair of him again, much less have her seducer running her ranch. She'll want to hire her own foreman. I'm sure she has ideas of her own. Ross chuckled affectionately. I'm sure she does too, but the fact remains that I retain control of the property. I didn't think she would want to fool with it on top of all that's happened, but Lydia says she is dead set on moving over there. But, he said, lifting an index finger and pointing it ceilingward, she has another think coming if she believes I'll let her live over there alone and run a ranch by herself. In the first place, it would be physically impossible. Banner's a strong girl, but she's not up to doing the work that needs to be done. No woman could handle it. You can hire other hands. Ross cocked a dark eyebrow at him. Cowboys just itching to get their paws on my daughter. Jake quickly turned back to the window. After everyone hears what happened yesterday, rumors are going to fly. You know how men talk about women? They'll assume Banner had Sheldon so keyed up he was driven to seek out somebody like that Burns bitch. She's a beautiful young woman, Ross. Jake said quietly. Maybe they're right. Maybe they are, Ross growled. But Lydia and I raised her right. She didn't rouse him past the breaking point on purpose. I'd swear to that. And if he had any backbone, he could have bitten the bullet and lasted it out. In any event, I don't want a parade of lecherous cowboys applying for work just to get a glimpse of her. This thing will haunt her for a long time. Lydia and I are worried as hell about it. She's easy to hurt right now. She'll be desperate to restore her self-confidence. Some sorry cowboy could come riding in here and take advantage of her broken heart. I'd kill him on the spot, but such an alliance would ruin her for sure. Her parents knew Banner well. Jake's hands balled into fists on the windowsill. He wanted to send them flying through the glass to cause himself pain, to administer well-deserved punishment. Guilt tasted as bitter as bile in the back of his throat. It wouldn't leave him alone. It ate at him like a cancer. He was diseased with it. Unwittingly, Ross made it worse. You're the only man, Lydia, and I would trust with her, Jake. Please do this for us. Take the job. It'll be the right thing for Banner and the right thing for you. Jake kept his eyes closed, wishing he could close his ears as effectively. Finally, he turned around slowly. He stared at the floor beneath his boots for a long time before he said, I can't, Ross. I'm sorry. $150 a month. It was a fortune. It's not the money. Then what? I can't stay in one place. I'm a drifter. That's bullshit. Jake's smile was rueful. Reckon it is. Reckon I'm full of it. You don't want an old cowpoke like me running Banner's ranch. The hell I don't. You're the best man I've ever seen astride a horse, second to me, of course. He flashed a boastful grin before becoming serious again. Can I change your mind? Jake shook his head. At least think about it while you're here. Jake picked up his hat and headed for the door. He had already pulled it open when Ross stopped him. Jake? Yeah? Even if I would take no for your answer, Lydia isn't going to, and you know what she's like when she makes up her mind about something? She found him on the riverbank that afternoon where he was fishing. Without a word, she plopped down on the grass beside him. Catching anything? Obviously he wasn't. It was just as obvious he didn't care. Did you just happen by? He asked around the cheroot clamped between his teeth. They were at least a half-mile from the house. She smiled up at him, looking exactly like the young woman of 20 who had first captured his adolescent heart. Ma told me where you were, and how did she know? Her knack for locating me when I don't want to be found is just plain strange. Once she found me dallying in a creek with Priscilla Watkins, I thought she was going to snatch me bald-headed. I was 16, he blew a cloud of blue smoke into the air. Here I am, 36, and she's still meddling into my affairs. She loves you. I know, he said, chagrined. That's the hell of it. I went over to her cabin and ate dinner. All of us were there, Ma, Annabeth and her brood, Mary Nell and Micah. But there are so many of us missing. Pa, the babies that never even made it through infancy, Atlanta and Samuel. Luke, he stared reflectively into the water. I still miss him, Lydia. She laid a hand on his arm. You always will, Bubba. He shook his head, laughing slightly. So long ago, but sometimes I still imagine I hear him laughing. I catch myself looking around for him, you know? I miss old Moses that way. The black man had joined forces with them when the wagon train broke up. His former employer, Winston Hill, had been killed. He had nowhere else to go. Moses had been Lydia's friend and champion during those first awkward weeks of her marriage to Ross. As they settled on their land, Ross busy with building the first barn for his horses, and her tending to Lee, Moses's help had been immeasurable. She still considered him one of her dearest friends. On the day we buried him, I remembered how he carried Luke's body into that circle of wagons. That and the way he cried with such dignity when Winston was killed. He was one of the most compassionate men I've ever known. Jake covered her hand where it rested on his arm. That summer changed all of us, didn't it? Certainly Ross and me. She stared at Jake's profile. The maturity there was still alien to her and never ceased to surprise her. When she looked at him, she expected him to be the tow-headed boy with round blue eyes who had found her in the woods. And you, Jake? I think it changed you most of all. He had to concede that. His innocence had vanished that summer. More of life's adversity had been crammed into those months on the wagon train than a man ought to have to cope with in a lifetime. Bubba Langston had grown up fast. One didn't grow so rapidly without its leaving traces on him. Lydia raised her knees, wrapped her skirts around her legs, and propped her chin on her knees. I spoke to Ross, and he told you my answer. I'm going to change your mind. Don't count on it, Lydia. Don't count on me for anything. I count on your friendship. You've got that, but we need you now. Help us get Banner through this calamity. I'm not the man for the job. You are. You've got the experience the job requires. I'm not talking about the work. It's Banner. Lydia laughed. I'll admit she's hard to handle at times. She's willful and impetuous, volatile. She's a grown woman, but Ross and I can't just turn her loose to make mistakes she'll forever regret. I'm not a policeman, he snapped. I don't expect you to be. I expect you to be just what you've always been to her, a friend, an ally. We trust her with you. God damn it, he wished they would stop saying that. He felt like hell as it was. Did they have to keep reminding him of his betrayal? You'll find someone else just as capable and probably much more trustworthy. She'll have that ranch operating in no time. You don't understand, Jake. Ross won't permit her to do this unless you stay and run that ranch for her, the blonde head whipped around. That's not fair. He'll be punishing Banner for my decision. He feels that strongly about it. He told me today, after his talk with you, that he wouldn't let her move onto the land if you don't stay. Damn. He surged to his feet and began pacing angrily. His cheroot died a sizzling death when he sent it plunging into the sluggish current of the river. He unplugged the cane fishing pole from where he had stuck it in the mud and tossed it aside. That's blackmail, he said. Banner won't take kindly to it either. Ross must see how important this is to her, especially now. He does, but he's as stubborn as a mule. If he doesn't think it's best for her, no amount of her tears and tantrums will change his mind. Jake moved to the water's edge and stared into its murky depths. His shoulders moved restlessly beneath a shirt that suddenly seemed to have shrunk. He was being backed against a wall, and he didn't like it. Not one damn bit. Maybe Banner could be coerced, but not him. He didn't like shackles. Wouldn't tolerate them. To hell with it. What did he owe them? Then his shoulders sagged and became still. He owed them everything after last night. He couldn't give them back Banner's chastity, but he could make amends by staying if that's what they required of him. You should stay here anyway, Jake, Lydia said. Ma's getting old. I haven't wanted to worry you, but she's not as strong as she used to be. If you ride off and stay for years this time, you might never see her alive again. His heels dug holes in the moist ground as he turned and fixed Lydia with an accusatory blue stare. She lowered her eyes guiltily. Ma's as strong as a horse, he said. You're blackmailing me too, Lydia. She came to her feet with an agility and grace that belied her age. Moving close to him, she tilted her head back and met his gaze squarely. All right, I'm not fighting fair. But I'm fighting for my daughter's life, and where she's concerned, I have no pride. She needs you. We all do. I'm asking you, please, Jake, stay this time. Don't leave us. He gazed down into the face that was never far from his conscious mind. He had loved it for so long he barely remembered a time when he didn't. He felt his defenses weakening, unraveling like an old rope. When Lydia asked anything of him, could he refuse her? He had killed for her once. Rid her of the stepbrother who had brought her nothing but disgrace and misery. That Clancy had been Luke's murderer had been a convenient coincidence. He would gladly have eliminated Clancy Russell from Lydia's life anyway. Don't give me an answer now, she said gently, taking his hand and squeezing it. Sleep on it tonight. Tell us tomorrow. She climbed the knoll that sloped to the river and disappeared over its crest. Jake paced along the bank. The grass beneath his boots was deep and green. The trees overhead were lush with new leaves. The air was scented with wildflowers. He didn't notice. What should he do? He owed this to Ross and Lydia for being his steadfast friends for so long. But if he worked for them every day of his life from now on, he wouldn't be able to atone for last night. They were sincere when they said they considered him the best qualified to handle the job. Hell, he could do the job. He had no qualms about that. But could he face Banner day after day? His mother needed him. He had let her down. She would never ask him to stay, but she would be pleased to have him settled in one place. And Banner, it always came back to her. She would need a strong back. She would need protection. Ross's argument was sound. Every yokel with an itchy prick would be panting after her. Now Jake would do his damnedest to protect her. No man would touch her without having to kill him first. He was surprised at the depth of his jealousy and the intensity of his possessiveness. He supposed it stemmed from her being Lydia's daughter and convinced himself it had nothing to do with how responsive her mouth was, how sweetly she moved in his embrace, how good it had felt to be surrounded by her. Tight and warm and damn. Will you get your mind off that and back to the point if he didn't stay, Banner wouldn't get her land. Ross could be just that bullheaded and still convince himself that he was acting in Banner's best interest. Having robbed her of her virginity, could he rob her of her land as well? Eventually Ross would come around, but when Banner needed this ranch now to take her mind off Sheldon, was that his answer then? He would stay, just until she got on her feet and things were running smoothly. She wouldn't like it. There would be hell to pay. He'd witnessed several of her tantrums and knew that she had inherited temper from both her parents. Of course, he would make it clear from the beginning that they had to put last night out of their minds, pretend that it had never happened. He would convince her he was staying for her own good. Whether she liked it or not, he would be her foreman. Miss Banner Coleman would just have to get used to the idea of having Jake Langston around 5, what? Just as Jake had thought, there was going to be hell to pay. What did you say? I said that Jake is hired on to be your foreman. As the words fell from Ross's lips, Banner's cheeks paled, then blushed a vibrant shade of pink. Her hands balled into fists and her back went rigid. Her hair seemed to crackle with indignation. She had been summoned to her father's office soon after breakfast, always before she had been able to wrap Ross around her little finger. This morning, with her future riding on his decision, she had approached the office door with anxiety. It had been even more disconcerting to find that Jake was there too. He was standing with his back to the room, staring out the window. Smoke from his thin cigar curled around his head. Banner went weak at the sight of him. Did her parents know? Had Jake confessed? Oh God, please no. The parents who loved her would be so disillusioned if they knew what she had done. Surely Jake hadn't told them. Their expressions were concerned, not censorious. Lydia had smiled encouragingly. Is that one of your new culottes? I like it, and the shirt waist is a perfect fit. Good morning, Princess. Ross had stepped toward her and affectionately kissed her cheek. You're still looking pale. Why don't you get outside today? Give Dusty some exercise. He led her toward the leather sofa and sat her down as though she were made of priceless crystal. Please stop fussing over me, she told them, showing some of her former spirit. I'll survive. She was so profoundly relieved that they didn't know about Jake that she could afford to be a trifle petulant, but Jake was still in the room, a brooding presence. She was sharing space with him, fighting for every breath she drew. It was the first time she had seen him since then. She noticed things she never had before, like how his tight pants shaped his buttocks, dividing and defining. Had his shoulders always been that broad, his stance that indolent, his thighs that muscled? He looked long and lean and lanky, silhouetted against the window. She could remember every wiry inch of his frame and how it felt pressing against her. She was recalling things only a lover would know, and her thoughts made her feel hot all over, though she was shivering. If he looked in her direction, she thought she might faint. We don't mean to fuss over you, Banner, Lydia said diplomatically. We just thought an outing. I'll ride across the river today. Banner had interrupted breathlessly. Jake's long fingers were twirling the cheroot near his mouth. He rolled his fingers back and forth, first one way, then another. She looked away quickly, as though caught watching an intimate act. That's what I wanted to talk to you about this morning, Ross had said. Your mother tells me you want to move to your property and start ranching. Yes, Papa, I do. Ross looked at Lydia, then back at his daughter. He hoped he was doing the right thing. She looked so frail, so distraught. His thoughts turned murderous toward Sheldon. He wouldn't let that sonofabich ruin his daughter's life. Maybe Lydia was right. Maybe Banner did need this chance to get her life back on track. She was a willful, energetic young woman. She would never tolerate idleness. Already their cosseting irritated her. All right, you have our permission. Banner's eyes had filled with tears of gratitude. She had thought she loved Grady above everything else. Now she knew she hadn't loved him nearly as much as she loved this land. Losing it would have been a much greater loss than losing Grady. Thank you, Papa. Jake has consented to be your foreman. It was at that point that Banner had sprung off the sofa as though something had popped out of the cushions and bitten her. She demanded that Ross repeat what he had just said. When the hateful words sank in, she whirled toward the man who was still standing silently at the window. He hadn't moved. He could be deaf and blind for all the reaction he showed to what was going on behind him. Banner faced her parents again. I don't need a foreman. Of course you do, Ross said reasonably. You can't manage that place alone. I can. You can't. Even if you could, I wouldn't let you live over there by yourself. It's only a few miles. I know how far it is, Ross said, raising his voice a notch. Now, that's an end to it. No, it's not, Papa. Banner matched her volume to his. That land is mine. You gave it to me. I'll make the decisions. The land is yours with this condition. That's not fair. Maybe not, but that's the way it is. Will the two of you please calm down? Lydia interrupted sternly. Listen to yourselves. Banner and Ross subsided, but their identical tempers still simmered on the surface. Banner met Ross's flashing green eyes with a pair just as fiery and a chin just as stubborn acting as placater, Lydia said. Banner, we thought you'd be pleased. Isn't this what you wanted? You can't be objecting to Jake. You've always loved him and begged him to stay each time he left. Banner cast a hasty glance toward Jake. He was still gazing out the window as though he were impervious to their conversation. It isn't that I have anything against Jake. Of course, that's not the reason. Banner nervously wet her lips and pressed on. It's just that I don't need anybody watching over me. I'm not a child. Don't you think I'm capable of doing a good job? Your mother and I have every confidence in you, Ross said. Then let me run the ranch the way I want to. Jake's not going to go against anything you say, Ross said. Jake, we haven't heard from you. Do you plan to do anything over there that's not to Banner's liking? Jake turned slowly to face the room, but Banner didn't see. Her gaze had dropped quickly to the floor. Only by an act of will did she keep her hands from damply gripping each other in consternation. I know what has to be done, Jake said in clipped tones. So does Banner. I imagine we'll work together fine, but I won't take the job unless she wants me to. He paused significantly. How about it, Banner? She simply couldn't. She couldn't look into those eyes and see his ridicule. But she had no choice. Her parents were watching her, waiting for her answer. Slowly, she raised her head and looked at Jake. His face was implacable. His eyes were cool, neither accusing nor smug. They looked hollow, as empty as she had felt the last 2 days. She wanted to go on staring, trying to discern the thoughts behind that impenetrable mask. But she was required to speak. It's my ranch, she said huskily. I should be allowed to choose my own foreman. Jake's lip twitched and his eyes blinked rapidly, once as though a shooting pain had crossed his face. Don't you think I'm qualified? Suddenly she was furious with him. If he hadn't been so damned obliging to Ross and Lydia, she wouldn't have been placed in this position. His defensive tone only aggravated her further. Yes, I know you're qualified, but you've been handpicked by my parents to be a mammy to me. I don't need a watchdog, mammy. Jake exclaimed, taking several belligerent steps forward until they were almost chin to chin. You think I'm going to spend my time over there spoon-feeding you? Guess again, young lady. Do you know how hard it is to build corrals, string barbed wire, haul hay? You ask Ross what kind of backbreaking, gut-wrenching work it takes to make a place like this. You don't remember the blood, sweat, and effort he and Lydia put into River Bend? But I do. Her eyes flashed dangerously. I'm not a fool, Jake Langston, and I'll ask you not to talk to me as though I were all right then, so stop suggesting that I'm going to be sitting on my rump entertaining you all day, because that's not how it'll be. Entertain you? She sputtered. Ross crossed his ankles, folded his arms over his chest, and leaned against the desk. He was enjoying the spectacle. Jake had been responsible for spoiling Banner as much as anybody. It was high time he saw the contrary side of her nature. Rather than her haughtiness changing his mind about accepting the job, Ross thought it would goad him into it. Lydia quietly took a seat on the sofa and spread her skirt around her feet, looking for all the world as though she were enjoying a matinee in a playhouse. Banner's usual willfulness was manifesting itself. She wasn't the weepy, jilted bride any longer. The reversal delighted her mother. I don't expect anybody to entertain me. Well, good. Just so that's understood. I intend to do my share of the work. Banner swept her hair over her shoulder with an impatient motion of her hand. You're damn right you will. Jake punctuated his statement by wagging his finger at the tip of her nose. She swatted it aside. So we're agreed on that point, and stop shouting at me. I just don't want you to get faint of heart once we get over there. I've never been faint of heart in my life. Because not only will there be the ranching to take care of, he went on as though she hadn't spoken, there'll be the everyday chores to take care of, like cooking and pumping water and carrying firewood. I'll manage to keep myself fed, Mr. Langston, but don't think I'm going to waste time puttering over a hot stove when I could be outside. But, Banner, you'll have to cook Jake's meals. Banner's gaze sought her mother's face. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. She was too stunned to speak. But won't he eat in the bunkhouse with all the other hands? That would be damned inconvenient, Ross said. He'll be staying over there with you. We figured he could sleep in that tack room at the back of the barn. Banner's eyes bounced between her parents in disbelief. At last, she looked at Jake. You agreed to live there? The question carried enormous meaning for Banner and Jake. They had almost come to terms with working together on the ranch. Their respective jobs would be specialized. There wouldn't be too many occasions for them to get in each other's way, but his staying there each night, sleeping so close to the house, taking his meals with her, was something else again. That was part of the job. The words seemed to have a hard time finding their way out of his stiffly held mouth. Banner turned away. Possibly, she could have accepted the condition of having him manage her ranch. But to live so close to him, knowing that every time he looked at her he would remember that night? Never. She looked at Ross and tilted her head to a proud angle. I don't accept your condition. As I said earlier, I want my independence. I won't be watched over like a child. Then this conversation has been a waste of time, Ross said firmly, because you're not going to live over there by yourself. Banner smiled the smile that had never failed to coax him out of one more candy stick. You'll change your mind, Papa. Not this time, Banner. If you don't take Jake along with the property, you'll have to do without it for the time being. She shuddered at his resolute tone of voice. You don't mean that? Yes, he does. Jake spoke with enough quiet emphasis to bring Banner's eyes back to him. At first I turned down the job. I didn't want it any more than you want me. But he's not going to give you that place at all, unless you do it his way. Seconds ticked by while they stared at each other. Banner was the first to look away. Mama? I can't argue with Ross's reasoning, Banner. It's for your own good. You'll need Jake's protection. The irony of that struck Banner as funny, but she dared not laugh. She was afraid that if she started, she would never stop. Wasn't she due a spell of hysteria? What a luxury that would be, to scream, to cry, to lose her control. But she couldn't risk giving it free rein, or she might never recapture it. Jake's eyes were blank. What was he thinking? What lurked in the depths of his eyes? Pity? Heaven forbid, was he taking the job out of pity for her? Why? Because she had been made a fool of in front of the whole town, or because she had made a fool of herself trying to seduce him? Had she been that amateurish, her chin went up another degree. She sure as hell wouldn't accept any largesse from a saddle bum like Jake Langston, and bitterly resented his offering it. I'll think about it and let you know, she said loftily. With her head held high, she sailed from the room. As soon as the door closed behind her, Jake cursed expansively. "Damn it. I told both of you she wouldn't cotton to the idea. Let's call the whole thing off right now." Ross chuckled. "She'll come around, Jake. She wants that land too badly. Right now, she's just being stubborn. What she needs is a good paddling to teach her some humility. She's spoiled, rotten, and accustomed to getting her own way. Lydia wasn't strict enough with her. Me! Lydia faced her husband with both hands on her hips. You're a fine one to talk, Ross Coleman. You've always been putty in her hands. Besides that, she inherited her stubbornness from you, not to mention her temper." He reached out and grabbed her by the waistband of her skirt, jerking her against his chest. "And her feistiness from you," he growled, searching for her lips with his... "Ross, stop it. I mean it now. It's almost dinner time, and I have to get..." He clamped his mouth over hers in a possessive kiss. She struggled no longer than a heartbeat before she locked her arms around his neck and angled her head to deepen the kiss. "I need to give Stormy a little bit of a workout," Jake mumbled, taking his hat off the hook near the door and slapping it on his head. He slammed the door behind him when he left, but Lydia and Ross didn't notice. After everyone had eaten the noon meal together, the Drummonds left for home. Marynell was going with them as far as Austin. Amid the confusion of their leave-taking, goodbyes were said and hugs and kisses exchanged. Banner tried to avoid looking at Jake. She wasn't very successful. But if he was worried about the decision she would make, he didn't show it. He played with his nieces and nephews, talked earnestly to Hector about the price of feed, and teased Marynell about her spinsterhood until she whacked him on the head with a tin measuring cup. As soon as Banner had waved the company off, she pleaded a headache and retreated to her room. Jake's seeming indifference piqued her, especially since her mind was in turmoil. If her papa had appointed anybody else but Jake, the thought brought her worrying mind to a standstill. Who else but Jake? If she could roll back the clock 48 hours and erase that hour in the barn from her past, she would be ecstatic that Jake had consented to be her foreman. As it was, her own guilt made the situation untenable. What did he see when he looked at her? Did he see her in a plain white shirtwaist and split navy skirt? Was she forever imprinted on his mind wearing that sheer nightgown, which had been no deterrent for his knowing caresses? Did he remember the instant she recovered from the shock of feeling his tongue in her mouth and had actually opened her lips wider to receive it? She would certainly never forget the wet darting movements of his tongue, nor the slow sensuous ones that penetrated and stroked. "Oh, Lord," she groaned. Did he recall her hands acting of their own accord and grasping handfuls of his hair? And when his body had begun to pump rhythmically into hers, did he remember that she had shamelessly chanted his name like some ritualistic supplicating prayer? Of course he remembered. If her recollections were vivid enough to make her heart pound and her body respond as though it were all happening again, weren't Jake's likely to be the same? She covered her face with her hands. Would she have to sacrifice her dream of having her own ranch because of one night's folly? Wasn't that paying dearly for pride? She had made a mistake, and the consequences must be met. But she couldn't wear a hair shirt for the rest of her life. Jake was obviously willing to put what had happened behind them and go on with his life. Didn't she have as much courage as he? Would she cower in front of him forever? Damned if she would give him that satisfaction. She stamped to the window seat and flung herself against its cushions, her face working with emotion. Through the window she could barely see the trail dust of the wagon bearing Annabeth's family and Marynell to the depot in town. Banner had been distracted throughout their visit and hadn't fully enjoyed having them at River Bend. She thought of them wistfully and with affection. They were family, though not kin. While growing up, she had wondered why she didn't have cousins, grandparents. When she first went to school and discovered through other children this lack in her own life, she had asked her parents about it. Where were her grandparents, aunts and uncles, cousins? Why didn't she have any as other children had? The answers she got were vague and unsatisfactory. When she was old enough to realize that Ross and Lydia were being deliberately evasive, she tactfully stopped asking. They seemed to have no past beyond the day they arrived in Texas. Even the details of their time together on the wagon train were sketchy. This vacancy in her heritage had always gnawed at Banner. Did Ross and Lydia share a secret? Was that why they often smiled at each other in a way that closed everyone else out? There was a privacy about them that even Lee and she had never been able to violate. She didn't know why she felt compelled to have her questions answered. But she was driven to discover who her parents were, where they had come from, what quirk of fate had brought them together. If anyone could provide clues, it was Jake. They would be seeing a great deal of each other. Such daily contact made for familiarity. Perhaps he would open up and talk to her. Inadvertently, he might slip her information that would supply the missing pieces of the puzzle. Gaining enlightenment on her parents' past would be worth any price, wouldn't it? The pluses outweighed the minuses. Aside from its being awkward to face Jake day after day, everything pointed to the advantages of having him as her foreman. It wouldn't be easy, but in the last 2 days she had learned to cope with adversity, and wasn't that lesson long overdue? For the first 18 years of her life, she had been blissfully unaware that the world was anything but rosy and full of love. Innocence couldn't last indefinitely. It was time she became acquainted with the harsh realities of life. Banner waited until supper time to go downstairs, perversely wanting to make Jake sweat over her decision. The kitchen seemed large and empty without the Langstons and the Drummonds. Lee was eating in the bunkhouse. Jake wasn't there, and his whereabouts weren't mentioned. Only Ross and Lydia sat at the table with Banner. She didn't even broach the subject of the ranch until after the dishes had been carried from the table to the dry sink. Ross, seemingly without anything noteworthy on his mind, was sipping his after-dinner coffee. "I've decided to move to my ranch as soon as possible," Banner announced abruptly. Ross arched one inquiring brow. Banner swallowed the last of her pride and added, "And to take Jake with me as my foreman." She didn't miss the satisfied look that passed between her parents, but they didn't gloat. Ross only said good, before taking another nonchalant sip of coffee. "You'll have 2 studs and 5 mares to start with. That's 1 horse more than your mother and I had, and a little money for operating capital," Lydia added. She was at the sink, drying her hands on a cup towel. Her husband's eyes sliced to her. "Operating capital?" he said. Lydia met his familiar scowl levelly. It had ceased to intimidate her years ago. "Yes, operating capital." Ross's mouth thinned beneath his mustache while his green eyes glared. A silent contest of wills ensued. Finally, he was heard to mutter, "And some operating capital?" before he again drank from his coffee cup. "Thank you, Papa, and I'll pay back whatever money you advance me within a year with interest." Banner stood up, holding herself regally, as though he were the one who had come around and not she. "Please tell Jake that." You tell him. He's your foreman. You're the one who insisted on this period of time to think it over. Otherwise, it would have been settled this morning, since you've delayed him from making any plans one way or another. I think you should be the one to give him the good news. But she bit back her objection because both of them were staring at her curiously. She didn't want them to wonder why she was reluctant to speak to Jake alone. Besides, she might just as well jump in feet first and get used to facing him on a regular basis. All right. The heels of her shoes tapped smartly as she left the kitchen. Her back was straight. Her head was held high. On the inside, she was jelly. She paused in the hall to check her reflection in the mirror. Her hair had been brushed earlier, but the spring humidity had caused it to curl and wave whimsically. She looked pale after having spent the last 2 days inside. A brisk pinching on each cheek remedied that somewhat. She smoothed her hands over her linen shirtwaist, which was slightly wrinkled. She sighed. "Well, I'll have to do." She pushed open the front door and crossed the porch with all the enthusiasm of a convict going to the gallows. What did they expect her to do? March up to the door of the bunkhouse and ask for him? She would be teased unmercifully. Besides, the bunkhouse was the one place on the ranch that was off limits to her. Should she try the barn first? Would he be tending to Stormy? Her footsteps faltered. She didn't think she could ever go into that barn again. The memories of what had happened there were still too fresh. Indecisively, she stood in the yard. As it turned out, fortune smiled on her. She saw Jake sitting on the top rail of the fence bordering the grazing pasture nearest the house. The heels of his boots were hooked over the next lowest rail. His back was slightly bowed. He sat staring out over the pasture, perfectly still. In the gathering twilight, he was cast in profile. He held a cheroot between his lips. Banner approached him soundlessly. He didn't hear her until she was almost even with him. Then his head snapped around abruptly. Foolishly, she jumped back. One hand went flying up to her chest, as if to capture her heart before it leaped from her body. She cursed herself for acting like a witless ninny. I need to talk to you, Jake." He swung down from the fence railing and swept his hat from his head in one fluid motion. Then, as though realizing how ridiculous he must look, he replaced it and nudged it to the back of his head with his thumb. His shoulders found the railing he had just been sitting on, and he leaned against the fence with an attitude of indifference. If only Banner had known that his heart was pounding as fitfully as hers, she might not have been so nervous. As it was, he looked in full control, unmoved, unapproachable, aloof, cool. Her bravery evaporated as quickly and as surely as her breath mingled with the sultry night air. She turned her head to gaze in the direction his eyes had held only moments before. Her profile was cleanly etched against the darkening violet sky. The breeze that had come up from the south was flirting with her hair, puffing ebony curls against her cheek, then lifting them away. She wet her lips with her tongue. Jake's eyes caught the unconscious movement, so innocent yet so provocative. He closed his eyes to ward off the spear of desire that pierced through him. He opened them just in time to meet her gaze when she finally looked up at him. "I'd like for you to be my foreman." "Like for me to be?" She made an impatient gesture with her hands. "I have no choice." "Yes, you do, Banner. Tell me to pack and leave, and you'll never see me again." "What kind of choice is that?" she demanded. "They would assume that we had quarreled. They would know that something wasn't right between us because I had driven you away instead of begging you to stay the way I always have before. Then, where would we be? You'd be gone and I'd be left behind to make the explanations." She ended on a flurry of emotion and quickly turned away. She laid her forehead on her hands, which were stacked on the top rail of the fence. She heard the jingle of his spurs and knew that he had moved closer. But her ears weren't the only sensors making her aware of him. She could feel the heat of his body as it spread over her back when he came nearer. He had ground out his cheroot, but the scent of tobacco still clung to him, and leather, and man, her insides felt weightless, then unbearably heavy as they seemed to float toward and concentrate in the valley between her thighs. "Banner?" he asked softly. "Are you all right?" She raised her head and looked at him. "What do you mean?" His eyes delved into hers, stripping away all the pretense between them, painful though it was. "I meant exactly what I said. Are you all right? Did you have any ill effects, any pain?" Suddenly she wanted to punish him. She wanted to throw herself against his chest and pummel it with her fists. She wanted to tell him that she had bled and suffered excruciating agony after what he had done to her, but she couldn't because it hadn't been that way. Jake hadn't done anything she hadn't begged him to. She shook her head before once again letting her gaze drift away. No. She felt him sag with relief. It wasn't an overt movement, just an immediate lessening of the tension in his body, as though he had been holding his breath for a long time. "God, I've been sick with worry. I wanted to ask you this morning, but, well, there really hasn't been a chance for us to talk." Her failure to respond urged him on. He was desperate to make things right. He wanted her to tell him not to worry about it anymore. He wanted to hear her say that she was fine and well, and that she had forgiven him. "I told you it would hurt, Banner. I expected it to. Then it did, a little. I should have been gentler. It's all right. I didn't want to hurt you." "Please, Jake," she whispered. Her chin buried itself against her chest, and she closed her hands over her ears so she wouldn't hear his reminders. Unfortunately, it didn't serve to close off the words that reverberated in her head. "I don't want to hurt you, Banner. I'll hurt you. "Oh, God, you're sweet." Then a gasp had torn through her whole body. It echoed again and again. Even now she relived that instant of glorious pain, that moment when she had known his full possession. Jake stared down at her, feeling helpless and angry with himself. She looked so tiny and defenseless. The row of buttons on the back of her shirtwaist only emphasized the graceful curve of her spine. He wanted to lay his hands on her, give her comfort, but he couldn't bring himself to touch her before. He would have thought nothing of making physical contact with Banner. He had touched her frequently, given her bear hugs that made her squeal in mock pain, tugged on wayward strands of hair. Hadn't it been on the very morning of her wedding that he had swatted her bottom? He couldn't imagine doing such a thing now. They had robbed themselves of such playfulness. "I don't want to talk about it," Banner said gruffly, withdrawing her hands from her ears. "We have to talk about it. We can't see each other every day with something like this festering between us. We'd be crazy in a week." She faced him angrily. "Why didn't you think of that sooner, Jake? Why did you put me in the position of choosing? Why didn't you just refuse the job and leave?" "I tried to. I couldn't. Why?" No longer ashamed, no longer meek, she was a firebrand again. Her whole body was vibrating with pent-up frustration. Jake was just as agitated. How could he want her again? How, when he would do anything, give anything on earth to take back what had already happened? How could he want to crush that dainty body against his and taste her sweet mouth one more time? Just once more, the memories wouldn't desert his mind. They stayed there in the forefront to torment him like waving red flags in front of a bull. Now he knew just how alive her hair felt when it curled around his fingers. He knew the taste of her skin and the texture of her earlobe. Against his will, his eyes lowered to her breasts, which were trembling with anger. Had his hands really reshaped them, or did he just want to remember it that way? He yanked his eyes back to her face and targeted in on her mouth. He had defiled it, scoured it, raped it with his tongue. Some low-class whores wouldn't even let you kiss them with such intimacy. He had hated himself afterward and wondered why Banner hadn't put a stop to it then. But now, all he could think about was doing it again. He wanted a second taste of the sweetness that lay just beyond her lips, and he hated himself all over again. He turned away suddenly and braced his elbows on the top rung of the fence. Clasping his fingers together tightly, he tapped at his front teeth with his thumbnails. The lines of his jaw were rigid. "I felt like I owed it to you to stay." "Owed it to me?" she ground out. "Yes, owed it to you. This is my way of paying you back for what I took. Don't do me any self-sacrificing favors. You didn't take anything I didn't offer." The muscles in his arms bunched tighter. "You offered it, but I should have patted you on the head and sent you back to the safety of the house." His eyes flickered down her body. "I didn't. I owe it to you to see that this ranch of yours gets off to a good start. Then maybe I can leave with a clear conscience. I don't want your pity." His head came around, and she recoiled from the cold, glinting light in his eyes. "I didn't pity you the other night, did I? Compassion damn sure wasn't one of the reasons I did what I did." He took a step forward and seized her shoulders. "I wanted you, pure and simple. I wanted you. You got me hard, Banner, so hard I couldn't help myself. But if I were going to do it, why couldn't I have taken it slow, not come at you like some?" Later, he could never say what stopped the flow of words. Suddenly, his lips fell silent, and his mind went blank. Banner was gazing up at him. Her eyes were limpid, her lips were slightly parted. He stared back, mesmerized by the mellow expression on her face. In that transference of thoughts, they relived those moments of fierce possession when they had been one. The memory of it refused to be sealed away in the crypts of their minds like something dead. It was very much alive. It seethed between them, a living thing, almost tangible. It swirled around them, an invisible, soundless tempest that shook the foundations of their souls. Just as Jake had trembled at the moment of climax, then it was over. Banner was the first to look away. Jake let his hands slide away from her shoulders. The silence stretched out interminably. They were both embarrassed. Banner fervently hoped that Jake didn't know she still ached for something unknown, something just beyond her grasp. Jake wondered if Banner knew how badly he wanted to embed himself inside her again. "Why did you stay?" "I needed the job." They spoke in hushed tones. They didn't look at each other. This was something that had to be said. It had to be settled now, or it would ferment and become sour. "You could always find work as a cowboy." "Yeah, but that's no life, not for someone as old as me. I need to do this." "Banner, I see." And she did. "That's the only reason?" "I need to stay close to Ma." He was using the same lame argument on Banner that Lydia had used on him. But Ma was old, and who knew when her time would come? I can understand that. But I still refused Ross's first offer. I want you to know that. Why? Because I knew how you'd feel having me around after the other night. What changed your mind? Ross's stubbornness. He wasn't going to give you what you wanted unless it was an arrangement that included me. You and I both know that I could have changed his mind eventually. She looked at him now. She hated the question she needed to ask, but she had to know. Why did you stay, Jake? He met her gaze honestly. Because Lydia asked me to. Banner nodded silently. She turned and waded through the grass toward the house. Well, she had asked, and he had told her. She was surprised and a little frightened that it hurt so much to know. 6, is this all? Wanda Burns, slatternly as always, dug her fists into her hips and confronted her new husband. She had riffled through the boxes he had carried into the shack she shared with her father. Garments and hats, shoes and gloves were scattered over the bare ticking of the shuck mattress. "All," Grady growled. "Isn't it enough? You can't wear any of it until your brat gets here anyway." He looked at her with patent disgust. She was dirty. Her face was bloated. Her hands and ankles were swollen. Her body was obscenely burdened with a baby he still wasn't convinced was his. Why she had insisted that he provide her with a new wardrobe, he couldn't imagine, except that it was just another way to put her claws into him, to eliminate any doubts that she was truly Mrs. Grady Sheldon. "I want to be dressed like a proper lady when I go into town with you," she had said. Grady knew he would as soon die as go anywhere in her company, especially into town where the whispered taunts followed him like shadows every time he passed down the street. He had laughed at her demand for the new clothes, but Doggie's leering grin as he stroked the barrel of his shotgun had changed his mind. Dutifully, Grady had promised to bring some things back the next time he came to their cabin deep in the piney woods. It wasn't distance alone that made it seem apart from civilization. The Burnses had made a fool of him, and he didn't like it. He was going to have to do something about it. Soon, but what and when? "Them things look right purty," Doggie said from the doorway. He stamped in carrying 2 dead squirrels, which he tossed down on the rough table in spite of the fact they were still bleeding. "Is this here husband doing right by you, honey?" "I guess so, Daddy," she said sullenly. "But he still won't let me move into that fancy house of his in town." She pouted up at Grady, and he wondered how in hell he had ever found that sulky mouth attractive enough to kiss. That first night he saw her, she had looked pretty enough. He had ridden out to buy moonshine and found not Doggie, but Wanda taking care of business. The evening had been lit by an autumn moon that hung low and large over the treetops. The air had been crisp and cool. Having just come from taking a bath in the nearby stream, Wanda was clean, at least comparatively so. Her tight, threadbare dress clung to her damp skin and let him know right away that she wore nothing under it. She had done everything in her power to make him aware of her lush body, moving with sinuous motions, brushing against him. She had spoken in whispers as though they already shared a delicious secret. He had had to stand close in order to hear her, bending his head down on a level with hers, but the effort had been worth it. His conceit had been stroked by her every word. He was so tall. She loved curly hair. She had even feigned a weakness with one of the barrels and cooed appreciatively when he hoisted it to his shoulders and carried it for her. What a sap he had been, and it was all Banner's fault. If she hadn't stirred his blood so, he wouldn't have been randy for a female. If Banner's innocent kisses hadn't promised so much passion, he wouldn't have been aching to taste Wanda's mouth. Once he had kissed Wanda and felt the hot welcome her body offered, there was no stopping him. Her body had been pliant and generous. Afterward, he had felt wonderful. Wanda had screamed her pleasure like a female panther. She had told him he was handsome, that no man equaled him as a lover. She said everything he needed to hear. It vexed him that a man of Ross Coleman's stature would be his father-in-law. He was jealous of Coleman, but he was willing to pay the price of living in Coleman's shadow in order to have Banner, and all that being married to her would benefit him. That timberland, for instance. Still, each time he came away from River Bend, his pride had taken a beating. He would never measure up to Ross Coleman, not in the eyes of the community, not even in Banner's eyes. Wanda Burns had given Grady his self-confidence back. She had used her body like a silver platter to serve it up to him. After that first night, he came back often. Each time they made love, it was raunchy and nasty and wild. Physically, she wore him out, but he took pride in the fact that he was virile enough to satisfy a woman with her sexual appetite. He had been talking with some of the men in town. He wasn't ignorant of Wanda's reputation. That's what made her safe. He was having what many others considered their due when their wives were indisposed. Hell, he didn't see why he couldn't keep seeing Wanda even after he and Banner were married. Oh, he liked Banner well enough. She was a damn good-looking woman, and no doubt her body was as alive as it hinted at being. Their marriage bed wouldn't be sterile, but Grady was too pragmatic to entertain any notions about love, though he had paid lip service to loving her. Banner was convenient. It would elevate his standing in the community to have her as his wife because the Colemans were so well respected. That she was pretty and popular with hostesses in town were added bonuses, not to mention the property she would bring to the marriage. She had shared her dreams of a ranch with him. He knew all about the horses she wanted to breed and the beef cattle she wanted to raise. He had listened, pretending interest and enthusiasm, all the while bored to tears, because his ideas about what to do with that land were different from Banner's. He'd let her breed a few horses, even a few cows, if that would keep her content. But he wanted that acreage because it bordered one of the state's thickest forests. He had planned to build a sawmill there, an annex to the one in town. He could triple his production in a year. Of course, he hadn't mentioned that to Banner after the honeymoon would have been soon enough. But there hadn't been a honeymoon. All because of the slut who stood before him now, strutting around under one of the parasols he had brought her. She had insisted on a parasol. Now he addressed the topic she had brought up moments earlier. I've explained why you can't move into the house in town. It's for sale. I put it on the market when Banner and I became engaged. She wanted to live on her ranch. Wanda laughed gustily. I'll never forget the look on her face. That prissy Miss Coleman, she said, imitating a mincing walk, always sashaying around town with her nose in the air. As ridiculous as the imitation was, Grady took a perverse delight in it. He had thought for a long time that the Colemans were a bit too sure of themselves and needed to be taken down a peg or two, especially Ross. Damn the man for making a fool of him at the wedding. How dare he threaten his life? Grady would never forget or forgive that. They got theirs the day of the wedding, didn't they, honey? Wanda sidled up to him and ran her hand down the front of his trousers. He shoved her away. All them Colemans will remember the Burnses, won't they, Grady? Honey them and that tall, blonde-headed man that poked a gun in your gullet. She giggled when Grady's face went red with indignation. What'd you say his name was? Langston? Jake Langston? He went to the table and, despite the sickening squirrels, tilted the jug standing next to them to his lips and swallowed a long draught of Doggy's burning moonshine. Jake Langston. Wanda repeated dreamily. She languidly ran her tongue around her lips, staring at Grady through slitted eyes. He may be a friend of the Colemans, but I'd like a taste of that cowboy. Doggy lunged toward her and slapped her so hard her head went flying back. Shut up that sluttish talk. You're a wife now, and you'll stop those whoring ways of yours, or I'll rearrange that face you take such pride in. She cowered, dabbing at the blood that trickled from her lip. I didn't mean nothing, Daddy. I'm hungry. Get started on them squirrels. Grady, you're staying for supper. I can't. I said you're staying, Doggy spoke softly, but that raspy voice promised more menace than a shout would have. His eyes were beady beneath the bushy brows, and they glowed maniacally. His lips drooled tobacco juice as he smiled maliciously. He thrust the jug toward Grady. Have another drink while you tell me why Wanda can't go live with you in town. Grady slumped into the rickety chair, furious and frustrated. There's a family who wants to buy it. I can't move her in, only to move her out if the purchase goes through. Don't sell it, Doggy said, wiping his mouth on a gritty fist after swilling from the jug. It's not that simple. Doggy slammed the jug back onto the table, into a puddle of sticky, congealing blood left by the squirrels. Wanda had taken the carcasses out on the collapsing front porch to skin. She was slinging their entrails to a pack of mangy hounds that fought viciously over the meat. Grady swallowed his nausea. There was no way in hell he would live with these scum. He hadn't had a choice but to marry Wanda. The preacher had been there, and Doggy's shotgun had been figuratively, if not literally, tickling his spine. He had stalled them about moving her into his house, and that excuse was wearing out. He had to do something before they robbed him of his sanity as well as everything else. He was a desperate man, willing to take desperate measures to rid himself of this blight. Once her decision was made, Banner acted upon it. The next day, she and Lydia packed everything they could think of that was necessary for setting up a household. The boxes were loaded on a wagon for transport across the river. These aren't doing me any good packed away, Banner said, dropping the pile of pillowcases and cup towels she had painstakingly embroidered and stored in her hope chest. I might just as well put them to use, Banner. How do you feel about Grady now? Lydia asked. You know he was forced into marrying that Burns girl? That was the talk going around town when Ross rode in yesterday. Banner sighed and sank onto the floor alongside her mother, where she was packing the lavender-scented linens into a box. She toyed with the decorated hem of a pillowcase. I don't feel anything, Mama. Isn't that strange? I thought I loved him. I guess I still do in a way. I'm sorry for him for ruining his life. At first I was angry. Now, I just feel an emptiness inside me. Lydia squeezed her hand. You're doing the right thing. You're not pining away over something that was none of your fault. I'm proud that you're my daughter. Oh, Mama. Banner stared into her mother's face. It was no mystery why Lydia had the love of two men. She wasn't pretty in the classical sense. Her beauty was uniquely her own. Her coloring was flamboyant, her figure provocative. Long before Banner understood why, she had seen cowboys stop their work and stare after her mother when she crossed the yard. If Banner could have chosen, she wouldn't have selected as her mother one of the refined ladies in town who seemed bloodless when compared with Lydia. She would have chosen the one whom she had been blessed with. She leaned forward and kissed her mother's cheek. I'm glad you're my mother, too. I've always been proud of you. Lydia sniffed away her mounting emotion. Before we get sentimental, we'd better get back to work. They worked diligently throughout the day and into the evening, so that by the time Banner climbed the stairs to bed, she was exhausted and weary enough to fall asleep without any haunting memories to keep her awake. She woke up refreshed and rested early the next morning. Ross and Lydia were already in the kitchen with Lee when she joined them. Well, I guess this is our last morning together, Lee said. Lee, Lydia wailed. Don't make it sound so final. Please don't. Ross groaned. She cried half the night. So did you, Lydia retorted. Ross swatted her fanny as she walked past him on a trip to the stove. Did you, Papa? Banner asked, smiling at him. You're my princess, aren't you? Always. Ross winked at her. Eat your breakfast. I've told everyone to gather in the yard at 8. An hour later, Banner took one last glance around her room to see if she had left anything vital behind. She had a momentary attack of homesickness, but pushed it down as soon as it formed. It was up to her to make her own home. This is what she wanted. Staunchly, she marched down the stairs and out the door. Ma was seated atop the wagon with the reins in her hands. You're going with us, Ma? Banner asked in delight. She grunted. I reckon I have to go and see that things is done right. You'll come see me often, won't you? Am I invited? Of course, Ma smiled. Then I'll come. Lydia came bustling out the front door with a basket on her arm. I brought along some sandwiches. She joined Ma on the wagon seat. Ross, Lee, and Jake rode into the yard. Trailing them were three of Riverbend's hands. Ross introduced the cowboys to Jake. Peter, Jim, and Randy, good men. I picked them out for you myself. Boys, your new foreman, Jake Langston. I'm sure you know him. The three men nodded, and Jake said laconically, "Glad to have you." Last night, Ross had given him the names of the men who would be working with him. Jake had privately sought out Micah. "What do you know about them?" "Pete's the older guy with the gray hair. He doesn't say much. Good worker, though, tough as nails. Wouldn't want to get on his bad side. But I've never seen him lose his temper. Jim is the one with the scar on his face. He said backlashing barbed wire nearly took half his mouth off. Reckon that's so, but I've heard others say it ain't. They say he got that scar in a knife fight with a half-breed Comanche. Ugly cuss, but friendly enough. Best roper I've ever seen. Randy only came here a few months ago, but he ain't giving anybody problems. Likes whiskey, but saves his drinking for Saturday nights when he gets skunk drunk. Cheats at poker, but only laughs when he gets caught. And, Jake, I'd keep an eye on him around Banner." Jake had listened to the recital without comment. At that comment, though, he'd turned his head slightly, his blond brows scowling. "Why's that? They say the name Randy fits him." Jake pondered that for a minute. "What do you say?" Jake could tell Micah didn't want to disparage the cowboy whom he considered a friend, but he didn't relent. "Well?" Micah gnawed on his bottom lip. "I'd say they're probably right," he replied reluctantly. "He's popular around town, smiling all the time. Ain't ever had a problem getting a woman, know what I mean?" "Yeah," Jake had said, slowly coming to his feet and tossing aside the straw he'd been chewing. "I know what you mean." Now Jake eyed the men from beneath the wide brim of his black hat, deciding they looked like good cowboys. As long as they worked during the week, he didn't care if they got drunk on Saturdays or in knife fights with half-breeds. But they damn sure better stay away from Banner. "Are we all ready to go?" Ross called out. When everybody chorused yes, he nudged his mount toward the gate. Lee followed. Ma clicked her tongue to the roof of her mouth and flicked the reins over the horses pulling the wagon. Banner walked toward Dusty. The spirited gelding was tied to the hitching post at the porch. Jake hadn't looked directly at her yet, though he had been aware of her. Now that her back was turned, he treated himself. Her hair reflected the morning sun like a dark mirror before she covered it with her flat-brimmed hat. Her shirt was a startling white contrast to the black split skirt she wore. It was belted with black leather trimmed with silver. Ross had brought her that belt from Mexico when he made a trip down there several years ago to buy horses. Jake remembered her proudly showing it to him on one of his trips to River Bend. It hugged her waist tightly. That cinched waist emphasized the feminine curve of her hips. The culotte fit snugly across her derriere before it flared out and fell just below the knees. The black leather riding boots were smooth and supple and clung to the muscles of her calves, defining their shape. He watched as she placed her left foot in the stirrup and reached up for the pommel of her saddle. The raised knee only served to display her rounded bottom as it pulled the fabric of her skirt tight. She swung into the saddle and positioned herself as she had been taught to almost before she could walk. That impeccable posture was partly responsible for the heart-stopping, mouth-drying, palm-moistening, loin-teasing display of her breasts. But not solely. They didn't need much help. Jake knew they were high and round, and "Damn it," he muttered, and jerked on Stormy's reins to turn him around. Stormy came nose to nose with Randy's mount. The cowboy was leaning forward in his saddle. His glazed eyes were trained on Banner, just as Jake's had been only moments before. "What are you gawking at?" Jake's question carried with it a threat that the answer had better be to his liking. "Nothing, nothing, Jake, sir." "Then get going. It'll take all three of you to drive those horses across the bridge." Randy tipped his hat and spurred his horse to catch the others. Banner pulled Dusty up beside Jake. "Randy looks like the devil's got a hold of his horse's tail." "What's the matter with him?" "Don't you have anything else to wear?" Jake asked crossly. She looked at him in bewilderment. "What?" Where? You know, clothes, the things you dress in? He said impatiently. She glanced down at herself in perplexity, having no idea what he was talking about. He wasn't sure he knew himself, and that made him even madder. Oh, hell, never mind. Just get one thing straight right now, Banner. I don't want any trouble brewing among these men. There will be enough for me to worry about without having to break up fistfights. Stay away from them, her eyes flashed angrily. The only person I'm going to concentrate on staying away from is you. With a nudge of her knees, Dusty vaulted away. His hooves thundered over the pebbles in the lane, but rather than riding through the gate, Banner jumped the fence. Spoiled brat, Jake said, clamping a cheroot between his teeth. Then, grim-lipped and frowning, he spurred Stormy forward to join the caravan. Reckon that's everything, Ma said. She folded the cup towel and carefully laid it on the drain board. Jake's eyes roved around the kitchen. Everything looks nice. I know Banner appreciates you helping her to get unpacked. I started supper, she said, cocking her head toward the shiny black iron stove in the corner. Smells good, Ma eyed her eldest shrewdly. He hadn't really seen her handiwork in the kitchen any more than he had smelled the beans and ham hock cooking. He had something on his mind. She could always tell when something was bothering Jake. He withdrew deep into himself, and as though that caused him to itch, he fidgeted as he was doing now with his glove. Even when he was a little boy, he would lurk around her until he got her attention. After that, it usually didn't take much prodding on her part to get him to say what was bothering him. Most often, it was a confession of some small sin that he was just dying to make. She remembered one occasion distinctly. He had returned from his second trail drive to Kansas and come home for a visit. After supper, he had lingered at the table. She had picked up the hint and invented reasons for everyone else to leave the room until she and Jake were alone. She inquired about his life as a cowboy. His answers were desultory. Finally, she asked bluntly, "Have you done something you ought to be ashamed of?" His eyes had met hers then, and she realized that her Bubba was no longer a boy. He was a man and carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. "I've done something that was necessary, Ma." She had gathered him against her bosom, and he had cried like a baby. She had never asked what that necessary something was, because she thought she was better off not knowing. But she mourned for the boy who had grown into a man and whose growing process had been so painful. He had that same look about him now, a bleak, hopeless look that meant he wanted to tell her something he couldn't quite bring himself to talk about. Of course, she had always known he loved Lydia Coleman. She suffered with him for that, too. She suspected that Lydia also knew. They had shared secrets and innermost thoughts with each other for years, but that was one subject that was never broached. It was as though they were afraid if they ever spoke of it aloud, things would never be the same between them. And they were right. Jake lifted his eyes from the glove he had been fiddling with. Ma had poured him a cup of coffee. It sat cooling near his hand, untasted. "You haven't said anything about me staying on here." Ma sat down in the chair across from him. "You haven't asked me. I'm asking now." She drew a deep breath that expanded her massive chest even more. "I'm glad you're settling down somewhere. I didn't like going to bed every night wondering where you were. It's selfish, I reckon, but I'd like to have each and every one of you gathered around me all the time." He smiled sadly. "You've had to give up so many of us." She wiggled her nose dismissively. "Lots of women have buried their husband and children. I ain't no different." He had tossed the glove aside and had taken up twirling the coffee mug round and round in an endless pattern. Ma knew he wasn't finished talking yet. Whatever was pricking his conscience was still there. "Do you think it'll work out, me and Banner working here together?" Ma's mind snapped closed around his words like a steel trap on a baited animal. Banner, Banner, could it be? She watched Jake closely without his knowing. He was squirming in his chair like there were ants in his britches. His fingers moved restlessly around the cup as though it were hot. He showed all the symptoms. Yep, that was it. Something having to do with Banner. The girl was a lot like her mother. Attractive in a lusty sort of way men couldn't ignore. But Jake and Banner, that would take some getting used to. Their age difference alone, 17, no 18 years. He'd always treated her like a kid sister. Still, stranger things had happened. I reckon it will, Ma said offhandedly. She'll be a handful, make no mistake. She hauled herself up to stir the beans bubbling on the stove. That gal's been spoiled all her life by everybody at River Bend, including me. She's had a disappointment, the first big one in her life. I didn't cotton much to that Sheldon feller. If you ask me, this is the best thing that could have happened to her. She had to learn sometime that life ain't gonna cater to Miss Banner Coleman's every wish. That might sound mean, but, I love that young'un like she was my own. Still, I know she's stubborn and headstrong. She's like a keg of dynamite ready to be set off. And the man who does that will either regret for the rest of his days that he sparked that fuse, or be damn glad that'll depend on the man. She saw his Adam's apple take a plunge before working itself back up to its rightful position. It was Banner, all right. Ma turned her back and salted the beans. How do you know it'll be a man that sets her off? Ma laughed. 'Cause she's her mama's daughter, that's why, and her papa's, and she's grown up feeling that heat between the two of them. The ways of men and women ain't foreign to her. You know what I think? What? Jake asked in a voice that sounded like it didn't belong to him. I don't think she was itching to marry that Grady Sheldon as much as she was itching to marry. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't know anything about that. Jake stood up suddenly and carried his coffee cup to the sink, pumping water over it and rinsing it out. He glanced out the window. Banner was bidding her family goodbye. Lee bent down and kissed her cheek. She slapped him lightly. He socked her in the stomach. They laughed together. Ross and Lydia, their arms linked around each other's waists, smiled on lovingly. But I'll tell you one thing, Jake said sternly, spinning around and surprising his mother with his vehemence. Ross has given me a job to do. It's a damn good job, and I'm glad to have it. But it's going to involve a lot of hard work. I'm not going to put up with any shenanigans from Banner. I'm damn sure not going to stand for any of her tantrums. And the sooner she gets that through her head, the better. With that, he yanked up his hat and pushed through the back door. Well, Ma huffed. Then she smiled and went to join the others outside. It was time they left. Was the cornbread all right? Yeah, it was fine. Well, you could have said something. I just did. I said it was fine. Thank you. Banner virtually jerked his plate out from under him and whisked it away. Jake's hands balled into fists where they rested on the table edge while he slowly counted to 10. His eyes were squeezed tightly shut as he tried to get a grip on his temper. This was their first evening meal together, the first of many to come. The Colemans and Ma had left. The cowboys followed soon afterward. They wouldn't be back until sunup the next morning. Until then, he and Banner would be alone. How this first night went might determine how the others would go. If they survived tonight, maybe they would have a chance of making this work. When he opened his eyes, she was standing at the sink washing dishes with her back to him. She had changed clothes at some point during the day. Instead of the culottes and shirt, she was wearing a calico print dress. It camouflaged her figure more, but it was softer and made her look more touchable. But he couldn't touch her, so he might just as well get that thought right out of his mind. He pushed his chair back and carried the serving dishes to the sink. You don't have to, she said, when he set them on the drain board. I know I don't have to. You don't have to cook my supper either, but that was part of the deal. I want to help you, so let's not argue over it. He used the cajoling tone he had used on her when she was a little girl. It had never failed to draw her out of a pouting mood, but it wasn't a little girl's face that turned up to his. It was a woman's, soft in the lamplight, damp from having her hands in hot dishwater, rosy and freckled from hours spent outside today. Her eyes were remarkable. He had always thought Lydia's were, but Banner's were even rarer. He could see his reflection in their green and gold depths and could almost laugh at the stupefied look on his face. He wore the duped expression of a man who had just walked into an invisible wall. But he couldn't have conjured up a laugh if his life had depended on it. any more than he could conjure up the willpower to look away. The walls of the house closed around them like a gentle fist. It was a small house, having only a front room, a bedroom on one side and this kitchen on the other. It had been designed and built with plans to add on later, but now its miniature size seemed to squeeze them closer together. The pervading silence contributed to the intimacy. "You're as touchy as a rattler, Banner," he whispered. Did he fear he would break the spell if he spoke out loud? "So are you." "I guess I am." "You take offense at everything I say. We can't tease each other anymore, can we?" "No. I can't go back to treating you the way I did before." She sucked in a tremulous little sigh. "I know. Things will never go back to how they were before. Are you sorry for that? Yes, aren't you?" He nodded. "I should have thought of that before I asked you to." She caught her bottom lip between her teeth and held it there before she went on. "That night will be a barrier between us from now on. We'll always remember it." Lord, he remembered it. He remembered it with every masculine cell in his body. His eyes, flagrantly disobeying the commands of his brain, dwelled on the perfect shape of her lips. If only he couldn't remember those catchy little gasps she had made as his tongue sampled her mouth for the first time. If only he couldn't remember her awakening when her mouth had learned to respond. Inadvertently, he inclined toward her until his body heat melded with hers and they became indistinguishable. He spotted the fluttering of her pulse at the base of her throat where his lips had pressed, and pressed again. The taste still lingered on his tongue. Her breast drew his eyes downward. Nipples were puckered beneath the cloth of her dress. He saw them and yearned. An involuntary groaning sound vibrated through his chest and up his throat. Beneath the fly of his pants, he was high and rock hard. Lifting his eyes, he scanned her face, the black cloud of undisciplined hair that wreathed it, and he ached to have her. "Banner?" Yes. Suddenly he realized that he was about to kiss her again, and if he did, he wouldn't stop there. He would dip his head and kiss her breast through her dress. He would sip those sweet peaks between his lips. He would cup her hips with his hands and draw them close, as he had done before, lifting her against his rigid manhood. He would do the unthinkable again. Before he yielded to the temptation, he stepped away from her. "Nothing. I'll see you in the morning. If you need anything, yell. Where are you going?" It was too early to go to bed. "Out to check on that temporary corral we put up today. Randy can't drive a straight nail." "I thought he was doing all right for the first day." Her taking up for the cowboy was the only catalyst he needed to explode. He vented his frustration through his temper. "Well, he didn't impress me as being so wonderful. If he doesn't live up to the job, he's gone." With that, he slammed out the back door. 7. The night was incredibly dark. Banner hadn't realized how remote her small house was until darkness closed in around it. From the day she was born, she had slept in a house with other people. Tonight she was alone, completely alone, for the first time in her life. Sleep wouldn't come to eliminate the loneliness. Her ears were sensitive to every sound. The noises of a settling house had never alarmed her. At River Bend, in her upstairs bedroom with the window seats and eyelet curtains, those sounds had been familiar and reassuring. She recognized the shape of each shadow outside her window, but tonight, each whisper of leaves was sinister. The groaning of new lumber sounded like a lament. The shadows weren't friendly. Had she made a mistake by leaving her home and family? She had never understood how Ma Langston could live alone in her cabin. Often Lydia and Ross had urged her to move into their house and use one of the upstairs bedrooms. She had always adamantly refused. Banner couldn't imagine preferring solitude to being surrounded by people you loved and who loved you. It was awful, this solitude. Maybe she had acted rashly by moving here alone. What if she had to live out her days without anyone for a companion in the night? What if she grew old living here by herself? What reward would there be in making it a profitably working ranch if she had no one to share it with? Irritated with herself for harboring such gloomy thoughts, she kicked off her covers and went to the window. At least the moon offered a pale illumination. Her gaze traveled to the barn. It looked new, almost artificial in its newness. It had none of the rustic flavor of the oldest barn at River Bend in which she had played hide-and-seek with Lee when they were children. This barn looked alien. But from one of its windows emanated a feeble light made by a lantern turned down low. Jake was there, not too far away, within shouting distance if the shrouding darkness and stark loneliness got to be too much for her. She took comfort in his presence and was able to fall asleep when she returned to bed. As soon as dawn broke, she got up and dressed in work clothes. Pearly sunlight filtered through the windows of her kitchen as Banner started breakfast. The butter-colored glow lent the room a homier aspect and lifted her spirits considerably from what they had been in the dark, lonely hours of the night. She even began to hum as she sliced bacon and laid the thick slices in a skillet, but her humming ceased when she saw Jake emerge from the barn. Indeed, all of her went completely still. A slice of bacon dangled limply from her fingers, her lips parted slightly. He came out scratching his head and combing his fingers through the hair that looked like tangled, spun gold when the rosy sunlight fell on it. He yawned broadly, revealing straight white teeth. Well, the bottom row was slightly crooked in front, but the imperfection was barely noticeable. Linking his fingers together and turning them inside out, he raised his hands high above his head and stretched with the sinuous leisureliness of a mountain cat. The slice of bacon slipped heedlessly from lifeless fingers. He had pulled on his pants and boots, but the pants hadn't yet been buttoned, and it wasn't so much what she could see that intrigued Banner as what she couldn't see. As he stretched with unself-conscious luxury, his feet wide apart, his back arched, Banner was treated to an unrestricted view of his muscular torso. Her mouth went dry, but another part of her body reacted just the opposite. It wasn't that she had never seen a man shirtless before. She had many times. Her father, Lee, Micah. But she had never seen Jake without a shirt, even keeping her opinion as fairly unbiased as possible. She thought he was spectacular to look at. His shoulders were broad. The muscles of his upper arms curved and cupped into them smoothly. Soft nests of light brown hair lined his armpits. His chest was covered with a network of crisp golden hair, light against the coppery hue of his skin. Almost hidden in that fair pelt were flat brown nipples that were pebbling under the kiss of cool morning air. Banner swallowed and pressed her knees tightly together. The muscles of Jake's chest could have been the handiwork of a sculptor's fingers. He was lean, but every rippling chord was clearly defined. His chest tapered down to a hard, flat stomach and an even trimmer abdomen. A sleek line of hair connected that forest on his chest with the thatch that swirled around his navel. It grew darker and denser there. Banner's eyes tracked it until it disappeared into the V made by his opened waistband. Her curiosity went wild. Why had he hitched his pants up quite so high? Strange, she thought, that she had lain with this man, yet this was the first time she had seen him any way but fully clothed. Pride welled inside her. He was magnificent, beautiful, golden, and lean. At least she didn't have to be humiliated by the fact that her first and possibly only lover had been someone undesirable. Jake lowered his arms and shook them out to restore circulation, going to the water pump in the yard between the house and the barn. He bent down and let the water splash over his head and neck as he pumped. When he raised up, he covered his face with his hands and shivered. Gradually, he lowered his hands and shook his head to rid it of dripping water. It flew out around him like a shower of diamonds, each prism catching the sunlight. He went back into the barn only long enough to retrieve a shirt. When he came out again, he was pulling it on. He walked around the back of the barn until he disappeared from Banner's sight. For several moments, she stared at the spot where she had last seen him. Then, as if coming out of a trance, she blinked her eyes and drew a deep, ragged breath. One by one, her muscles relaxed, and the tension ebbed from her limbs. She was amazed to find that a slice of bacon had wastefully been dropped to the floor. Her equilibrium was none too steady, but she forced herself to finish preparing breakfast. Any moment now, Jake would come in expecting scalding coffee and a hot meal. Were her cheeks flushing as warmly as she thought they were? Would he know she had been spying on him? But so what if he had? She thought, suddenly angry. He had no business parading around half naked like that. She certainly hadn't wanted to look at him. It had been an accident. Nor did she crave to touch anything, and that vague twinge of disappointment she felt in the pit of her stomach wasn't because he had been wearing a shirt that night they made love. Certainly not. It probably wouldn't have felt good anyway. All that hair and hard muscle against her breasts. She coughed to relieve her throat of a sudden congestion. When he knocked on the back door, she jumped like a frightened rabbit and whirled around just in time to see him coming in. He noticed her agitation instantly and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing," she said with breathless rapidity. "You sure?" "Yes, of course. What could be the matter?" "I don't know. That's why I asked." She turned her back on him. "Sit down. Breakfast is ready." He gave her an odd look, but did as she said, pulling a chair back from the table and dropping into it. She crossed to the table quickly, bringing the coffee pot with her. She reached over his shoulder to pour him a cup. "Sleep well?" he asked. He turned his head to glance up at her. They froze, leaning forward as she was, with her arms extended. Her breast was on a level with his face. They were so close if he had puckered his lips, they would have touched her. She even felt his indrawn breath against her nipple, which was tight, unaccountably so since it surely wasn't cool in the kitchen. Indeed, Banner had never been so uncomfortably warm in her life. She sloshed the coffee into the mug and pulled back quickly. "Yes, I slept fine. You?" "Fine, fine." His teeth were grinding together, and he was rocking slightly in his chair, but he was facing forward now and looked like he intended to stay that way forever. Lesson number 1, never turn your head when Banner is serving you. He cleared his throat. "That room is cozy enough." Liar. He hadn't snatched but minutes of sleep at a time. He had tossed and turned, thinking of her in the house, worrying if she had remembered to lock the doors, if she was cold, if she was hot, if she was hungry, if she was scared. He had tried 1,000 times to convince himself that he ought to check on her, knowing damn good and well that he shouldn't. It won't be too hot in there this summer, will it? She felt it was necessary to make idle conversation to cover her own nervousness as she carried the serving dishes to the table. "If it is, I can sleep outside. I've done it often enough." He had referred to his sleeping habits that night in the barn. Why the hell had he repeated it now to act as a reminder? Maybe she wouldn't remember, but when his gaze slid up to meet hers, he knew she did. Her cheeks deepened a shade pinker, and she turned away hurriedly. It was then that the pants registered with him. She was outfitted in pants. They had either been a pair of Lee's sized down or tailor-made to fit her because they gloved that cute little butt in a sanity-threatening way. Hell, how did she expect him to swallow bites of scrambled eggs, cooked just the way he liked, by the way, when she was sashaying around the kitchen, fetching and carrying in those damn tight breeches? They should have been outlawed, because if he had speculated on the shape of her thighs before, they held no mystery for him now. They were long and trim and designed to make a man's mouth water. Jake had seen dance hall girls performing scandalously, sheer tights, and none had been as provocative as Banner wearing form-fitting faded denim. Only days ago, he had teasingly swatted her on the bottom and thought nothing of it. Well, he thought about it now. He thought about it so hard his palms began to tingle. If his hand ever landed on that sweetly rounded flesh again, it wouldn't be for a playful spanking, but a caress. When everything had been carried to the table, she sat down across from him. Jake breathed a sigh of relief, but his relief was short-lived. Her front acted like a magnet for his eyes. She was wearing a simple cotton shirt, nothing fancy, one you could find on any cowhand. But Banner altered its shape considerably. She couldn't have put anything into the pockets if she had wanted to. They were already filled with her breasts. Gravy? What? He jerked his eyes from her chest to her inquiring face. "You haven't sampled my gravy yet. Scared?" Banner cocked her head to one side. The taunt was a valiant attempt to put things back on an even keel. Jake was acting as strangely as she was. He was probably still upset over their argument last night, and that was the reason for the tension around his mouth. She longed for the days when they had been good friends and confidants. Hadn't he pressed her head against his chest once when she was crying over a lost kitten? She hadn't had this warm, curling flurry in her stomach then. Why couldn't they recapture that kind of camaraderie? What a senseless question to ask herself. She knew why things would never be the same between them, but maybe they could pretend that the night in the barn had never happened. At least she was going to try. "Don't you think I can cook?" He chuckled and ladled a generous amount of thick, steaming gravy over the biscuit he had broken apart. "I have a stomach made of iron, or I never would have survived eating out of chuck wagons. I imagine I'll be able to choke down your cooking." He took a bite, closed his eyes, and savored it as he chewed. Only after he had swallowed with comical exaggeration did he open his eyes. He smacked his lips and said, "Delicious." She grinned at him and felt much more at ease. "I've been thinking about a name for the ranch. I thought it already had a name." She sipped her coffee and shook her head. "I don't want it to be just an extension of Riverbend. I want it to have a name of its own. Any suggestions?" I hadn't thought about it." She laid her fork on her plate, clasped her fingers, and leaned forward on her elbows. "What do you think of Plum Creek? Plum Creek? That's the name of the creek that runs through the forested edge of the property, the creek that channels into the river." "Plum Creek Ranch?" he mused aloud. His brow furrowed. Sounds sort of, He searched for the right word, feminine. She had wanted his face to light up with shared enthusiasm for the name, and it irked her that it hadn't. "Well, I'm feminine." His eyes snapped up to look into hers, then immediately dropped to her breasts again. This time they were softly billowing with indignation. His hands itched to experience that trembling agitation, and he damn sure couldn't dispute the fact that she was feminine. Frustrated to the breaking point, he said sharply, after he lifted his gaze back to her face, "It's your ranch. Name it anything you please." "Thanks so much for your permission." Her voice dripped sarcasm as thick as honey. She scraped back her chair and stood clanging dishes together as she stacked them. Jake rose from his chair, too. "I don't think the hands are going to like working on a ranch with such a prissy name. It was only a suggestion. I haven't made up my mind yet." A knife slid from one of the plates she was carrying to the sink. She bent down and picked it up, sending a rear in the air. "Oh, hell," Jake groaned. Was she driving him mad on purpose? He turned toward the door. "The hands will be here soon. I've got to get to work. What are you going to do today?" "Start building the permanent corral. I'll come out and check on things later in those pants," with her hair wild and free. She would be a distraction to a eunuch. That's all he needed. A bunch of randy cowboys who wouldn't get a lick of work done for ogling Banner. "Well, before you do, get rid of those britches." "What? You heard me. Why?" "Because it'll make my job of protecting you a helluva lot easier if you're not prancing around in tight pants." Prancing. They're indecent. She slammed a dish onto the drain board. "Indecent," she cried, enraged, but Jake was already stalking across the yard. "Oh, Priscilla, honey." Dub Abernathy's eyes were glazed with desire. His forehead was damp with perspiration. The sparse gray hair, each strand of which he valued highly, was plastered to his moist scalp. His fingers worked frantically at the buttons of his vest. He had discarded his coat as soon as he came in. He always did that before accepting a glass of the madam's finest whiskey. The woman and the whiskey were forbidden pleasures he indulged in every Tuesday and Thursday afternoon, and sometimes on Saturday mornings if Priscilla was willing and he could arrange his schedule. He moaned as he shrugged out of his vest and tossed it to the floor. He grabbed for the glass at his elbow on the small three-legged table and gulped. "Go on, finish." Priscilla stood before him in corset and camisole, stockings, and high-heeled shoes. The corset forced her breasts up and out, pinched her waist to a drastic narrowness, and exaggerated the natural flare of her hips. The garters that ribboned down her thighs held up black sheer stockings that were a shocking contrast to the ivory fairness of her skin. Priscilla delighted in teasing Dub to his limit. His desire for her was so obvious. He was so shamelessly licentious and without morals in bed. That's why she liked him. He was unabashed by his passion, having learned and admitted long ago it had nothing to do with love. He wasn't duped by man-made ideals. Human beings were incapable of loving anyone but themselves. But they could give each other pleasure. That's just what she and Dub did. This slow striptease was one of the erotic games they played for entertainment. For the last several years, Dub Abernathy had been one of Priscilla's regular customers and among the few she handled herself. None of their standing appointments had ever been canceled. She enjoyed their romps because Dub was adventuresome. Unselfishly, he gave her pleasure too. He was a valuable friend to have for several reasons, not the least of which was his standing in the community. Abernathy might be one of the Garden of Eden's staunchest supporters, but he was also a respected businessman in Fort Worth. He served on the board of directors of one of the city's banks. He was chairman of the deacons at the First Baptist Church. He was active on the city council. He was a fraud. That's another reason Priscilla liked him. He lived the life of a sterling citizen, but was decadent. She adored corrupting such pillars of the community. Slowly, Priscilla raised her arms and pulled the pins from her hair. One shining long coil, as though trained to do so, fell over her shoulder to curl beguilingly on her breast. The same lips that called on the Lord in prayer on Sunday morning spoke his name now blasphemously. Priscilla smiled with feline smugness. She threw her head back and rolled it from side to side, knowing Dub liked to watch her hair sweep the naked skin of her back. "Touch yourself," he whispered, raspily. She laid her hands on her chest and lightly skimmed them down until each covered a breast. "Oh God, oh God, oh God," Dub panted. He unfastened the buttons of his trousers and spread them open. Rooted in the banker's conservative gray pinstripes was his rampant desire. Priscilla gloated. She pressed her hands over her breasts, rubbed slowly in a circular motion, closed her eyes, and swayed sensuously. Dub's breathing accelerated. To reward him for wanting her so much, Priscilla peeled down the camisole and bared her breasts. "Make them hard for me," Dub said hoarsely. This was routine too, but it never failed to excite Priscilla. She had this man virtually apoplectic for want of her. He might sway city council votes and expound on the terrors of hell in the Sunday school class he taught, but when he came into this room, she had him in her power, and power was the strongest aphrodisiac. Fingers fanned her nipples, slowly at first and then faster in rhythm to Dub's uneven breathing. She pinched them between her thumbs and fingers, enjoying his groaning sighs. At last he said, "Bring them to me now." She walked forward with an undulating sway that hypnotized him. When she was still several feet from him, he lunged from the chair, clasped her around the waist, and hauled her against him as he fell back. His mouth covered one breast hotly. Priscilla locked her hands around his head, as she knew he liked. The pads of her thumbs pressed into his temples. She straddled his lap and impaled herself on him. His mouth moved feverishly from one lush breast to the other, while she knowledgeably milked him. He lashed at her nipples with his tongue, bit her hard enough to hurt. She slipped her hands into his collar. Her nails dug savagely into the sides of his neck as her pumping movements became more frenzied. Then the businessman who owned controlling stock in numerous enterprises, who eloquently presided over board meetings, who would never think of offending his wife, squealed like an animal in its dying throes and spent himself between the thighs of Texas's most notorious whore, because he had brought her to climax too. Priscilla forgave him the slack mouth that now drooled over her breasts. Gracefully, she stood up and retired behind a screen to wash and repair herself. When she joined Dub again, he was lying naked on her bed, awaiting the ablutions that always followed. She bathed his now naked body with a warm towel. "Another drink?" she asked soothingly. He toyed with her breast. "No, better not. I have a meeting this afternoon." She laid the towel aside. Joining him on the bed, she propped herself on a pile of pillows and drew his head to her breast, as was their ritual. This was the most valuable part of their liaison. She enjoyed the sex, but the information she gleaned in the aftermath couldn't be obtained anywhere else. "How is my railroad stock doing?" "You've already doubled your investment," he mumbled between kisses to her neck. "Just as I said, that steel company is doing well too? Would you like to invest in a racehorse?" "Sounds like fun. I'll keep an eye on his training and let you know." He raised himself up slightly to see her better. A stubby finger drew circles around one breast. "Speaking of horses, didn't you tell me once that you knew the Colemans of Riverbend over in Larson County?" Her fingers, which had been lightly scratching his back, became still. "Yes. What about them? I heard some gossip the other day. Seems they have a daughter. I knew that. She just got married. Dub chuckled. She was supposed to. But the wedding got interrupted by a white trash moonshiner. He dragged his pregnant daughter into the church and declared that the bridegroom was the baby's father. Priscilla's eyes lit up, her mind conjuring up the unpleasant scene. No, I swear that's the story going around. One of my clients was invited to the wedding, he told me, and he has no reason to lie. What happened? Dub filled her in on the facts as he knew them. This fellow she was marrying, Grady or Brady Sheldon, I think was his name, was forced into marrying the moonshiner's daughter instead of the Coleman girl. What did the Colemans do? Struck off for home surrounded by their friends and allies. Jake Langston, Priscilla thought. She hated to think of him resting in the bosom of the Colemans, but it gave her secret satisfaction to know that Lydia's daughter hadn't been able to hold her man. Thanks for telling me, she cooed to Dub. To compensate him. She ran her hand down between their bodies. Jesus, girl, are you trying to kill me? He asked on a gasping breath when her fingers enfolded him. You don't like it? Her tongue lapped his ear. He liked it very much, and it didn't take her long to coax back his desire. This time he was stronger and more potent than before. He slumped atop her, but he was jubilant. It did his self-image a supreme amount of good each time he took Priscilla. His wife, so prim and proper, had no inkling that humans could perform the acts he and Priscilla engaged in. Mrs. Abernathy had never given him satisfaction, and he had only sired one less than enchanting daughter out of her. Wasn't a man deserving of such pleasures as Priscilla afforded when he worked as hard as he did? He justified his sport, but it worked to salve what little conscience Dub Abernathy retained. Priscilla was helping him with his coat when he brought up a subject of interest to them both. Sweetheart, I must caution you to beware. Of what? The Women's Society is organizing a new movement to have Hell's Half-Acre wiped off the map. Priscilla picked up a hairbrush and pulled it through her hair. They've tried before, she said airily. They always fail. Dub looked grim. Maybe not this time. They've got the backing of our new hellfire and brimstone preacher. She laid the brush aside and spun around. I thought you were going to keep him from coming here. He shrugged. I tried. I was outvoted. He laid his hands on her shoulders. He means business, Priscilla. He's a fanatic and he's getting a lot of backing. People are siding with him. Maybe farmers and stupid. No, businessmen. She squirmed away from his hands and began to pace. But damn it, we're good for Fort Worth's business community. If they shut us down, the whole economy would feel the effect. The cowboys would stop coming here to spend their money. The saloons aren't the only places that profit from their patronage, you know. Every business in town enjoys the traffic we bring through here. She picked up a fan, drew her finger along the silk, and tossed it back down on her vanity. She was vexed. There was no mistaking that. They preach and rant and rave about us, but it's been understood for years that their protests are all for show. They like having us here. Dub was impatient with her refusal to see things as they were. They have been before, but business is good without the cowboys. More and more families are moving in. They want to make this a safe city for respectable folks. Priscilla made a rude sound, but Dub pressed home his point. Fort Worth is no longer just a cowboy's playground, a place for him to gamble away his money, get roaring drunk, and catch a dose of the clap. She faced him. Do something. Dub, calm them down. Make some grandstanding gesture to satisfy them the way you have in the past. Remember the picket lines last year? Nearly every sign carrier was a customer of mine. They organized that protest to placate their wives, and it worked. It'll work again. He hadn't intended to get her so riled. He could see the writing on the wall, whether Priscilla could or not. The days were numbered for the Garden of Eden. Priscilla would still be a rich woman. She had enough well-paying business interests to be well off for the rest of her life. But Dub knew she loved being the best-known madam in the state. It was a matter of pride with her. No one would take that title from her without a fight. He hugged her and stroked her back. I didn't mean to worry you. Just be aware of what's happening. Things might get hot, but they always cool down eventually. She slid her hands beneath his coat and pressed him closer. As long as I have friends like you on my side, I'm protected, right? Right. He kissed her swiftly before she could see his duplicity. For a long time after he had gone, Priscilla sat and pondered her future. She hated not being in control. 8, they had survived the first 2 weeks without either of them committing murder. In view of their dispositions and the number of shouting matches they had had, that was a major feat. Banner mentally congratulated both of them for that accomplishment as she guided the wagon over the bumpy ground. It was noon. The sun was hot. Jake and the three hands were stringing a barbed wire fence to enclose some of the acreage designated as pasture land. Banner, restless and bored in the house, had made a jug of lemonade and was taking it out to the work site along with a basket of sandwiches and cookies. Her labor of love would win her nothing but a scowl from Jake. He scowled frequently. In fact, every time he looked at her, his brows were drawn into a frown of disapproval. Since that first morning when he had ordered her to exchange the pants for something else, she had defied him by wearing them every day, even in the evenings when he came to the house for supper. Some rebellious demon inside her prompted her to provoke Jake. Why, she couldn't say. He was like a thunderstorm about to happen. She was ready for it. She couldn't stand that dark, turbulent, sulfurous atmosphere between them any longer. Better to have the storm erupt and clear the air than for it to keep brewing. She flicked the reins over the horse's rump. The journey over the rough ground couldn't be any harder on him than it was on her. It jarred her teeth each time the wagon wheel ground over a rock. She would much rather be on horseback, exercising one of the breed horses. The trip to the work site would have been accomplished in a third of the time. But she had needed the lemonade and the cookies and sandwiches as her excuse to trespass where Jake had specifically told her not to go, and to carry them, she had to bring the wagon. She had wanted to work on stringing the fence herself, or at least supervise. Jake would have none of it. He had shaken his head adamantly. It's hard work. I'm used to hard work, not this kind, every kind. It's dangerous. You could get hurt. I won't. That's right, you won't, because you won't be anywhere around. Busy yourself with things in the house and let me run the ranch, that had earned him a defiant stance and a tiger-eyed glare. I've been involved in ranch work all my life. I'm bored with the house. There's nothing to do in there. I have it arranged like I want it. I get through with my chores by 10 in the morning and have nothing to do all day, ride dusty. Where? Around the yard? You told me not to venture off, so take up a hobby, but stay away from me and the men. As with most of their encounters, he had stalked away, muttering under his breath. Well, today she wouldn't stay inside. It was the first day that truly felt like summer, and she wanted to be outside to enjoy it. She drew the wagon to a halt beneath a shade tree at a point where the meadow began to blend into the forest. Upon seeing her, the three hands stopped to mop their brows with the backs of their sleeves. A terse word from Jake, which Banner couldn't hear, called their attention immediately back to the fence. She hopped down from the wagon, took the jug and basket from the back, and set out to cover the remaining distance on foot. I thought you all deserved a rest, she called out cheerfully. Her gaiety was a deliberate taunt to the thunderous look Jake was giving her. She ignored him and beamed upon the other three men. Lemonade, sandwiches, and cookies. That's a regular picnic, Randy drawled, whipping off his hat and bowing gallantly. Banner's giggle went through Jake's gut like a serrated blade. Just look at her, he thought, flaunting herself in those damn pants. He hated them. No, he liked them a lot. But so did the other men, and that's what he couldn't tolerate. He knew she only wore them to aggravate him, that he could stand. It was the way the men looked at Banner when she wore the pants that set his teeth on edge. That's right, nice of you. Jim's scarred mouth fashioned itself into a facsimile of a smile. Pete didn't say anything, but he eyed the basket appreciatively. Without even consulting him, the men began to dig into the lunch she had brought and to pass around the jug of lemonade. They exchanged pleasantries with Banner like this was a Sunday social instead of a workday. None of them thought to ask if it was all right if they took this break. He was their foreman, wasn't he? But Miss Coleman was the owner of the ranch. As much as he would like to reprimand her as a family friend for flirting dangerously with women-hungry men, And as a foreman for jeopardizing his authority, he didn't say a word. Instead, he turned away and began stretching the wire around the post they had just driven into the ground. "Jake, don't you want any?" Banner asked. Her hair was iridescent in the bright sunlight, as sleek as a raven's wing. It seemed a living thing with its riot of waves and curls that she didn't have the decency to bind up or hide under a modest bonnet. Her cheeks were flushed with color. He could barely see her eyes through the forest of dark lashes as she squinted up at him, but he knew they were mocking. He wanted nothing more than to kiss that smirk right off her lips. No thanks. Suit yourself. She turned her back on him and gave her full attention to Randy, whose voice had turned to the consistency of melting butter. The cowboy had a real knack for making her laugh, for making her throw back her head, sending that ebony wealth of hair shimmering down her back. When she did, her throat was exposed, not to mention that V of chest between the collar of the ordinary work shirt. Was it Jake's imagination, or did it fit tighter across her breasts today? He picked up a hammer, drove a nail into the fence post, and managed to catch his thumbnail between the two. His elaborate profanity brought a momentary halt to the joviality going on only a few yards from him. But it resumed when Banner asked Randy to tell her about the last rodeo he had entered. Jake had won numerous purses in rodeos. Had she ever asked him about his prizes? No. She then engaged the men in a spontaneous roping contest. When Randy succeeded in lassoing the fence post for the third straight time, and Banner laid her hand on his arm in worshipful awe, Jake went over the edge. "Party time's over," he barked. He tossed down his hammer and confronted them as though daring anyone to contradict him. He threatened them all with the glacial stare that had intimidated many a brawny cowboy. Jim and Pete thanked Banner and humbly went back to their tasks. They had better sense than to tangle with Jake. He was a fair foreman. He didn't demand more of them than he gave himself. But they had sensed that where the girl was concerned, he was as ornery as a mama bear. Randy wasn't so perceptive. "Let me carry these things back to the wagon for you, Banner." Why? Thank you, Randy. Since when were they on a first-name basis, Jake wondered. He couldn't object to Randy's offer to help her without looking like a cad. So he gritted his teeth when Banner smiled up at him and said, "You're doing a fine job here, Jake," as though he was no more to her than a lowly hired hand. Jake watched her walking away with Randy, her face tilted up at him coquettishly. His jaw bunched. Ross had entrusted him to protect her from just that sort of infatuation. But how in hell was he supposed to do that when she looked the way she did and used every female wile she possessed to keep those cowboys' blood stirred up? Banner's mind wasn't on the jolly conversation she was having with Randy. She was looking into his face with its lazy smile, but she was seeing Jake, his cold eyes and the hateful way he looked at her. Did he despise her that much? She and Randy arrived at the wagon and he stored the basket and jug in the back. She was just about to hoist herself onto the seat when he forestalled her. "Oops, oops, Banner, hold real still, honey." He grasped her around the waist. "What is it?" "A caterpillar on your collar. He must have dropped on you from one of the trees." The thought of anything so creepy crawly on her person sent her into a typically female panic. Where? Get it off. Hurry. "Hold on, hold. Aw, damn. He fell inside your collar," she screamed and began to dance around frantically. "Get him, Randy. Oh, I feel him. Get him, get him." "All right, I will, but you'll have to calm down and hold still." He finally succeeded in anchoring her back against his front with one arm across her middle. The other hand plunged down the back of her shirt in search of the caterpillar. "Oh, Randy, no, hush now. Quit wiggling." "Randy, please. Let her go." The words were as hard and cold as the steel barrel of the pistol that was pointed at Randy. The two who were locked in the bizarre embrace froze. Four wide eyes riveted on Jake, who had come running at Banner's first scream and was now standing not 3 yards from them, his gun arm extended at shoulder level. I said, "Take your hands off her." He pushed the words through clenched teeth. Randy wet his lips but otherwise remained motionless. "Easy with that gun, Jake." "Get away from her," he roared. Randy moved slowly, precisely, not wanting the man with the frigid eyes to mistake any movement he made. His arm around Banner's waist was withdrawn first. Then he gradually pulled his hand from the back of her shirt. Finally, he stepped away. Banner put more space between them, mutely staring at Jake. Randy opened his fist where Jake could see it. The furry caterpillar crawled across his palm. "I was only getting this off her back." Randy shook his hand, and the caterpillar fell to the ground. Jake stared at Randy's hand. Any other time, he would have laughed, joked at having made an ass of himself. But he was still too shaken by seeing another man's hands on Banner to find any humor in the situation. He holstered his gun and jerked his head in the direction of Jim and Pete, who were standing by the fence post where they had been working, sadly shaking their heads at how foolish men could behave when a woman was in the picture. "You have work to do." That was all Jake needed to say. Quickly, Randy tipped his hat to Banner and loped off, glad to be escaping with his life. "Get in the wagon," Jake said to Banner. She was too humiliated and furious to argue. She vaulted onto the seat and slapped the reins on the horse's rump. Jake whistled through his teeth, and Stormy appeared from out of the trees where he had been grazing in the shade. He caught up with Banner and rode beside her while she kept her eyes trained forward, not deigning to look at him, much less speak. When she pulled the wagon into the yard in front of the house, she alighted and starchily made her way toward the porch. Jake came off Stormy with remarkable agility and went after her. Catching her just as she reached for the front door knob, he dug his hand into the waistband of her pants and yanked her to a halt. "I want to talk to you." She rounded on him, as enraged as she had ever been in her 18 years. "Well, I don't want to talk to you, at least not until I calm down. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll say something that would be better left unsaid." "Like what?" He thrust his face toward hers. "Like you're a bossy, bullying, bad-tempered, me bad-tempered? Yes, you. Your temper ain't anything to brag about, Miss Coleman." "Well, I've had just cause to lose mine. Plenty of times, in fact, from having to put up with you these last 2 weeks. Nothing I do pleases you. You criticize my clothes, my hair, everything. You're cross and grouchy when you come to breakfast and dinner. I'm tired of you grumbling into your plate and passing it off as mealtime conversation." "Anything else?" he growled in just the manner she was speaking of. "Yes, I'll kindly ask you to stay out of my personal affairs, which are none of your business." She turned on her heel and marched haughtily through the door. Jake was right behind her, kicking open the door. She tried to slam in his face. It crashed against the wall but went unheeded. "It damn sure is my affair when a cowboy like Randy paws you. I promised Ross that. Paws me? He was getting a caterpillar out of my shirt and taking a hell of a long time to do it. He shouted, 'What were you screaming about?' I was frightened. Well, you scared the hell out of me. I didn't know what he was doing to you. What was I supposed to think?" "That's my point. You weren't supposed to think anything. So if you start screaming in the middle of the night, I'm to roll over and go back to sleep. Is that it? Assume that you don't need help." Her look was one of undiluted condescension for his obtuseness. "I had a caterpillar down my back, so why scream? I remember when you used to play with caterpillars and mice and worms and God knows what else." She was fighting her temper for all she was worth. She paused to draw in several deep breaths. They might have restored her, but they did nothing to calm Jake down. He stared at the expanding front of her shirt. "I've changed since I played with caterpillars." With his eyes still preoccupied with her breasts, he could grant her that, but he was still too furious to be reasonable. "Well, next time you get any caterpillars down your back, you just call me and I'll get them out. What makes you any different from Randy or any of the others? I don't go around with my tongue lolling out every time you come in sight." "That's what." She stared at him as though he had gone daft. "That's crazy," she said incredulously. "They don't do that, don't they?" He pointed an imperious finger at her. "I warned you about wearing those tight pants and flaunting yourself in front of the men." "Flaunting." She slapped his accusing finger aside. "Yes, flaunting." He peeled off his leather work gloves and threw them to the floor in the medieval tradition of throwing down a gauntlet as a challenge. His hat went the way of the gloves. You strut around here like a queen, enticing them until I do not strut. She said each word precisely. And I don't entice anybody. The hell you don't. I wear pants because they're the most comfortable, practical thing to do ranch work in, and that's the only reason. He leaned toward her and whispered, but doesn't it give you a thrill to know all the men around here want you? She recoiled as though he had struck her. Her face drained of color. Is that what he thought? Did he think that since she had so shamelessly asked him to make love to her, that she would do it again with another man? No, she exclaimed softly, on the verge of tears. No, no. Well, then you had better mend your ways and start acting more ladylike. The next time I might not be around to stop Randy from giving you what you were asking for. And what was that? Jake Langston, what was I asking for? This, he reached for her and pulled her against him with an impetus that drove the air from their lungs when their bodies collided. His mouth came down hard on hers, cruelly, punishingly. Emotions that had been riding just below the surface gushed forth, but not as anger as passion. He buried his hands in her hair, his fingers tangled in the curly mass. He roughly angled her head to one side and slanted his mouth over hers. His tongue breached the barrier of her lips and plundered. Banner's first reaction was livid anger, then swamping confusion. How should she respond? Fight him? And by fighting convince him that she wasn't hungry for a man's touch as he had accused her, or surrender? Surrender to the sweet violation of his tongue. That's what she wanted to do. She wanted to lose herself in the uncompromising possession of his embrace, to savor the taste of his kiss, to relish the sensations that were flooding her body like swollen streams after spring rains. The choice was taken from her. Mindlessly, she merely responded. Her arms went around his waist and her hands splayed wide on his back. All 10 fingers sank into the muscled flesh beneath his shirt and vest. Jake groaned, and his tongue, tempered with tenderness now, delved deeper into her mouth. One hand moved from her hair to her back, sliding up and down its slender suppleness until it slipped below her waist. His hand covered the curve of her derriere, which had tantalized him for days. He pressed, drawing her against him. Banner felt his hard desire and murmured deep in her throat. Rather than being repelled, she moved against his body. She was immune to shame now. The splendor of their kiss had washed it from her being, eradicated it, as though she had never been acquainted with it. Her arms curled up under his, until her hands came from behind to cup his shoulders and pull him closer to her. Jake was equally lost. The red mist of rage that had burned in him only moments before had mellowed to the golden haze of desire. He was obsessed with it. His pores oozed it. Her mouth, oh God, her mouth, it tasted even better than he remembered. Again and again his tongue dipped into its delicious mystery, but no matter the number of honey-gathering forays, he couldn't get enough of it. Her breasts were full and ripe against his chest. Yes, yes, he remembered how they felt beneath his hands. Even in repose they had filled his palms, overflowed them. The soft cloth of her bridal nightgown had slid over her skin as he massaged. His thumbs had skated over her nipples, and they had responded, sweet and hard and small. But he hadn't dared to remove her nightgown. He hadn't seen her breasts as he had wanted to. He hadn't tasted her. That's all he could think about now as his tongue rolled over the tip of hers. What did she look like? What did she taste like? How would she feel against his tongue? A low humming started in the pit of his body and worked its way outward. He ground his hips against her middle in a vain effort to get closer. God, what he would give to bury himself again in that silken channel that had gloved him so tightly, so rightly. Moaning, he tore his mouth free and nuzzled his face in the hollow of her neck, hugging her hard. He prayed that the memory would vanish, that he would find the willpower to release her and never even think the thoughts his body wanted him to act on. He vividly recalled the instant her virginal shield had given way. He regretted the pain it had cost her. But even that hadn't diminished the wonder and the feeling of utter helplessness that had come over him the moment her body enveloped his. He had a sense of inevitability of having crossed a long, elusive finish line. She had been fashioned for loving, at least for his loving. Never had a woman fit him better. He had hesitated to move. It would have satisfied her if he had left her then. she wouldn't have known the difference, and he wouldn't have had to live with the guilt of not only doing what he had done, but of enjoying it so much as it was. No power on heaven or earth could have forced him to leave her then. He had begun to move, slowly, conscious of her body rigid with shock beneath him. But soon she had relaxed and it had become easier. He had thrust, stroked until that dam inside him had burst more explosively than ever before. He had come away from her weak, depleted, but recalling it now made him want to experience that small death again. Sweat broke out over his body. He gnashed his teeth in an effort to conquer the desire that coursed through him and gathered painfully in his loins. At last he pushed her away and turned his back. He breathed deeply, but it did little good. He shook as though with ague. Glancing at her quickly over his shoulder and getting only a vague impression of her pale face. God, she was probably terrified of him now. He pushed through the door and called back to her, "I'm going into town this afternoon for supplies. Don't wait supper on me." She gazed up through the leafy branches of the pecan tree. She had always been a champion tree climber. Her shins had been scraped by rough bark in her efforts to best Lee and Micah more times than she could count. She hadn't outgrown her penchant for climbing as high as she could, seeking solace in being suspended between heaven and earth. Up here she could think clearly, as though the problems attached to the ground could no longer reach her. The afternoon had dragged by sluggishly. The house had been too confining to bear. She was depressed and dismayed and disturbed. All her problems revolved around one source, Jake Langston. What was she going to do about Jake? He was an issue in her life, and there was no getting around it. That night in the barn had happened. Wishing that it hadn't or regretting that it had were exercises in futility. It had forever changed her relationship with Jake. There was no going back to the way things had been. These facts she had reconciled. What she couldn't reconcile was the present. She and Jake couldn't go on living as they were, fighting like ravenous scavengers over a carcass. They were both too stubborn, too headstrong, too temperamental, and too guilty over that night to stay as they were without destroying each other. They would bring Plum Creek's prospects for the future right down with them, and she was going to name her ranch Plum Creek whether he liked it or not. She almost smiled. She argued with him in her mind even when he wasn't around, but the smile didn't quite materialize. After that kiss this afternoon, she had a whole new set of worries to keep a smile off her face. She had liked it very much, far more than she should have, far more than was proper, and far too much to hope that she would forget it any time soon. What had provoked it? One minute he had been shouting at her, looking as though he could easily wring her neck. The next he had held her captivated in an embrace from which there was no escaping. His mouth had been stamped possessively over hers in a way that even recollecting it made her insides churn with warm sensations. What happened to her when Jake touched her? What chemistry between them ignited feelings she had never experienced and which made her a stranger to herself? Why was she yearning to experience those feelings again? She shifted her position on the tree limb and rested her cheek against the bark. Idly she shredded a leaf, let the remnants float to the ground below, and plucked another. The thought that had taken hold in her mind simply wouldn't let go. It was bold and unthinkable, but she had done bold and unthinkable things in the recent past and knew that bold and unthinkable actions had never deterred her before. The idea endlessly circled in her mind like the blades of a windmill. She and Jake could marry. There she had voiced the idea to herself and the world hadn't come to an end. She hadn't been struck by lightning. The earth hadn't opened up and swallowed her. Well, why was it such a preposterous idea? It made sense. She needed him to run her ranch. He needed the ranch. Plum Creek promised him a sound future. For years he had been wandering, wasting his talent and spending his youth in aimless pursuits. An opportunity like this wouldn't come around again. Why wouldn't he want to seize it? Apparently he didn't have anyone else in mind to marry. Banner knew whom he really loved, but Lydia was unavailable and always would be. That didn't make Jake less of a man. He needed a woman often. And if the kiss this afternoon and that night in the barn were any indication, he didn't find Banner lacking. They would have no problem sharing a marriage bed, sharing it intimately. There was no doubt about that. Besides, they would both want children. Her whole body went hot with the thought of sleeping with Jake night after night. All right. So she wasn't above feeling passion. Was that anything to be ashamed of? Her parents had taught that it wasn't, but they had also taught her that passion should be limited to the confines of marriage. It would be silly to pretend she hadn't enjoyed Jake's kiss. Well, slightly more than enjoyed. She hadn't wanted him to stop. If he had led her into the bedroom, she would have gone gladly, and there was no sense trying to convince herself that she wouldn't have, despite the lessons on morality she had been taught from the cradle. Instinctively, she knew that something had lain just beyond her reach that first time. It was frustrating, wondering what had caused Jake's body to tremble violently before becoming so weak with contentment he could barely move. She had been left feeling hot and restless and anxious for something she couldn't even name. If for no other reason, she would have followed Jake to bed today to discover what that something was. She wasn't in love with him, was she? He wasn't the one she would have originally chosen for a husband, but she had always loved him another way. The transference of one set of feelings to another was what she was having to grapple with, that and the loneliness of her life. She wasn't adjusting to solitude well. Each night when Jake retired to the barn, leaving her alone in the house, despair settled in. She had envisioned Jake sharing the living room with her, smoking his cheroots while she mended his shirts. Granted, the picture was farcically domesticated, but it illustrated the closeness she craved with a man. Jake couldn't be any less lonely than she. She knew she was vulnerable where other men were concerned. If it wasn't Randy trying to seduce her, and she knew, though she had denied it to Jake, that the cowboy had been flirting with her before the Caterpillar incident, it would be another. Eventually, out of loneliness, she might succumb. Another man wouldn't be as caring for her reputation as Jake. Another man would brag until her father got wind of it and ended up having to kill him. She would be blamed for dragging her whole family into disgrace and lawlessness. If she were lucky enough to find someone she loved enough to marry, he would discover that she hadn't come to him pure. Such disillusionment would be a disastrous way to start a marriage. No, she couldn't marry anyone else. Finally, she was afraid that one of these days they would have a shouting match that would culminate in Jake's leaving. That painted a frightfully dismal picture in her mind. She didn't want to care that much, but she did. She could see herself chasing down the road after him as she had done as a child, tears streaming down her face, begging him not to go. That didn't bear thinking about either. So if she didn't want him completely out of her life, and if she couldn't go on living with him as they were, fighting both their guilt over what had happened and their desire that it happen again, what was the only alternative? She shimmied down to the lowest branch of the tree and jumped from there to the ground. She dusted her hands on the seat of her pants as the answer impressed itself upon her. I'll get Jake to marry me. She couldn't hand down an ultimatum. He would run in the opposite direction. It had to appear to be his idea. If she started acting more wifely, he might come to think of her in those terms. She must stop losing her temper and be soft and approachable, the way men like their ladies to be, at least the ladies they married. Never one to leave things to chance. Banner made her plans. She didn't believe in fate. If one wanted something, one had to go after it. One made one's future what she wanted it to be. With her former doldrums vanquished, she cooked a mouth-watering meal. She bathed out of the washbowl in her bedroom, not wanting to take the time to heat water and fill the tub. Everything had to be ready by the time he returned home. She had until sundown. He wouldn't leave her alone after the cowboys returned to River Bend. When Jake drew the wagon into the yard, Banner stepped from the front door. The lamplight spilling through the windows made a halo of her hair, which she had secured into a loose knot on the top of her head, leaving beguiling wisps lying on her neck and cheeks. "Hello, Jake," she said softly. "Hello, did you get your errands run, buy everything you need?" "Yep, I ran up quite a bill." He swung down from the wagon. He wouldn't quite meet her eyes, so she took a few more steps that brought her to the edge of the porch. If he noticed her dress in place of the hated pants, he didn't comment. "You don't have to unload tonight, do you?" I should. At last he raised his eyes to the porch. She could have sworn they widened in delighted surprise, but it might have been a trick of the faint light in the gathering dusk. She clasped her hands together. Later, then. I've kept supper warm for you? I told you not to wait it on me, he said crossly. At that point, her temper almost slipped, but she held it in check, physically trapping it inside by biting her lower lip. When it was safely subdued, she asked, "Did you eat in town?" He shrugged. "I had something, but you could stand some more steak and potatoes?" He shifted his shoulders self-consciously and hitched his thumbs in his belt. "I reckon I could eat a little something." "Come on in, then." She gave him her back and took those long, agonizing steps toward the front door. Only when she heard the tread of his boots and the jingle of his spurs on the porch behind her did she allow her breath to seep out in a long, relieved sigh. 9, Jake followed Banner into the living room. He trod lightly, like a convict who had just been granted a stay of execution. She seemed tranquil enough, but he didn't trust her mood. He had meddled in her business when she had made it plain his interference into her personal life was unwelcome. If she wanted to dally with Randy, who was he to stop her? Then he had kissed her. What had possessed him to kiss her like that this afternoon? He had been mad enough to strangle her, but he had sought another outlet for his emotions, one even more damaging. He wouldn't have been surprised if she had opened fire on him the minute he drove into the yard. Instead, she was treating him like a king just returned to the castle. "Hang your hat on the rack, Jake," she said, "and I don't think you'll need that gun belt any more tonight. Banner, about this afternoon. Never mind about that. Let me apologize if you must. Apologize to Randy. He hadn't done anything to warrant you pulling a gun on him. I intend to apologize to him tomorrow. I don't know what got into me." He spread his hands wide in a helpless gesture. "It's just that Ross told me to protect you, and when I heard you screaming, I understand, and about the other. Are you sorry you kissed me, Jake?" Her face commanded all his attention. It shone pale and creamy in the golden lamplight, surrounded by the dark cloud of her hair. Her eyes were wide with inquiry, as though how he answered her question was of the utmost importance. Her lips were as tremulous and moist as if he had just kissed them. His answer was no, but he couldn't admit it out loud, so he said nothing. She relieved them of the ponderous moment. "Come on in the kitchen. I haven't washed up yet. You can wash in here. I have warm water waiting." Turning, she seemed to glide from the room, her full skirt swishing behind her. It was a simple cotton broadcloth dress she was wearing, but nothing would look simple on Banner. It was green, trimmed in lace, the color of cream. Both colors enhanced her complexion. The ruffled apron looked more for show than utility. Its sash was tied in a perky bow at her waist and back. It bounced slightly each time her heels struck the floor. It was a beguiling sight, that bow. She turned toward him and caught his stare. For a moment their eyes locked and held before she said, "You can wash at the sink while I serve up the dinner." He nodded dumbly. There was a vase of wildflowers standing in the center of the table. It had already been set. To Jake, who had eaten many meals out of a tin plate behind a chuck wagon, the table looked as fancy as the dining room in the Ellis Hotel in Fort Worth, with its linen cloth and napkins folded into neat triangles. The aromas wafting from the stove were delectable. The lamps had been turned down so that barely a flame flickered off their oil-soaked wicks. If he didn't know better, he would think Banner Coleman was up to no good. "I've been cooking this steak real slow all day with onions to flavor it," she said from the stove. Standing at the sink, he unbuttoned his shirt sleeves and rolled them to his elbows. "It sure smells good." As promised, there was a basin of warm water waiting for him. He dipped his hands into it and began lathering them with bar soap. "I had ham and eggs at Mabel's Cafe in town, but they weren't any good." Banner made a scoffing sound. "That's no dinner for a hard-working man." She smiled at him over her shoulder, and his gut knotted. He scrubbed his hands mercilessly, as though to wash his conscience off them. He was shaking them dry when she said, "There, everything's ready. Come sit down, Jake." He unrolled his sleeves and rebuttoned his cuffs as he crossed to the table and took his seat. He gazed at the steaming platters of food, the scalding mug of coffee at his place setting, the flowers. It was all too good. He could get accustomed to this kind of royal treatment real fast. That kind of thinking was dangerous. It was best to put things in their proper perspective right now. You've done yourself proud, brat. Her eyes flashed with irritation. That wasn't what she had wanted to hear. And that made Jake all the more glad he had said it. If Banner had any mischief up her sleeve, he damn sure needed to know about it beforehand. She recovered quickly and smiled. If you don't get busy on it, I'll probably gobble it all up myself. I'm starving. While she filled his plate, she asked him about the supplies he had bought. They conversed about ranch business as they ate. The food was delicious. Banner never let his plate get empty, but waited on him constantly. She was her saucy self, teasing and gay, but there was a new element to her that intrigued him. She was softer and more obviously feminine. Jake found himself mesmerized by her mouth as she ate. Her hands moved gracefully when she lifted her napkin to her lips and blotted, then spread it again in her lap. Green and gold lights flickered in her eyes with each slight waver of the wicks in the lamps. One raven curl lay flirtatiously against the side of her neck. The wide yoke on her dress extended from the point of each shoulder across her shoulder blades in the back and over the curves of her breasts in front. The seam was bordered by an inch-wide strip of cotton lace which fluttered each time she moved. Jake couldn't seem to take his eyes off that lace, or off the shape of her lips, or the color of her eyes, or the curve of her cheek, or the texture of her hair. She was totally captivating. It was the pleasantest meal they had shared together, just about the pleasantest one of Jake's life. He regretted that it would soon come to an end. She was just so damn good to look at. He figured that he enjoyed watching her so much because she reminded him of Lydia, and yet, "Are you finished, Jake?" He laid his hands over her stomach. "I couldn't hold another bite. Another cup of coffee, maybe." He grinned. "Maybe half of one." She carried their plates to the sink, then came back with the coffee pot. She filled his cup, smiling at him when he said, "Whoa, you might be thirstier than you think." He broke his own cardinal rule and raised his eyes to her. She was looking down at him. Could it be his imagination, or was she keeping her arms held at that awkward angle longer than she normally did? It provided him an unrestricted view of her breasts. They amply filled the bodice of her dress. Damn, his sex began to stir and swell beneath his belt. He lowered his eyes quickly when she rejoined him across the table and sipped her coffee. He kept his eyes resolutely away from her. Silently, they drank their coffee. Then Banner set her elbows on the table and propped her chin on her hands in a way that framed her face between them as though she were offering it up to him. "You're so lucky, Jake, to have such a large family." He was surprised by the topic of her conversation, but relieved as well. That heavy silence was getting to him, but he didn't want for them to talk about themselves or to argue after all the trouble she'd gone to fix him this supper. "Yeah, I am. But you know, I've lost several brothers and sisters as well as Pa." "I know," she sighed and smiled at him sadly. "Ma has told me stories about each one of them, the pranks they used to pull on the wagon train. That's where you first met my folks." "Yep." He sipped his coffee. "Tell me about it?" He set his cup down. "About what?" "About how you came to be such good friends with Mama and Papa." "Well, Ross hired me to help him take care of his horses. He had 5 mares and that stallion, Lucky. That was the prettiest horse I've ever seen." "I remember him. He had to be shot when I was about 5. Mama cried for days afterward. Most of the horses at River Bend are Lucky's descendants." She folded and refolded her napkin, shaping it to the edge of the table. "And Mama, when did you meet her? What was she after?" Jake wondered. Why this sudden interest in the past? He knew Ross and Lydia had guarded some aspects of their past from their children, and he sure as hell wasn't going to be the one to divulge any secrets. He responded with carefully selected words. "My brother Luke and I found her in the woods. She was lost. We brought her back to Ma about that time Ross's wife died delivering Lee. Ma took Lydia to his wagon to, did Banner know that Lydia had wet-nursed Lee? Did she know her mother had just given birth to a stillborn baby when he and Luke found her?" He didn't think so, and he wasn't going to tell her to help him take care of Lee. He finished. But what was she doing lost in the woods? Where had she come from? Didn't she have a family? Clancy Russell, Jake thought, his face going hard and his fists clenching as he thought about the man who had murdered his brother without motive or provocation, but out of sheer viciousness. No, he said curtly, no family that I know of. Banner pondered that and looked at him suspiciously, as though she knew he was lying. I wish we had a larger family, with grandparents and cousins to play with. You're surrounded by Langstons, he said jovially, in an effort to turn the conversation. Yes, and I'm glad, but it's not quite the same as having blood relatives. No one has ever said Banner reminds me of Aunt so-and-so, or how is cousin so-and-so's gout. I don't think Ross or Lydia either one had family to speak of. That's just it. They've never spoken of it, Banner exclaimed. They've never even mentioned relatives who have died. It's as though they didn't exist until they met each other. That's always bothered me. Why? I don't know, she said, flinging her hands aside in frustration. I feel like there's some terrible secret that's going to come out someday and bring ruination to us all. Jake had his own secrets to hide. He didn't know if she was better off not knowing and being frustrated, or knowing and having to cope with the ghosts of the past. It doesn't matter, Banner. She gave him a wry look. That's what old Moses used to tell me. Jake smiled. He was devoted to your parents. You should have known you couldn't pry secrets out of him. I loved him so much, she said, her mood turning sentimental again. He was one of my first friends. He would pay attention to me when Mama and Papa were busy and Lee was ignoring me. He used to take me fishing with him. He taught me how to whittle. I never could get the knack of it, but some of the first toys I played with, he made for me. I was the one who found him the day he died. Jake watched her eyes cloud with tears. Instinctively, he reached across the table and covered her hand with his. I didn't know that. She nodded her head. I went to his cabin early one morning. We had planned to pick berries that day. He was sitting on the porch of his cabin. Suddenly, she sat up straighter and her tone changed. You know, he never would let Papa do anything for him. He said he had been a slave once and wasn't going to depend on anybody to take care of him again. He built his own cabin down there by the creek. Jake nodded. Anyway, she continued. He was sitting on his porch. When I got closer, I noticed he was holding his head funny. I called his name, but he didn't move. I knew he must be dead. I started crying and ran back to the house. Jake's thumb rubbed commiserating circles into the back of her hand. Did you know Winston Hill, the man Moses came to Texas with? She asked at last, blotting at her eyes with her napkin. Yeah, he was a Southern gentleman, very mannerly. He was sickly. Moses told me he died on the way, but not how he died, Jake thought. Hill had been shot in the chest while protecting Lydia from her stepbrother. No one knew that, but Jake, he had overheard Clancy bragging to Lydia about murdering Winston Hill and Luke. Clancy hadn't lived long after that. Jake had been only 16, but he would go to his grave remembering that blank stare on Clancy Russell's face the instant Luke's knife was plunged into his belly and he knew he was going to die. Jake realized his hand was squeezing the life out of Banner's, and he released it immediately. When he raised his eyes to hers, she was looking at him strangely. He didn't want her to know that he harbored his own secrets. He forced himself to take a nonchalant sip of coffee. Nothing I remember of that summer bears repeating, he said sharply. Luke? Luke, he would love to talk to her about Luke, but he could never bring himself to empty his soul about that. Even after all these years, the pain was still too raw. I've tried to get Mama and Papa to tell me stories about the wagon train, but they never do. Or if they do, they stop talking when I start asking questions. It was a long time ago. Maybe they don't remember that far back? She shot him a scathing look, and he chuckled. I mean it. Maybe when you were born, they were so dazzled to have such a daughter, they forgot everything that had happened to them before then. He leaned across the table and whispered, You know, I think you were started on that wagon train. She clamped her upper teeth over her bottom lip and hunched her shoulders as she smiled mischievously. I think so too, she whispered back. My birthday comes barely 9 months after they reached Texas. Jake laughed and sat back. A proper young lady shouldn't be discussing such things with a man you shouldn't even know about them. Her eyes became hazy. They wandered slowly over his face, down his chest, and back up to meet his "I know about them, Jake." That struck too close to home. Whatever she knew about what men and women do together, she had learned on a horse blanket spread on a pile of hay in a barn, and had been taught by a man who had had no right to teach her. Jake reached in his pocket and took out a cigar. Then he crammed it back in and mumbled, "Sorry, about what? The cigar?" "Most ladies don't want their houses stinking of cigar smoke." "I like the way your cigar smells, smoke if you want to." Knowing he should leave now before their conversation veered toward the personal again, he nonetheless took the cheroot out of his pocket and bit off the end. He carefully placed the tip on the saucer beneath his coffee cup, holding the cigar between his teeth. His hands went on a fruitless search through his pockets for a match. "Here, I'll get one for you." Before he could object, Banner had flown from her chair toward the stove where she picked up a box of matches. When she came back, he held out his hand for the box, but she shook her head and opened it herself. Striking the match, she held it at the tip of the cheroot until it glowed red. Jake puffed, and a cloud of smoke rose between them. Through that blue-gray vapor, Jake looked up at her. Banner, her eyes never leaving his, puckered her lips delicately and blew on the match until it was extinguished. Jake's reaction was profound. He almost choked on the smoke he sucked in. An arrow of desire shot through him and found its target. His loins ached with the accuracy of its striking force. He lowered his eyes away from her, afraid that if he looked 1 second longer into that provocative face, he would toss the cigar to the floor and, disobeying every vow he had made to himself as he drove into town that afternoon, drag her onto his throbbing lap. Banner retreated to her chair. She propped her chin on her hands again as she unabashedly watched him smoke. "Does it taste as good as it smells?" "Sometimes, like now, it does. Let me try." Filled with inspiration, she sat bolt upright and sent the lace that dangled over her breast to quivering. "No, please." "What are you thinking of, girl? I want to try it." "No, your parents would kill me. Please, Jake. They won't find out. They might. Would you tell them?" "No, neither would I. Please, what's wrong with it? Ladies don't smoke. Some ladies do." "Then they aren't ladies. You know some women who smoke?" she asked, her eyes rounding. It had only been a wild guess on her part that such a thing was possible. "A few. Who? Nobody you'd know." "Whores," Jake coughed, and his eyes teared. "Where'd you hear that word?" "It's in the Bible," when his eyes narrowed skeptically, she confessed. "From Lee and Micah, they talked to you about whores?" Jake asked, flabbergasted. "Not exactly," she said defensively, "but I can't keep from overhearing them sometimes." Jake roared with laughter then. "Why, you little eavesdropper." "You'd better be careful of that," he said, pointing the cheroot at her. "You might hear something you'd rather not. I'm not a baby. I don't just know the word, I know what it means. Now, tell me about just one woman who smokes." "She's a whore. I'll bet Priscilla Watkins." For the second time in 60 seconds she had shocked him. "Where did you hear that name?" "Lee and Micah," he finished. My God, they're wellsprings of information, aren't they? Banner's eyelids fanned downward. "They say you know her. This Watkins woman who's so famous." He could see her watching him from beneath that seductive screen of lashes. For the life of him at that moment, he couldn't recall Priscilla's face, or the face of any other woman for that matter. He saw only Banner, but he was careful to keep his expression impassive. "Yeah, I know her. They say she's a friend of yours." He shrugged. "Maybe you could call her that, but she is a whore." He chuckled and twirled the tip of the cheroot on the rim of the saucer until part of the ash fell off. "Definitely a whore. Do you visit her?" "Sometimes." "In her bawdy house?" "Yes, do you?" Her voice lowered to a husky whisper. "Do you share her bed?" She met his gaze steadily with bold, burning eyes that defied him to lie to her. "No." He spoke so quietly, yet so precisely and honestly that Banner knew he was telling the truth. "Oh," she said in a small voice. Jake watched her closely. He could have sworn she was jealous. His male vanity wondered what she would have done had he confessed to being Priscilla's lover. He had behaved like a man possessed this afternoon when he saw Randy's hands on Banner. She was obviously jealous of Priscilla. Jealousy between them was dangerous, and he knew it. And the sooner he called an end to this cozy evening, the better. He shoved his chair back and stood. I need to be getting wait. She came out of her chair like a coiled spring and took 2 rapid steps forward. When he looked at her as though she had taken leave of her senses, she fell back a step. Catching her hands at her waist, she said quickly, I have a favor to ask. If you have the time, what is it? In the living room. I have a picture to hang, and I wondered if you could help me with it. He glanced over his shoulder toward the center room. One small lamp was burning in the corner. The room was cast in shadows, as intimate as those in the barn had been. The parlor was also the scene of the kiss that afternoon. Jake was better off not being reminded of that at all. I'm not much good at picture hanging, he hedged. Oh, well. She made a dismissive little wave with her hand. You've put in a full day already, and it isn't the foreman's job to hang pictures, I suppose. Hell, now she thought he didn't want to help her. She looked crestfallen, disappointed that she wouldn't get her picture hung and embarrassed for having asked his help and being turned down. I guess it wouldn't take too long, would it? No, she said, lifting her head eagerly. I have everything ready. She brushed past him on her way into the parlor. I got the hammer and a nail from the barn this afternoon while you were gone. I tried to hang it myself, but couldn't tell if I was getting it in the right spot or not. She was chattering breathlessly. Jake thought she might be as nervous as he about returning to this room, but she made no effort to turn up the lamp or light another one. Instead, she made a beeline for the far wall. Was this her way of telling him that she had forgiven his behavior that afternoon, that she wasn't afraid to be in an empty house with him long after the sun had gone down? Had everything she had done tonight been a peacemaking gesture? If so, he was grateful to her. They couldn't have gone on much longer without killing each other, or he would do well not to think about, especially since she was facing him again. I thought I'd hang it on this wall about here, she said, pointing her finger and cocking her head to one side. That would be nice. He felt about as qualified to give advice on hanging a picture as he would be to choose a chapeau in a milliner's shop. About eye level. Whose eye level? Yours or mine? She laughed. I see what you mean. She scraped the top of her head with her palm and slid it horizontally until it bumped against his breastbone. I only come to here on you, don't I? When she glanced up at him, his breath caught somewhere between his lungs and his throat. How could he have ever considered this creature with the bewitching eyes and teasing smile a child? He had been with whores who prided themselves on knowing all there was to know about getting a man's blood to the boiling point. But no woman had ever had an impact on him the way this one did, except perhaps Lydia those months they were together on the wagon train. His love for her had mellowed since then. He no longer experienced rushes of passionate desire every time he saw her. That summer traveling between Tennessee and Texas, he had been perpetually randy. Desire for Lydia, desire for Priscilla, desire for women, period. He had been 16, the sap of youth flowing sweetly but painfully through his body. But that's what he felt like every time he looked at Banner. He felt 16 again, and with no more control over his body than he had then. Her skirt was rustling against his pants. Her breasts were achingly close to his chest. She smelled too good for it to be legal. He could practically taste her breath as it softly struck his chin before he drowned in the swirling depths of her eyes. He said, maybe we'd better. Oh, yes, she said briskly. Taking a 3-legged stool from in front of an easy chair, she placed it near the wall and, raising her skirt above her ankles, stepped up on it. The picture is there on the table. Hand it to me, please, then step back and tell me when it looks right. He picked up the framed picture. This is pretty. It was a pastoral scene of horses grazing in a verdant pasture. I thought it looked like Plum Creek. She glared at him, daring him to say anything derogatory about the name she had selected. I didn't say anything. No, but I know what you're thinking, she said accusingly. He only smiled benignly and passed her the picture. She turned her back, raised her arms, and positioned the picture. How does that look? A little lower, maybe. There, that's about right. Keeping the picture flat against the wall, she craned her head around. Are you really judging, or are you just trying to get this over with? I'm doing the best I can, he said, acting offended. If you don't appreciate my help, you can always ask somebody else, like Randy. Her taunt was intended as a joke, but Jake took it seriously. His brows gathered into a V above his nose as he took in the picture she made perched on that stool, leaning toward the wall with her arms raised. There was a good 2 inches of lacy petticoat showing above her trim ankles. Her rear end was sticking out, the apron's bow topping that cute rounded bottom was a tease no man could resist. The way her breasts poked out in front clearly defined their shape. No, not Randy, not anybody, if Jake could help it. He considered the placement of the picture with more care this time. A little to the left, if you want it centered. She moved it accordingly. There, that's perfect. All right. The nail will have to go in about 6 inches higher because of the cord it hangs by. Bring it and the hammer. You can drive it in while I hold the frame. He did as he was told, straddling the stool and leaning around her. He tried to avoid touching her, adjusting his arms in several positions, none of them satisfactory. Just reach up between my arms with one hand and go over the top with the other. He swallowed and held his breath, trying not to notice her breasts as his hand snaked up between them. He held the nail in place with the other, though that was no small task because he was shaking on the inside. This was ridiculous. How many women had he tumbled? Stop acting like a goddamn kid and just get the job done so you can get the hell out of here, he shouted inwardly. Carefully, he drew the hand holding the hammer back. But not carefully enough, his elbow pressed against her side. One of his knees bumped the back of hers. The backs of his knuckles sank into the plumpness of her breasts. Excuse me, he muttered. That's all right. He struck the nail, praying it would go into the wall with only one blow. It didn't. He moved his hand back and struck it again and again until he could see progress. Then, in rapid succession, he hit it viciously several times. That's good enough, he said gruffly, and withdrew his arms. Yes, I think so. Her voice sounded as unsteady as his. She draped the silken cord around the head of the nail and leaned as far back as she could, while still maintaining her balance on the stool. How's that? Fine, fine. He laid the hammer on the nearest table and ran his sleeve over his perspiring forehead. Is it straight? A little lower on the left. There? Not quite. There? Damn, he cursed silently. He had to get out of here or he was going to explode. He strode forward, wanting to straighten the picture quickly so he could leave and get some much-needed air to clear his head. But in his haste, the toe of his boot caught on one of the stool's 3 legs, and it rocked perilously. Banner squeaked in alarm and flailed her arms. Life on the trail for so many years had given Jake reflexes as quick as summer lightning. His arms went around her faster than the blink of an eye and anchored her against him. When the stool clattered onto its side, Banner was being held several inches off the floor. One of Jake's arms was around her waist, the other hand was flattened against her chest. Rather than letting her slide down, he lowered her. His back rounded slightly as he followed her down, bending over her. But once her feet were safely on the floor, he didn't release her. Jake had spread his legs wide to break her fall. Now Banner's hips were tucked snugly in the notch between his thighs. His cheek was lying along hers, and when her nearness and her warmth and her scent got to be too much for him to resist, he turned his head and nuzzled her ear with his nose. His arms automatically tightened around her. He groaned her name. How could anything that felt so right be so wrong? Lord, he wanted her. Knowing in his deepest self that what had happened that other time was an abomination against decency, he wanted her again. There was no use lying to himself that he didn't. He had hurt her once. He had sworn never to again. He had betrayed a friendship that meant more to him than anything in the world. Yet such arguments were burned away like fog in a noonday sun as his lips moved in her hair and his nose breathed in the fragrance of the cologne that had been dabbed on that softest of spots behind her ear. Banner, tell me to leave you alone. I can't. She moved her head to one side, giving him access. His lips touched her neck. Don't let this happen again. I want you to hold me. I want to. He moved his hand from her chest up to her neck, then her chin until his hand lightly covered her face. Through parted lips, her breath was hot and quick on his palm. Like a blind man, he charted each feature of her face with calloused fingertips, suddenly sensitized to capture each nuance. He smoothed her brows, which he knew to be raven black and beautifully arched. His fingers coasted over her cheekbones. They were freckled. He had come to adore every single freckle. Her nose was perfect, if a bit impudent. Her mouth, his fingers brushed back and forth over her lips. They were incredibly soft. The warm breaths filtering through them left his fingers moist. He pressed his mouth to her cheek, her ear, into her hair. The hand at her waist opened wide over her midriff. He curled his fingers against the taut flesh. She whimpered. He argued with himself, but there was no stopping his hand from gliding up the corrugated perfection of her ribs and covering her breast. Their moans complemented each other. Her ripe fullness filled his hand, and against his revolving thumb, the center of her breast tightened into a bead of arousal. Jake, sweet, so sweet. This happens sometimes? What? That, she answered on a puff of air as his fingers closed around her nipple. They get that way sometimes when I look at you. Good God, Banner, don't tell me that. What does it mean? It means I never should have stayed, and they won't go down, not for the longest time. They stay like that, kind of itchy and tingling. Oh, hush. And that's when I wish. What? That we were in the barn again, and you were. Don't say it. Inside me, Jesus, Banner, stop. He made a cradle of his palm and laid it along her cheek, gradually turning her head to face him. And as her head turned, so did her body. The fabric of her clothes dragged against his like the tide on the seashore, separate yet bound. When their eyes met and locked hungrily, he lowered his mouth to hers. He thrust his tongue deep into her mouth as he pressed her hips against his swollen front. She cradled his hardness between her thighs. He tore his mouth free. No, Banner, I hurt you before, remember? Yes, but that wasn't why I was crying. Then why? Because it began to feel good and I thought you'd hate me for the way I was acting. No, no, he whispered fervently into her hair. You were so big. I'm sorry. I just didn't expect it to be so, and so did it feel good to you at all, Banner? Yes, yes, but it was over too soon. He laid his hard cheek against hers. His breathing was labored, otherwise he didn't move. Too soon? I felt like something was about to happen, but it didn't. Jake was stunned. Could it be? He knew whores faked it. He didn't have any experience with decent women, certainly not with virgins. Never with a virgin. He had never taken anyone he could feel tenderness for. But tenderness for Banner enveloped him now. He cupped her face between his hands and went searching in her eyes for the truth. He saw no fear there, only a keen desire that matched his own. Making a growling sound deep in his throat, he lowered his head again. Hello, a cheerful voice called out. Anyone at home? Only then did they become aware of the jingle of harnesses and the unmistakable sounds of a wagon being pulled to a halt outside. Banner, where are you? It was Lydia. 10. Banner watched the dawn sunlight turn from pink to gold as it weakly filtered through her bedroom window. She lay with her cheek pressed against her pillow. Frequently, a tear would spill over her lower eyelid and roll down her cheek. It was absorbed into the soft pillowcase as all the others before it had been. Thoughts were on last night. She couldn't believe the turn it had taken. Before Lydia's untimely arrival, things had gone according to plan. Jake had been swept into the romantic mood she had created, never having had to lure a man before. That one night in the barn didn't count. She had tried to remember the lures and schemes her girlfriends had sworn by to snare a husband. A good meal, soft lighting, flowers, a pretty dress, and a sweet disposition, everything to appeal to a man's senses and make him think that it would be marvelous to have that kind of tender, loving care all the time. Banner had always thought such machinations were beneath her dignity, compromising to her integrity, and downright ridiculous. To the disbelief of her friends, she had even declared that she wouldn't want a man who could be so easily manipulated. But there must be something to such female schemes because everything had gone so well. Until Lydia knocked on the front door. Jake had jumped like he had been shot. He tripped over the stool still lying on its side. Only a miracle and some deft footwork had saved him from sprawling on the floor. Banner had smoothed her hair, pressed her hands to flaming cheeks, and rested her pounding forehead on the door jamb for a few precious seconds before swinging open the door and saying, "Mama, what a nice surprise." "Hello, dear," Lydia breezed in, carrying with her crisp night smells that seemed to cling to her hair and clothes the way one sprig of honeysuckle makes a whole house smell good. Banner's heart sank. Lydia looked beautiful in a plain ecru shirtwaist and brown skirt. She would still turn any man's head with her whiskey-colored eyes and hair the reddish-brown shade of cinnamon. Her figure was trim, but her breasts and hips were womanly full. What man wouldn't want to rest his head on her maternal breast and stay for the rest of the night? Lydia looked comfortable, as though she was all a man would need to make him happy and self-satisfied. "Hello, Jake." She smiled at him, and Banner's heart slipped down another notch toward the bottom of her soul. Lydia's smile was guileless, open, friendly, but could he help himself from melting beneath it? Jake looked like he had just swallowed something distasteful and was about to vomit. Lydia. One brisk nod of his blonde white head was all the greeting she got, and Banner had known it was because he didn't trust himself to speak yet. He had been about to kiss one woman, and in had walked the one he really wanted. That was enough to rattle even the staunchest of men. An awkward silence stretched out until Banner seized the moment and stepped forward with her hand pointing toward the picture. "What do you think, Mama? Jake was just helping me hang it when we heard your wagon pull up." "I wondered what was taking you so long to answer the door," she replied absently as she studied the picture. "I like it." She pivoted slowly on her heels, taking in the entire parlor. "You've done wonders with the room. Banner, everything looks just right and homey. Thank you. Maybe you need another lamp," Lydia said, laying her finger along her cheek ponderingly. "It's a trifle dark in here." Banner wished the floor would open up and swallow her, but since it didn't, she asked, "Would you like some coffee?" She desperately needed something else to do with her hands besides wringing them damply together. "No. It's too hot." "Something else? A seat?" Lydia asked teasingly. Banner's hand flew to her chest. "I'm sorry, Mama. Of course, sit down. Jake," she turned to him, indicating another chair. "I've got to get that wagon unloaded," he said awkwardly, and made for the rack by the door where his hat and gun belt were hanging. "Sit down, Jake, for heaven's sake," Lydia said with some exasperation. "This isn't a formal call. What's the matter with you two?" "Nothing." The word virtually tripped over Banner's lips on its rush out. She glanced toward Jake for support, but he had slumped into a chair and was staring at the floor. "Jake is just sulking. He didn't appreciate me asking him to hang the picture. Ross is the same way. He hates doing piddling things in the house, as he calls it." Banner took courage from her mother's familiar smile. "I'm glad you came to see me, Mama. You two have been strangers to River Bend. We were wondering if we had done something to offend you." She was still smiling, but there was a hint of inquiry in her eyes. "No," Banner said, laughing falsely. "We've just been so busy. You can't imagine all the work we've been doing around the place." "That's what we hear from the hands," Lydia replied. "Are they working out well for you, Jake?" He raised his eyes to Lydia and pulled himself up straighter in his chair. He looked like a boy who had just been called on in school. "Yeah, they're fine. Frankly, I was worried about that younger one, Randy," Lydia said. Jake's eyes flickered to Banner for only a heartbeat before he said, "He's rowdy, all right. But I've managed to keep him in line. How's Ma? Fine. A little put out with you for not riding over to see her. I've got to get around to that soon. That's why I rode over this evening," Lydia said. "I was going to wait until tomorrow, but Ross and Lee got involved in one of their endless checkers tournaments, and it was such a nice evening I decided to drive on over now." She paused and drew a deep breath. "We're giving a party Saturday night." "A party?" Banner asked, surprised. "What for?" "To show people that our lives, and especially yours, aren't over because of what happened at your wedding." Banner went cold on the inside. For long moments she remained unmoving. She came to her feet and began to stamp around the room, straightening this, rearranging that, whisking away imaginary dust motes. "Is that what everyone thinks?" she asked tartly. "That my life is over, that I'm pining? Please don't take this the wrong way, Banner. Your father and I don't give a hoot what people think or say. We learned a long time ago that you can't keep them from thinking or saying what they please, but we both know how labels hurt. Once you get one, you're stuck with it." "What do you mean?" Lydia glanced at Jake, but his face remained stony and gave away nothing. "It only means that we don't want people to get the wrong impression of you, because it might be a lasting one. Ross went into town a few days ago," he said. "People asked about you like you had a fatal disease that might claim you at any moment. Lee and Micah said the gossip going around is that you've moved out here to hibernate." "That's not true," Banner shouted. Her cheeks were flushed now for an entirely different reason. She was vexed, and her posture showed it as she pulled herself up regally. "I feel more alive and vital now that I'm working on my own place than I ever have in my life. That's why we're holding the party. We want folks to see you as your old self and put these rumors to a stop before they get out of hand. But a party—" Dispiritedly, Banner sank back into her chair, suddenly quelled by the thought of everyone gawking at her. "Is that necessary? I haven't been into town since the wedding. Couldn't I start with that, be seen there by folks?" Lydia shook her head. "You know how people are. They wouldn't come up to you. They'd gossip behind their fans and make up their own minds. This way, they'll be forced to talk to you, and there will be no mistaking that you're perfectly fine. It won't be formal. Just a barbecue outside. What do you think?" "I suppose so." Her eyes went to Jake. He refused to look at her, and that hurt. When he held her, had he only been slaking a natural hunger for a woman? Would any woman have done? Had she merely been convenient tonight? And did he hate her and himself now because he had defiled his feelings for Lydia? She had planned to seduce him into the idea of marrying her. How foolish she had been. Other men might fall for such feminine wiles, but never Jake. Had he known what she was up to and merely played along for his own amusement? In any event, she had had her chance, and it had ended disastrously. "I guess I do need to start seeing people again." By people, she meant men. Apparently that was the idea behind the party. Lydia stood up briskly, as though her mission were accomplished. "Wonderful. Of course you'll come too, Jake." Without waiting for his answer to her non-question, she went to Banner and drew her into a tight embrace. "Ross and I miss you terribly, but we're so proud of what you're doing here." "Is everything all right?" "Yes, Mama. Fine. I'll come see you more often." She kissed Lydia's cheek. "Do you have to leave so soon?" "Yes, I promised Ross I wouldn't be long." "Good night," she said, kissing Banner's temple. "We'll see you Saturday. I'll walk you out," Jake said, taking his hat and gun belt from the rack. "I was on my way out when you came in. Thanks for dinner, Banner." And she had stood there alone in the doorway while they walked across the porch and down the steps together, Jake's hands solicitously under Lydia's arm. Their heads were close. "Is she truly all right, Jake? We're so worried about her." Banner overheard her mother whisper, "She's fine. Ross and I would go out of our minds with worry if we didn't have you to look after her. I'm doing my best." He helped her into the wagon. "What's Ross thinking of letting you drive over here after dark by yourself?" "Why, Jake Langston, I can take care of myself, thank you," Lydia said haughtily, swatting him playfully on the arm. "Do you have a gun?" "Yes," she said wearily. "Ross wouldn't let me go anywhere without one. You two, I swear. You'd think I was helpless and had to be cared for. Be careful driving over that bridge. It looks rickety in places. As soon as I catch up with some of the work around here, I'm going to shore it up. Don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Good night. See you around 7 on Saturday." "Did I tell Banner the time?" "I'll pass it along. You get home before it gets any later." "Good night, Jake," she said, clicking her tongue to the horse who pulled the wagon. "Night, Lydia." Long after she had ridden off, Jake stood there in the yard, gazing after her. Banner watched him watching after her mother, sending her back to her husband. Loving her tears flooded her eyes now as they had periodically throughout the night. What a fool she had made of herself. How could she have thought to tempt Jake into loving her just a little when his eyes and head and heart were so full of Lydia? It had rent her heart in two to see him walk back into the barn, his shoulders slumped dejectedly. How could she face him after throwing herself at him last night? After talking to him about— Lord, had she truly revealed how she had felt about that other time, spoken aloud the thoughts she had harbored for weeks, thoughts that she had been ashamed even to contemplate, had she returned his passionate kisses measure for measure? Little good it had done her except to make herself more contemptible in his eyes. She had failed on two accounts. First, she had thrown herself at him and been rejected. He hadn't come back in to pick up where they left off after Lydia left, and when she had probed him, he hadn't been forthcoming with any information into her parents' past. He had clammed up just like everyone else when she baited him. Something didn't mesh. Why had Lydia mentioned the labels placed on people? When had anyone labeled Lydia anything but an ideal rancher's wife and mother? There was something in their past that her parents didn't want Lee and her to know, and everyone who loved them was keeping their secret intact. Added to her humiliation concerning Jake and anguish over her heritage was dread at the party Saturday night. If it were only herself involved, she would thumb her nose at everybody in Larson County. Let them talk, let them think what they liked, but Mama and Papa were involved. They had always wanted the best life possible for her. The way the rest of the world saw the Colemans was important to them. Papa had to do business with the men in town. Those men had wives who gossiped. Mama was right. They needed to show everyone that the Colemans were far from suffering defeat at the hands of Grady Sheldon. But how she was going to survive the week with that blasted party hanging over her head, she didn't know. The water in the tub had grown tepid, but still Banner lay immersed in it. Earlier that afternoon, she had washed her hair in rainwater, which she had been collecting in a barrel outside the back door. She had pinned it up on her head before stepping into her bath. The tub was stationed in the middle of the kitchen floor. It had been filled from the pump in the sink and kettles of heated water off the stove. Ordinarily, she would have looked forward to the party all week. But getting ready for it held no joy for her today. Jake had been as cranky as a hungry wolf. They hadn't exchanged a private word that wasn't necessary. Indeed, he had avoided her as much as possible. He had bolted down his meals as through the devil had given him a time limit. He didn't stay to linger over a cup of coffee or smoke a cheroot, but left by way of the back door after saying a terse thanks. For the most part, Banner had stayed indoors after exercising the horses each morning. Studiously, she kept her distance from the cowboys, not wanting to provoke Jake's anger. As for the ranch, it had been a productive week. They had finished the barbed wire fence around the pasture. Banner had whitewashed the boards of the corral, working on it after the men had ridden away for the day. But it had been a tense week in which the hands sensed the prevailing mood, thinking it was a leftover from the incident with the caterpillar. They walked on eggshells around Jake. For the past several days, Plum Creek hadn't been a happy place to be. Banner had used the hot bath to soothe her nerves and ease some of the tension from her muscles. But if she wanted plenty of time to dress, she had to get out now. She stepped from the tub just as someone tapped on the back door. "Banner? Jake? Just a minute." She snatched up her robe and wrapped it around her. Sloshing water on the floor, she went to the back door and opened it. His face went perfectly blank when he saw her. "What are you doing?" "Taking a bath," she replied candidly. "Christ," he hissed through his teeth, and glanced toward the three cowboys who were mounted and waiting for word from him. "I just came to tell you that I'm skipping that party tonight. I'm riding back with the boys now. I'll send Lee after you, and for God's sakes, get some clothes on." "No? No?" he asked under his breath. "No, you're not skipping the party tonight. I'll do as I damn well please on a Saturday night." She could hear the snuffling of horses just beyond the door, so she too was keeping her voice low and tense. "I don't care what you do with any of your other Saturday nights, but tonight you're going to that party." "Why should I?" "Because it'll look strange if you're not there, and I don't want anyone to think there's something wrong between us, that's why." He stared at her long and hard, irritation making his mouth a straight, narrow line. Over his shoulder, he said, "You all go on ahead. Banner's got some business she needs to discuss with me." The three men muttered goodbyes. Jake waited until they were safely out of the yard before he turned back to Banner. There is something wrong between us. Her gaze slid from his face to the bandana tied around his neck. He was never without it. No cowboy was. But it looked so good on Jake, even coated with dust as it was now. "You're talking about the other night," she said softly. "I'm talking about all of it. That first time in the barn and the other night and all the times in between when he broke off and she raised her eyes back to his. When we what? Now it was Jake's turn to look away. For days he had cursed himself anew for flirting with something so dangerous. He was dancing around a keg of dynamite with torches in his hands, daring it to blow up in his face. What would Lydia have thought if she had found her daughter in his arms, Banner's mouth beneath his? That question had haunted him all week. She would have thrown up her hands in horror. Oh, he knew Lydia loved him like a brother, would give anything he asked for that was in her power to give. She would have done that for any Langston. But she didn't love him like a son-in-law. He was all right being her friend and Ross's friend. But as a mate for their daughter? Jake knew better than to deceive himself. Banner was their princess, and he was about as far from a prince as a man could get. If Ross had ever seen him about to kiss Banner, Lydia's outrage would have been mild by comparison. Ross would kill him on the spot. He knew Jake's reputation with women. Hell, he'd even told Ross about some of his wilder exploits. They had laughed at his escapades with the opposite sex over whiskey and cigars in the middle of the night. The tipsier they got, the bawdier the tales became. That fine pecker you're so proud of is going to fall off if you don't give it a rest. Ross had said one night, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes. "God, grant me death from exhaustion," Jake had replied, a sappy grin on his face. Ross had thought it all highly amusing then, but his opinion of Jake's reputation would change drastically if applied to Banner. Would he want Jake's whore-tainted hands on his daughter? Hell no, he'd be crazy or stupid if he didn't shoot Jake. The smart thing to do would be to make a clean break, say his goodbyes, saddle Stormy, and ride out, never to return until he heard that Banner was safely married. But he couldn't bring himself to do that. This place was already under his skin. He loved every drop of sweat it had cost him. He had visions of this ranch becoming as grand as River Bend. He wanted to be a part of that. His life needed to account for something. He didn't want to leave the job unfinished. Since killing Clancy Russell, he had run away from responsibility. But that was no way for a man to live, shirking duty and keeping himself apart from anything meaningful. He had been given a chance, perhaps his last one, to prove to himself that something in his life could work out right. He simply had to do this. But how could he stay away from the girl, especially when she gazed up at him as now, with those eyes that shot sparks of green and gold alternately? Her skin was moist and fragrant from her bath. Lord o' mercy, didn't she know that her robe was clinging damply, revealing the proud, firm shape of her breasts and their pointed tips, revealing the columns of her thighs, the delta between them, revealing everything that should be concealed at all costs? Did she have any idea how alluring her hair was, haphazardly pinned up, with more escaping than remaining confined? Did she know how goddamn kissable her mouth was? "Jake, where are you? What are you thinking about? You said all the times in between when and then you stopped, and I want to know just what you have in mind." Jake drew himself out of his befuddlement and said harshly, "We put more stock into what happened between us than we should." "Speak for yourself," she cried. "I got what I wanted that night. I don't regret it." "Well, good," he said furiously. Would anybody she happened to find in the barn have served just as well? Someone younger, better looking? Randy? "Then you should be looking forward to the party tonight," he sneered. "It'll give you a chance to dance and flirt with all the young bucks in town who would like to tumble Banner Coleman." "Oh, you could be so crude." "Well, that's what parties are for, isn't it?" "For what?" "For you to get all gussied up and strut your stuff in front of all the eligible men. To flirt and giggle and compare dance cards with the other young ladies from around these parts who aren't married." She closed her eyes and counted to 10, slowly, in a vain attempt to curb her temper. "Are we back to that again? Back to what? To you speaking to me as though I were a child? Compared to me, You are. She placed her hands on her hips, an unwise move since it drew the damp cloth tight over her straining breasts. She tilted her head back, again unwise because it caused her hair to tumble down and exposed her throat. But she was unconscious of all that. She was caught up in their argument. Oh, yes. Poor old Jake Langston. You're virtually decrepit, ancient. I'll bet Mama wanted you at her party so you could act as chaperone for all us young folks. He ground his teeth. I ain't going, he stressed each word as though learning to speak it for the first time. His nose came dangerously close to touching hers as he leaned forward for emphasis. Then neither am I, she said airily. As she spun around, she slammed the door in his face. It remained closed only a fraction of a second before it was almost ripped off its hinges. Jake came barreling through, reached out, grabbed her arm, and twirled her around. What's that supposed to mean? Just what I said. If you don't go, neither will I. She thumped his chest with her index finger. And you can make our excuses. He released her and sailed his hat toward the hooks by the door. It missed them all and fell into the puddle of water her wet feet had left. He cursed expansively, raking his hands through his hair and mumbling deprecations about spoiled brats who made life hell for everyone around them. All right, Banner, he said, finally pointing a finger at her. But this is the last time you're getting your way. I mean that now. And you stay away from me over there, you hear? If I've got to go to that goddamn party, I plan on having a rip-roaring time, you understand me? She batted her eyelashes. Why, of course, Jake, she said on a sugary drawl. That's what I intend to do, too. Didn't you say that's what parties are for? He had a powerful urge to toss her over his knee and whip the daylights out of her. But that would have entailed touching her, and he couldn't touch her, not without any more protection between them than that cotton wrapper. She was naked beneath it. He didn't need an encyclopedia to tell him that. Her skin was rosy. No doubt it would be warm and damp. He whirled toward the door. I'll pick you up. Wouldn't you like a bath? He stopped dead in his tracks and came around slowly. What? A bath? I'll warm up this water. I was going to the creek. She wrinkled her nose, calling attention to her freckles. That won't be the same as a nice, relaxing, warm bath. Without waiting for his acceptance, she began preparing another bath. She tested the kettles on the stove and found they still had boiling water in them, humming under her breath. She dipped some of the water in the tub into a pail and emptied it out the back door. That made room for the fresh, steaming water she poured in. She wiggled her fingers in it there. That's just right. She turned to face him, having ignored him as she went about busily getting the water ready. You're going to use it, aren't you? He gnawed on the inside of his cheek. He had stood there like a damn fool while she wrapped him around her little finger. But he had been so captivated by the way her body looked in that clinging robe, he couldn't move. It had stuck to her hip as she bent over the tub, outlining the gentle curves for his avid eyes. It had gaped when she emptied the pail, giving him a glimpse of the creamy flesh of her breast. In contrast, the rest of her looked vulnerable. Strands of ebony hair clung to her damp cheeks. Her bare feet looked too small for an adult. He wanted to examine them closely. When she moved past him, she seemed incredibly small and in need of protection. Knowing he should run as hard and fast as he could, he heard himself say, I guess I'll have to, since you went to all the trouble to fix it. I'll get you a towel while you fetch some clean clothes from the barn. He hadn't returned when Banner came back to the kitchen. She peered out the window anxiously. Only when she saw him emerge from the building carrying his clothes did she breathe. By the time he opened the back door, she was fussily arranging a towel and washcloth and soap on the table within his reach. I'll give you some privacy now, she said softly. Thanks, you're welcome. She closed the door between the kitchen and parlor and left him. She went into her bedroom. She didn't close the door behind her. Something inside her, a naughtiness she had never known was there, prevented her from shutting the door. When she peeled out of her robe, she faced the door to the kitchen, wishing Jake would open it and see her. But he wasn't going to already. She could hear the water splashing. He was in the tub. With that thought came hot, coiling sensations that ribboned around her thighs, between them, up her middle, through her breasts. Her nipples pouted, hesitantly. She lifted her hand to one. She was vividly reminded of Jake's hands touching her, teaching her things about herself she hadn't known. Flesh was receptive. She trembled. Between her thighs, she felt a liquid heat forming. She dropped her hand quickly, afraid she would be struck dead by God's wrath for being so wicked. But the image of Jake in the tub wouldn't go away. Having grown up with a brother, she wasn't completely ignorant of the male anatomy as most of her peers were. But she had never seen a grown man naked and was made to understand from a few married friends who would dare broach such a forbidden subject that was a fearsome sight to behold. She couldn't imagine it being anything but beautiful. The rest of Jake was beautiful, why not that? She wouldn't be shocked. She had grown up on a stud farm and knew what happened to male animals when they were aroused. Besides, she had experienced it. It had been frightening. His first hard thrust into her body. But the pain had been temporary. She had felt him, his silky length and steely hardness. But she had never seen him and was consumed with curiosity about the way he looked. Maybe she should offer to wash his back. But even as she took steps in the direction of the door, she rejected that idea as too obvious. She supposed she was terribly wanton, but that didn't stop her from hoping that one day she and Jake would do that again, and that the next time they would be naked. As she pulled on her clothes, she was aware of every inch of skin on her body. Cool cloth whispered across each fevered surface. She chose a dress of vivid green. It had a scoop neckline and fit snugly at her midriff. The skirt was only full enough to sway gently when she walked. The dress buttoned down the back, and therein lay her problem. She couldn't reach the top few buttons because the bodice fit too well. She glanced at the kitchen door. It was still closed, but she hadn't heard any splashing sounds in the last few minutes. She crossed the parlor and knocked on the door. "Jake? Yeah? May I come in? It's your house?" She pushed the door open. He was dragging the tub across the floor. At the back door, he tilted it forward and let the water drain out over the steps. Banner stood entranced. He had pulled on only a clean pair of black trousers. He was barefooted and shirtless. The muscles of his chest and arms and back held her attention captive as he lifted the empty tub and placed it back in the closet. When he turned to face her, her breath caught in her throat. Up close, his chest was even more magnificent than seen from afar. The bronze discs of his nipples nestled in swirls of golden hair intrigued her. If touched, caressed, did they react as hers did? She followed the satiny strip of hair that arrowed down the middle of his torso until it met that which whirled around his navel just above the button on his pants. The black cloth cupped his sex. The snug fit left little room for imagination. Her recent thoughts came washing over her like a scalding tidal wave and made her dizzy. She dragged her eyes back up to his. "I need some help with my buttons." Her voice was raspy, inadvertently intimate. She went toward him and turned her back. Her hands swept her hair up off her neck. He managed the buttons with more alacrity than she wished. How many other buttons had he been asked to do up or undo? The thought was unsettling. Had she measured up to the other women he had known? If she hadn't, she would. No one would be as good for Jake as she was. She would see to that. She couldn't give up now. Keeping her hair swept aside, she turned around and looked up at him from beneath her lashes. "Sharing bath water, you buttoning me up. By all appearances, we could be married, couldn't we?" His face was hard, immobile. The blue of his eyes had gone almost colorless. "Hardly, Banner. If we were married and you met me at the door dressed in no more than a damp robe, I'd have already had you in bed with your skirts over your head, fucking you till your ears rang." Her mouth dropped open. The air left her body in one disbelieving gust. She fell back a step and raised her hand to her breast as though he had struck her. The skin on her face went pale and stretched taut, then she spun around and fled the kitchen. He heard the bedroom door slam behind her. Jake slumped against the door jamb. His fists were balled at his sides so tightly his knuckles were white. "I'm sorry, Banner, I'm sorry," he whispered to the ceiling. He wasn't sure when it had hit him. Maybe it had been sneaking up on him all week. Maybe it had occurred to him like a bolt out of the blue. But somewhere between the house and the barn when he had left to get his fresh clothes, he had known Banner was trying to seduce him, not into bed, but into marriage. That's what the other night had been about. The kindnesses, the perfect dinner, the considerate attention, the silent promise that if he had wanted to share her bed, he could have. What a blind idiot he had been. It had almost worked. If Lydia hadn't chosen that time to come visiting, he would have obeyed the will of his body and made love to Banner. One time at her request might be forgivable, but twice, never. He would have had to marry her. He didn't blame Banner. She was still just a kid, a high-strung young woman whose pride had been dealt a death blow. Practically speaking, their marrying made sense. Had he turned over the idea in some hidden corner of his mind? If not, why, when Lydia drove out of the yard, had he not yearned for her as always? Why had he yearned much more to return to the house and continue what he and Banner had started? It had saddened him that he hadn't felt that familiar tugging around his heart when Lydia left him to return to Ross. She had looked beautiful just as she always did, but she was no longer the most beautiful. When had Banner become the standard by which he judged all other women? He was supposed to love Lydia. Just what in hell was happening here? He and Banner were getting too familiar. That was all too intimate. They were isolated, and as lonely people do, they were reaching out to whomever was available. Well, it had to be stopped. He had to put an end to these intimacies before she got any more fool notions about them being to each other any more than they were. He had resolved that he had no choice but to wound her. So when he returned for his bath and saw the hungry way she was looking at him, when he felt his own body betraying his good intentions, he had said that horrible thing. He had hurt her, and he would go on hurting her. There was no other way. She had to be made to see that anything between them simply could not be. And while he was convincing her, he hoped to God he could convince himself. 11 Grady Sheldon heard the screams long before he rode his horse into the clearing and tied it to the lower branches of a sad pine. That Doggy Burns was beating Wanda to within an inch of her life was his first guess as to what was wrong, but as he dismounted, he saw Doggy sitting on the sagging front porch. A hound was parked at each foot, one was stretched across his lap. The moonshiner lifted a jug of his own brew to his flaccid lips, through which he mumbled incoherently. It was Grady's guess that it wasn't Doggy's first drink of the day. Another high-pitched wail that could have originated in the dungeons of hell rose from the cabin. Grady, without haste, walked toward the derelict dwelling. One of the mangy hounds came tearing toward him, growling and snapping at his heels. He kicked it in the head and sent it skulking and whimpering back beneath the porch. Doggy's bleary eyes came around to his son-in-law. "What's going on in there?" Grady asked him. "Your young un's about to be borned, that's what." Another scream rent the air, followed by hard, harsh panting sounds that made Grady's stomach churn. "That," Doggy said, hitching his head toward the door and wiping his mouth after taking a long pull at the spout of the jug, "has been going on all day, and I'm getting sick to death of it. Screaming, yelling, disturbing a man's peace like she was the only woman whatever birthed the babe, silly damned bitch." The thought of birth made Grady queasy and unaccountably nervous. He gazed into the dim void of the yawning front door which welcomed insects, beasts, varmints of any kind to venture inside. Did you try to get the doctor?" Doggy looked up at him through eyes hazy from alcohol consumption. "Hell, man, you think I'm crazy? Why would she need a doc to whelp a brat? Damned quacks, good for nothing but stealing a man's hard-earned money. Nope. Wandered her in a bed no better'n that one. And she done all right, all that crying and screaming's just for show, boy." Don't let it fool you none. The next scream ended on a trailing wail that curdled Grady's blood. She sounds like she's really in pain." Doggy crackled a laugh. "Reckon she is? Reckon she is. It's God's punishment for her warring ways. He's punished every whore since Eve for their wicked ways." "Shut up in there," he bellowed, loud enough to disturb the hounds surrounding him. They raised their soulful eyes, then returned to their naps. "Get on in there," Doggy said to Grady. "She's your wife." And for the love of Jesus, shut her up. I can't stand that screaming no more. Grady entered the dim, smoky, stuffy room. The smells were hideous, an insult to human nostrils. He tried holding his breath for long moments at a time. When he did breathe, the air was thick with filth and squalor. Wanda lay on the bed amid soiled linens. Grady swallowed the scalding bile that filled his throat. The rough sheets were stained pink from the water that had flowed from her womb and precipitated her labor. Her knees were bent and raised and opened wide. Her face was gray and puckered. The lips through which passed those gasping sounds were bruised and cracked where she had obviously gnawed them in an effort to stifle her screams. Her hair was matted with sweat. Her eyes were closed. A scanty shift had been raised as high as her breasts, leaving her lower half bare. Grady was thoroughly disgusted by the sight of her, so disgusted that he wanted to vomit. The breasts that had once enticed him were now bloated with milk, the nipples large and dark. She evoked no pity in him, even though he could see her body twisting, garnering energy for the next painful assault. Shoulders left the mattress and she clutched her knees, drawing them toward her chest as she grunted and strained until her face was beet red and swollen with the effort. When she fell back and opened her eyes, she saw Grady watching her. "So you finally put in an appearance," she said in shallow, rapid breaths. "Look what you done to me, you son of Fabbich. You brought me to this." "Are you sure it was me, Wanda?" Grady taunted. "You or some other bastard who thought he was too good to speak to me on the streets of town, but who sneaked out here when he wanted a good tumble." She gnashed her teeth and groaned in agony. But she couldn't contain her anguish and released it on another scream that pierced the ramshackle walls of the cabin. "You're bothering your daddy. He sent me in here to stop your screams." "God damn him, and God damn you. Charming as ever, Wanda. Motherhood becomes you." His eyes slid down her puffy body. She was open, stretched wide. The baby's head was emerging. His gorge rose again. Wanda, screaming, propped herself on her elbows and pushed with all her might. She tucked her chin against her chest as she made low, guttural animal noises that were repulsive to Grady's ears. Then she threw her head back and screamed until her voice cracked. "I told you to shut her up, dog," he yelled from the outside. "God damning women," he muttered, as he staggered off the porch, sending the hounds scuttling in every direction. "I'm going to get me another jug," he ambled away into the gathering twilight. When Grady's eyes swung back to Wanda, she was in the throes of another contraction. "Help me, Grady, help me." She was pleading now, all arrogance gone. Pain had reduced her to a pathetic being. "The babe won't be born. It won't be. Help me. Do something." She screamed when he just stood there looking at her. "Your daddy told me to keep you quiet." His voice was as devoid of expression as his face. "I can't help the screaming. It hurts." Again, she collapsed onto the sweat-stained pillow. Then her body convulsed with another pain, and her throat opened up, and she wailed loud and long. The baby's shoulders had pushed their way through. In a moment, it would be born. Grady Sheldon, young, handsome businessman, would be saddled with yet another Burns. The thought that he could have sired a brat out of Wanda Burns made him even more sick to his stomach than the sights and smells around him. That he might have to support this clan of white trash all his life was unthinkable. For weeks he had debated about what he should do. He had come to a conclusion, though, that too had been unthinkable. But he was desperate, and desperation urged men to do things that would ordinarily be unthinkable. "Doggy told me to keep you from screaming. I think I should." He picked up the extra pillow on the bed. "Don't scream anymore, Wanda." She looked up at him through glassy eyes, filled now not only with agony but fear. "What are you doing, huh? Oh, God." She gritted her teeth as another spasm seized her. "Oh, God, oh, Jesus," she chanted while her body strained to dispel the life in her womb. "Don't scream," Grady warned menacingly. "I can't help." Her mouth opened wide, and she let loose a scream that championed its predecessors. It split her throat just as her body split open, and the child was expelled. Grady acted. He closed the pillow over her face, pressed her back onto the mattress, and held her there. She struggled but briefly. Hours of agonizing labor had left her weak. Grady didn't remove the pillow until long after her limbs had become still. When he lifted it away, sweat was rolling down his body in cold rivers. He didn't look at Wanda, but lowered his eyes to the mewling baby lying between her thighs. He didn't even turn it over to see if it was a boy or a girl. No use wasting energy on that. It wouldn't live long. Not if his plan worked, and it had to. He whirled around when he heard Doggy's shuffling walk. He tiptoed to the door, peeked out, and saw the man weaving his unsteady way back to the cabin. About every third step, he hauled the jug to his shoulder, tilted his head back, and took a long draught of the moonshine whiskey. When Doggy reached the cabin, his alcohol-befuddled brain discerned that something was amiss. "What is?" he muttered. He started forward, staggered, and almost fell over one of his hounds. Cursing it, he stumbled up on the porch, grasped one of the rough cedar posts to keep himself from falling, and called out, "What's going on in yonder? Huh? Wanda? Sheldon? Is the young'un born yet?" He took a lurching step forward. "Why ain't there no noise, huh?" Why? He never saw the piece of oak firewood that came crunching down on his skull the minute he cleared the doorway. Heavily he dropped to the floor after having held his breath for the past several minutes. Grady stepped from the shadows and leaned over Doggy. The man didn't move. Grady wiped his sweating face on his sleeve. It was their fate to die like this. Grady convinced himself they were trash, not fit to live on the same planet with decent folks. Who would miss Doggy Burns and his sluttish daughter? He had done the world a favor by ridding it of them. He had only helped fade out a little bit, that's all. He went to the apple crate that served as a bedside table and casually tipped the kerosene lantern over, making sure its glow broke against the plank floor and that the fuel spread in a wide pool. No one could blame him for this. Fate hadn't been too kind to him lately. He had lost Banner, a chunk of prized real estate, and the backing and endorsement of the Colemans, which went a long way in Larson County. He had been humiliated in public and shunned in town by people who used to suck up to him. He'd been laughed at. He'd taken about all a man could take, hadn't he? From now on, he intended fate to decide things in his favor. He struck a match and lit the end of a cigar he had had the good fortune to bring along. See, fate was already turning the tide. He sauntered out of the cabin and drew the tobacco smoke into his lungs, releasing it on a long, slow exhalation. Everybody knew the Burnses lived like pigs, that Doggy was constantly drunk. Wanda, too. No one had seen him leave town. Even if they had, who was to say he had come out here? He would circle around, ride back into town from the opposite direction, and make sure he waved to several people who would remember it later if the sheriff got suspicious about the fire at the Burns place. Grady tossed his cigar into the open doorway of the shack. He didn't even wait to see if it caught. Fate was on his side now. The party was already in full swing by the time Banner and Jake arrived. They were late. It was an indisputable fact that the Colemans knew how to throw a shindig. Lanterns covered with gaily colored paper were hanging from the lowest branches of the trees tables. Lined up end to end in the yard were laden with food. The barbecue pits emitted the delicious aroma of mesquite-smoked meat. Kegs of beer had been set up. Ma kept the punch bowls brimming with lemonade for the ladies. The music was toe-tapping and loud. 2 fiddles, a banjo, a harmonica, and an accordion played one lively tune after another. Their musicians' repertoire was as limited as their skill, but they made up for both with their enthusiasm. When Lydia and Ross saw the familiar wagon pull into the yard, they rushed toward it to greet their daughter and Jake. Ross lifted Banner off the wagon seat and twirled her around. "I almost forgot how pretty you are, Princess. Ranching hasn't made you ugly, by any means." "Papa." Banner hugged him tight when he set her back on the ground. She hadn't realized how much she had missed him until now. He felt so safe and strong. She wanted to stay in his protective embrace for a long time. But that would be out of the ordinary, and she had to make things seem ordinary even though her heart was breaking and she could think of 100 places she would rather be than at a party. She and Jake hadn't spoken since he had said that dreadful thing to her. Of course she was unfamiliar with the word. But in context and given the brittle quality of Jake's eyes when he had said it, she could imagine how unspeakably foul it was. When she had finished dressing, she had come out onto the front porch. He had been sitting in the wagon smoking a cheroot. He barely glanced at her, but got out of the wagon and came around to assist her. She disdained his extended hand and pulled herself onto the seat. He had merely shrugged and returned to his place, taken up the reins and driven in silence across the river. Banner had sat stonily still, hoping that he could sense the undiluted loathing of him that flowed through her veins with every beat of her heart. Again she had made a fool of herself, but that was the last time. He wouldn't have an occasion to humiliate her again. Friendliness between them would cease. She would speak to him only about ranching matters and only when necessary. He wouldn't eat in her kitchen again. She would leave a tray out on the front porch for him. She would feed him as one did a pet, making the food available but not sharing it. "Jake, how are you?" Her father's hearty welcome snapped her back into the present. Ross was heartily pumping Jake's hand. "There's beer over there or something stronger inside in my office." "I'll take something stronger," Jake said, his mouth grim. Ross smiled beneath his mustache. "Figured you would. I want to talk to you about something anyway, Ross." Lydia moaned. "Don't talk business tonight. You'll miss the party." He reached for her, drew her to him, and kissed her soundly on her startled mouth. "Want to bet? I have a party planned for you and me later." "Ross, keep your voice down and let me go. Everybody's watching," she protested, but her cheeks were rosy and her eyes were filled with an excitement that matched her husband's. After another quick kiss, he released her. "Come on, Jake," Ross said, slapping the younger man between the shoulder blades and keeping his hand there companionably, as they made their way through the crowd in the yard toward the house. "Men?" Lydia turned an exasperated face toward her daughter, but it immediately converted into a smile. "You look beautiful, Banner." "Thanks, Mama. It was good to hear it." Jake certainly hadn't complimented her on how she looked. His indifference piqued her more than she could imagine, and that in itself was an irritant. "Everything looks wonderful. You've gone to too much trouble as usual. I had lots of help, Ma and the boys." The boys was Lydia's collective term for Lee and Micah. "Where are they anyway?" "I miss those two, though. Why I do, I can't imagine." Lydia smiled and touched Banner's hair, which was perfectly coiffed. She had piled it high but left wisps to coil against her cheeks and neck. A green satin ribbon that matched her dress had been wound, though the dark strands. "They wouldn't admit it in a million years, but they miss you too. They have no one to torment." "All of your friends are here," Lydia said softly, knowing how difficult it would be for Banner to face them the first time. "They're clustered under the pecan tree. I'll go see them now." Banner squeezed her mother's hand in reassurance. "Have a good time." Banner nodded and wended her way through the crowd. She went out of her way to speak to everyone, smiling brightly, tossing her head, letting everyone know that she hadn't fallen to pieces after what Grady had done to her. The shame was his, not hers. She intended for everyone to know that and held her head proudly. "Georgia, Bea, Dovey, hello," she called out as she reached the group of young women. They were all dressed in summer pastels. As Banner approached them, decked out in the bright leaf green, they all faded to blandness by comparison. "Banner," they chorused and gathered around her. They exchanged pleasantries and gossip about mutual acquaintances. Since she hadn't seen them for several weeks, she was behind on current events. When they asked Banner if it were true that she was ranching, she answered in the affirmative and then went on to describe her life much more colorfully than it warranted. But their interest in fences and corrals and crossbreeding quickly waned, and the talk turned to engagements and weddings and tea parties and babies and china patterns. It didn't take long for Banner to become very bored, and she wondered if she had ever been as shallow and short-sighted as they. Excusing herself, she wandered off. She came up behind Lee and Micah, who had their shoulders propped against a tree. Unaware that she was within hearing distance, their conversation was much more interesting than that of her girlfriends. "You think she does?" "Hell yes. You can tell by her eyes. Their eyes always give them away." "What about Lulu Bishop?" I don't know. Probably not. Too scared of her mama? Yeah, but I hear she opens her mouth when she kisses." "Who told you?" "The fellow who works in her daddy's feed store, the one from Indian Territory." "Yep. Think he was lying?" "Might have been." Now, Bonnie Jones, nice on top, huh? Big and ripe as melons. Micah's elbow found Lee's side and they chuckled together. Bet they taste just as juicy, too. I touched 'em once, Lee bragged. The hell you say, Micah scoffed, straightening and facing his friend in challenge. Swear to God, when, about 2 years ago? Even then they were bodacious. We were at the 4th of July celebration the church gave for all the young folks. The church, Micah said beneath his breath. Lying? No, you should have come. I had the trots and Ma wouldn't let me. What happened with Bonnie? We sneaked off from the others. You know that place in the river where the rapids are? She leaned out over the rocks, lost her balance, and nearly fell in the water. When I reached out to catch her, that's what I caught. Liar, I swear. What'd she do? Oh, she blushed and straightened her dress. She said, Lee Coleman, you best watch where your hands are touching. I said, I'm watching 'em, Bonnie, honey, I'm watching 'em. I was looking right down on 'em, you see. Micah snickered. Then what happened? Lee's face fell. Then the Sunday school teacher came thrashing through the woods, rounding all of us up for fireworks. Hell, if I'd had Bonnie alone for another 60 seconds, there would have been some fireworks all right. He tossed down a piece of bark he'd peeled off the tree. Heard she's marrying a guy from Tyler. Tell you what, he's in for a real treat on their wedding night. You two are positively disgusting. Banner stepped from the shadows and nudged her way between them. She glared at them with an air of superiority. Hellfire, Banner, Lee said angrily. We didn't know you were there. Obviously, up to your old tricks again? Micah asked, smiling, spying on us. Banner's good nature won out, and she giggled. You're more entertaining than anyone else at this party. But Lee, how dare you talk about one of my friends that way? Bonnie Jones is a nice girl, and if you touched any part of her anatomy, I'm certain she was mortified and highly offended. You shouldn't have been listening, he defended himself. This is the kind of thing men discuss. And how would you know what men discuss? He frowned threateningly. But she wasn't in the least intimidated. What would you do if someone discussed me like that? Both of them all but growled with an instinct to protect. I'd tear the hair off their heads, Lee said. Well, if Bonnie had a brother who invited her... Banner stopped mid-sentence to comment on the arrival of another young woman who joined the group, still gathered under the pecan tree. Who, Micah asked, his eyes scanning the crowd. More people were dancing now, and it was difficult to distinguish faces. Dora Lee Denny. I can't stand her. The boys cast knowing glances at each other. How come? She's sneaky and snooty and snide. She's right pretty, though, Micah observed. Banner had always thought the blue-eyed blonde was tacky. Her hair was too elaborately styled, her clothes too fussy, her perfume too strong. What Banner disliked most was the way Dora Lee ingratiated herself with men and women alike. She dominated every conversation, and her favorite topic was herself. She always spoke in syrupy tones that Banner knew were false. Often, Banner had wanted to punch Dora Lee in her petulant mouth just to get one honest reaction out of her. I'd better go back and see what she's saying. It would be just like her to tell everybody that I had attempted suicide after the wedding. She left them. Micah stared after her, watching as she insinuated herself into the circle of young women again. What do you think? Lee's eyes were focused in the same direction as Micah's. I don't care if my sister likes Dora Lee or not. I'd like a chance to sample some of that. How about you? I was thinking the same thing. Nothing serious, you understand, just a nice, quick roll in the hay. Yeah, Lee agreed, his eyes narrow and hazy. Reckon she does. Wouldn't surprise me. You can tell by their eyes, Lee finished. What can you tell by their eyes? Jake struck a match against the tree, and both boys jumped guiltily. He laughed at their confounded expression. He had stepped out on the porch after his visit with Ross, wishing he didn't have to endure this party. He should ride into town and raise hell, blow off steam. What he needed was some good whiskey, some bad woman, some hard gambling. Maybe then the images of Banner would be blotted from his mind, and he could go on with his life as he had before that cursed night in the barn. Pictures of her were flashing through his mind so vividly he had expected Ross to know what he was thinking about. Banner in her bridal nightgown, Banner in the tight breeches, Banner serving him dinner, Banner lighting his cigar, Banner standing on the stool with her back turned and her fanny in the air, Banner just out of the bath, Banner, Banner, Banner. She had a monopoly on his thoughts. He wouldn't have been surprised if Ross had cursed him, lunged out of his chair with a pistol drawn and put a bullet right between his eyes. And for what Jake was thinking about his daughter, Ross would have been vindicated. But Ross had treated him as he always had, and that had made Jake feel even worse. He'd been glad when Lydia called their visit to a halt by sticking her head around the office door and demanding that Ross come out to greet the mayor of Larson who had just arrived. The moment Jake stepped out on the porch, he spotted Banner. She was laughing with her friends. He was glad she was laughing. She had looked so stark and wounded after what he had said to her that afternoon, but it had been necessary to hurt her. He had felt compelled to insult her in the cruelest, crudest way. She would be better off seeing his true nature right now, so she would get any romantic notions out of her head. Seeking diversion from his tumultuous thoughts, Jake had ambled toward Lee and Micah, whose heads were bent together like conspirators. He had guessed they were up to no good, and he had guessed right. If their guilty expressions were any indication, how come all the girls are over there and the two of you are lurking in the dark over here? Did they scare you off? Nah, Micah told his older brother. We were just discussing women in general, and one in particular. Which one in particular? They pointed out Dora Lee. What about her? Jake asked with mild interest. We were just speculating on whether the rumors we've heard about her are true, Lee said. What are the rumors? Jake's analytical eyes hadn't left the girl who was chatting with much hand gesturing and eyelash batting. He could tell even from this distance that Dora Lee was the kind of woman he despised. She thought too highly of herself and of her appeal, just as Priscilla Watkins always had. She was smug about her prettiness, and her motions were calculated. But that was just the kind of woman he needed tonight. One he had absolutely no tender feelings for. The rumor is that she, Micah finished with a wink. Jake's smile was slow and lazy. Oh yeah, well, maybe I can settle the matter here and now. He stepped away from them and they were left to admire him with awe. Jake, Micah whispered after him, watch it. She's the mayor's daughter. Jake grinned another of those heart-stopping but dangerous smiles. That's the best kind. He winked at the boys who poked at each other's ribs punishingly. Mama and Papa wanted me to go to that new girls' school in Waco, but Dora Lee suspended her boasting recital and stared at the man who was walking through the dancers. In the lantern light, his hair shone white, though his skin was dark. Even from afar, she could tell that his eyes were intensely blue. Who is that? She whispered. Banner followed her gaze and spotted Jake coming through the crowd of bobbing dancers. His hips rolled as he walked in a loose-bone cowboy swagger that somehow called attention to the place where his gun belt bisected his middle. If she had noticed the decisive evidence of his sex earlier, she was sure that the lascivious Dora Lee did now, nor could the breadth of his shoulders be disguised beneath the white cotton shirt stretched taut over their width and the black leather vest that looked as soft as butter. The red bandana tied around his throat lent him a rakish air. He looked as cunning as a tomcat that had just caught a mouse and as dangerous as a mountain lion on the prowl. Jake stopped, took the cheroot from his mouth, dropped it in the dirt, and ground it beneath the toe of his boot. Every movement was sensuous, slow, deliberate. That's Jake Langston, Banner said. He's my foreman. Dora Lee had bitterly regretted missing Banner's wedding. She had missed it on purpose, going to Galveston for an extended visit with a cousin, so she wouldn't have to celebrate Banner Coleman Day, as she had scathingly called it. She never liked sharing the spotlight with anyone, especially Banner, who outclassed her on every point. But when Dora Lee returned from her trip and learned what had transpired, she had been furious with herself for missing what she considered a much-deserved comeuppance for Banner. She had also heard talk of the cowboy who had rallied to the Coleman's defense. She had thought the accounts of him were exaggerated, but obviously they weren't. Jake kept up that predatory gait until he stood within a few feet of the gate-mouthed Dora Lee. Dance? That was all he said. It was enough. For once having nothing to say, Dora Lee glided toward him and allowed herself to be swept into his arms and away from the group of envious young ladies. Banner felt something die inside herself. He hadn't even looked at her. His eyes had been trained on the girl she thought to be blowsy and loud and obnoxious and thoroughly unlikable. Good. Let him have her. They deserved each other. Why are we all standing around here? She said with forced gaiety. Let's coax these gentlemen to dance. She began circulating and flashing the smile that had tripped many a hopeful heart before she became promised to Grady Sheldon. Within seconds she had a partner, then another, then another. She whirled in time to the music, laughing gaily, smiling, convincing the young men she danced with that there was hope of winning her heart yet, and convincing her parents that she had come through a terrible ordeal unscathed. But Banner cataloged every move Dora Lee and Jake made. She knew when his arms tightened and pulled her closer to him, and she knew when Dora Lee submitted and allowed it. She also knew the moment they disappeared behind the barn. Within minutes, Jake was cursing himself for coaxing Dora Lee into the shadows. She was stupid and vain and silly, but he had known that when he went after her, her predictability was wearisome. She pretended coyness, but surrendered with a notable lack of resistance. The conquest had been too easy, and there was no thrill to what he found when he peeled her bodice back and bared her breast to moonlight and his eyes. I don't usually let a man, yes, you do. He kissed her neck, then raised his head to test her reaction to his lack of chivalry. She gazed up at him with vacuous eyes. She wet her lips and tried again. But I really like you, Jake? Then show me, he whispered raspily. Her tongue whipped around his mouth like a striking snake. She tasted disagreeably like dill pickles. He wanted none of her, but forced himself to fill his hand with her generous breast. His body responded to the touch of female flesh, but from the waist up there was not a whit of desire to be found in him. He could have her possibly slake a longing that had been building in him for weeks, but the relief would be temporary. The hunger would come back tomorrow because it was for someone else. He wasn't being fair to this girl, silly and self-centered though she was, since when had the heartbreaker Jake Langston started worrying about fairness since the night in the barn? He was getting soft and sentimental in his old age. Ordinarily, he would have taken a tart like Dora Lee without a moment's hesitation. Instead, he kindly pushed her away. We'd better get back. Anxious now to be rid of her, he fumbled with the buttons on her dress. He saw that she was about to object and rushed to add, I don't want your pa to come looking for you to save face. Dora Lee pretended that she had called a halt to things and restored her hair with swift, trembling hands. I don't want you to get the wrong idea about me. I guess I lost my head there for a moment when I let you touch me. I want your respect. She prattled on until they returned to the party. Immediately, Jake excused himself from her and went to get a beer. He took a long drink just as Lee and Micah came rushing up to him, breathless and wide-eyed. Well, he smiled sadly at their innocence and wished for a moment he had his back. Dora Lee definitely does. Good luck. The party wound down. Jake spent some time with Ma, whom he had sorely neglected to visit. She rested in a rocker on the porch, fanning herself. He tried to keep his mind on their conversation, but his eyes continually strayed to Banner. She danced with every man there, young and old, and she had a damn good time doing it too. Did she have to hold her head at just that angle, baring her throat to that yokel who looked like he wanted to take a bite of it? Wasn't that jackass holding her too tight, and didn't she care? Who was she waving at? Who was that brilliant smile for? And if Randy asked her to dance one more time, Jake was going to have to do something about that stud once and for all. Castration came to mind. He whipped himself into a fine froth. By the time the guests had left and Jake made his way to their waiting wagon, his gut was coiled so tight he was ready to hit something. They made their goodbyes. Wonder what that is? Ross asked. He gazed toward the northeastern horizon. It was tinted a dull red. Fire, Jake replied, following Ross's gaze. Micah whistled through his teeth. Must be a haluva fire to light up the sky like that. I wonder what it could be. It's a good distance from town, Lydia said. Brush, maybe, Ross said reflectively. We need rain something bad. It's been a dry spring that seemed to satisfy everyone's curiosity about the fire. but it wasn't burning nearly as brightly as the green jealousy in Banner's eyes. 12, Ross, this is. Be quiet, woman, and kiss me. But Ross covered Lydia's mouth with his, stopping her insincere protests. Knowing he enjoyed the chase, she sometimes gave him one, but her responding kiss was just as hungry as his. He pulled her down onto the blanket in the hay and rolled her beneath him, heedless of the havoc he wreaked on the dress she had worn to their party. The guests had departed. The musicians had packed up their instruments and left for home. Ross had sent Ma to her cabin without letting her start the cleanup. Everyone at River Bend had retired. They were left blissfully alone as his tongue went on darting, teasing forays into her mouth. His hands pillaged her hair, seeking out pins with nimble fingers and pulling them free. "Shame on you," she breathed, when at last he released her mouth to nuzzle her neck. "I had about all I could stand of manners and respectability for one night," he chuckled. "I needed some good old vice, a reminder of my wicked youth. So that's why you dragged me up to the hayloft rather than into our nice, respectable bedroom. There's something naughty about making love in a haystack, isn't there?" "You ought to know," she said with mock primness. "You've brought me up here on more than one occasion in the middle of the day. I was always afraid the children would catch us while they were playing hide and seek." Ross laughed as his hands worked free the buttons on her bodice. That threat only added to the excitement. She plowed her finger through his dark hair and lifted his head to see his face. "I don't need anything to add to the excitement. Every time I've made love with you has been exciting. That kind of talk can get you in a heap of trouble, lady," he warned in a low, vibrating voice. "I like this wildness in you," she whispered. "That streak of Sonny Clark is still there if anybody but me knew to look for it. You're my outlaw, and I love you, no matter what name you live under." His eyes rained emerald fire down on her. The emotions that shimmered from her face were as untamed as his own. "I love you, Lydia." "I know. I love you too." They kissed with a heat that hadn't cooled in 20 years of living together. Hasty hands tore at clothes they couldn't be rid of fast enough. He reached beneath her skirt and petticoats and unfastened her drawers. When she was free of them, he lifted her on top of him to straddle his hips. Their hands engaged in frantic combat over the buttons of his trousers. Cries of ecstasy echoed in the still, quiet barn when they came together. As passionately in love with him as ever, Lydia's head fell back and she rode his hard body. She allowed him liberties with her breasts. He primed them with hands that knew just what to do to give her the most pleasure, then took them into his mouth to love. "Ross, Ross, Ross!" She collapsed onto his chest when the climax came. He reached high into her at the instant of his release. As always, he died a little only to be renewed, refreshed, and reborn. Lydia always returned as much as she gave. They lay together quietly, breathing rapidly, listening to the song of the cicadas in the trees outside. She unbuttoned his shirt and sifted chest hairs through her fingers. They murmured love words. They kissed, the intensely private exchanges of lovers who are familiar and devoted. Finally, they drifted into more meaningful conversation. "Banner seems to be fine, don't you think?" Ross sighed, shifting to draw Lydia closer. "I think so. She's intelligent. She's as stubborn as another female I could name." He pinched her bottom lightly. "It would take someone with bigger balls than Grady Sheldon's to defeat Banner." Lydia snickered and tweaked a chest hair. "But weren't you worried about her for a while?" "Just a little." "Yes, I was worried. You knew it all along, didn't you?" She nodded, rubbing her smooth cheek against his nipple. "I can't quite get used to the idea that our baby girl isn't a baby anymore. Banner is a woman and has to stand on her own 2 feet. She'll be held accountable for any decisions she makes from now on, and that frightens me. She's so damn impulsive. It's easier to leave Lee to his own devices, I guess because he's a boy. But I want to go on protecting Banner." He ground his chin against the top of Lydia's head. "I love both our children so much. Sometimes I'm afraid for them." Lydia squeezed her eyes closed. She knew the kind of parental panic he was talking about. Each time Lee or Banner left her sight, a desperate feeling of finality clutched at her heart. She was always afraid that might be the last time she would see them, Such notions were foolish, but every parent had them lifting herself slightly to gaze down at Ross. She said, "Maybe we wouldn't feel that way if I had been able to have more children." That again, Ross thought. He turned his head to gaze up at her. He still thought hers was the most beautiful face he had ever seen. It wasn't traditionally pretty as Victoria Gentry's had been, but it had much more life, vitality, character, spirit. Her sherry-colored eyes glowed with the personality of the woman inside. Ross took in each lively feature, the cascade of tumbled hair and the well-kissed fullness of her mouth. "Lydia, you have made me happier in the last 20 years than I ever knew was possible. I told you that the number of children we had wasn't important to me." She lowered her eyes self-consciously. "I know that's what you've told me. I just hope it's so." "It is. I wouldn't change anything about our lives since the day we left Jefferson with Moses and the baby. I'm so glad you already had Lee, and I'll be grateful to God for the rest of my life for giving us Banner. I only wish I had been able to have more of your children. I'll always regret that, Ross." This had been an issue between them for a long time. She couldn't accept the fact that she hadn't conceived after Banner was born. He had assured her 1,000 times that he didn't feel shortchanged. He loved Lee. His son may have been born of another woman, but Lydia had nourished him, and Banner, the child he had created with Lydia was very special. He wanted to take that sad expression off her face forever, but he knew it would recur. All he could do was go on reassuring her. His hand found her breast warm and full. He cupped it lovingly and finessed the nipple with his thumb until it beaded. "There's nothing to regret, Lydia," he whispered softly. "You have done nothing but please me ever." He raised his head and pressed his lips against her breast. She watched as his mustache surrounded her nipple. His lips enfolded it. His mouth sucked it. Then he stroked it with his tongue. Her eyes closed. She breathed his name repeatedly and wondered if God would punish her for loving Ross more than she loved him. Ross rolled her on her back and covered her body with his. He was hard again, and she was dewy with need. He drew back and in one long, slow plunge gave her his love. Lydia's thoughts, those both happy and sad, scattered as the winds of passion rushed through her once more. Banner tore the pins from her hair and flung them into the darkness. She struggled with each one. They had secured themselves in her hair with the tenacity of fish hooks. As soon as she worked one free, she flicked it from her fingers over the wagon's edge before she could scream. She was in a tizzy. "What the hell are you doing, taking down my hair?" "Why?" "Because I can't stand it up any longer. What's the matter with it?" She shook her head, sending her hair flying in every direction. When a silken coil slapped Jake in the face, he brushed it away. "Stop that. It's hurting my head, and I like to feel the wind blowing through it. Not that it's any of your business." Jake made a grunting sound and kept his eyes trained on the rump of the horse pulling the wagon. "Well, be still. You might fall off the wagon and break your neck." Banner was fuming. She was restless and couldn't sit still. Like a kettle about to come to a boil, she seethed. She was virtually bristling with pent-up anger. As a kid, she had butted her head into Lee's stomach to start a brawl when she was furious with him. That's the way she felt now. She was spoiling for a fight and would seize any excuse Jake gave her to have one. But he did nothing but drive the wagon and smoke that damn cheroot. No doubt his thoughts were concentrated on that little snot, Dora Lee. Banner couldn't dismiss from her mind their images as they strolled back into the thick of the party. Dora Lee had cast a gloating, telling glance toward her. Jake had whispered something to Lee and Micah that caused them to laugh. No doubt he had said something thoroughly revolting and indecent. Banner had wanted to slap them all as hard as she could. Instead, she had danced and laughed, pretending to have the time of her life, when in fact she had never been so angry and miserable. Every time her mind conjured up a picture of Jake kissing Dora Lee the way he had her. Darts poisoned with jealousy speared through her. It oozed through her system, making her soul black and oily with it. Even before Jake had returned for her wedding, she had been jealous of the time he spent with other people. Now her feelings of possessiveness had doubled. The jealousy was unreasonable, but she couldn't help feeling it. "Did you enjoy the party?" she asked crisply. If she didn't break the tense silence, she would crack in two like a walnut shell. Uh-huh, he answered laconically, keeping his eyes straight ahead. Of course you did. I could tell you were having a good time by the way you strutted around in front of all the ladies. Banner tossed her head back. She arched her throat to look at the stars overhead and give an appearance of nonchalance. I had a delightful time. I love to dance. My feet will probably be sore tomorrow. I danced so much. She wanted to remind him that she hadn't lacked plenty of partners. You can soak 'em if they are. I will damn that cool tone of his. I suppose Dora Lee will have to soak hers too. You reckon? Banner laughed mirthlessly, a short huffing laugh that barely said, "Ha!" with a lot of force behind it. She doesn't care who she danced with as long as he's male. Is that a fact? He rolled the cigar from one side of his mouth to the other without using his hands. Banner had a good mind to jerk it out of his mouth and send it the way of the hairpins, but she didn't quite dare. Everybody in town knows her reputation with men. Jake said musingly. I thought she was kind of cute. Hi, Kyle, I'll just bet you did. I did. Aren't you sorry you had to bring me home? I'm sure you'd much rather be escorting Dora Lee to her house. He said nothing, only shrugged in a manner that fueled Banner's temper. I saw you two sneaking off together. Is her trampy reputation well earned? She didn't give him room to answer. I'm sure it is. I saw the simpering, stupid expression on her face when you came back. Shameful. She shook her head and shuddered. I suppose you kissed her and no telling what else. Did you touch her too? I've heard she lets, well, I can't even bring myself to say it. She tossed her head again. She's so obscenely chesty and so proud of it. All her bosom is baby fat that never went away. I guess you were impressed with her figure. Did she show it off for you? Jake inhaled on his cigar, let the smoke slowly curl out of his mouth, then tossed the cheroot into the river as the wagon rolled over the bridge. I never kiss and tell, Banner. He turned his head and pierced her with his light blue eyes. And you especially should be glad I don't. If he had slapped her, she couldn't have been more stunned or offended or hurt. She stared back at him blankly. The vituperative chatter ceased abruptly. She couldn't even draw a breath. All the air had been sucked from her body, and with it had gone her fighting spirit. She whipped her head around, unable to look at him any longer. Jake cursed silently. He had been in a fit of jealous rage, too, but he had sensed Banner's mood immediately. And since the wagon would have likely ignited if they'd both lost their tempers, he had squelched his own and given her room. He hated himself for what he was having to do. He was being cruel to be kind. But maybe he was being too cruel. Maybe he should put his arm around her and apologize. Maybe if he just held her. No, Jake, he told himself. If you put your arm around her, all your good intentions will be shot to hell. Her hair was too dark and seductive in the night. He had liked the feel of it against his face too much. Her scent was becoming something he missed when she wasn't around. She looked too delectable in that dress. Her breasts, swelling from the bodice, were too tempting with the moonlight, silvery and soft, spilling over them. He tried telling himself that the tender spots forming on his heart for her were those of an uncle for his niece, but that argument was no good. He was experiencing about the most unhealthy feelings for a niece that an uncle could have. Add incest to his sins. No, Jake, don't touch her. You've acted the fool more than once, and both of you are paying for those lapses in judgment now. Don't act the fool again. When he pulled the wagon into the yard, she almost fell out of it in her haste to get away from him. It broke his heart to watch her marching proudly toward her front door, head high, back straight, when he knew she was humiliated beyond endurance. He couldn't let her leave him without saying something. Banner, she stopped. Her head fell forward for a heartbeat, then snapped up before she turned around and faced him defiantly. Yes? I shouldn't have said that. But it's true, isn't it? His eyes skittered from one object to another to keep from looking at her, to keep from feeling her suffering, and knowing that in order to be safe, he couldn't do anything to alleviate it, but he could postpone saying good night. Ross told me about a cattle broker in Fort Worth. He thinks this man could put together a small herd for us at a fair price. What do you think?" She didn't want to talk about cattle. She wanted to ask why he was being so hateful to her. Did he hate her? Did he hold her in contempt for what she had done with him? Did he ridicule her clumsy attempts to lure him back and into marriage? Whatever you think, Jake, you're my foreman. "Yeah, well," he said awkwardly, fingering the leather reins in his fingers. "I guess I ought to go to Fort Worth soon and see him. If you think that's best." He nodded. "Well, good night, please, Banner. Don't look at me like that. I want to hold you, but I can't. Good night." "Jake, why are you punishing me for a sin that belonged to both of us? Don't hate me for it. Lock up good now, here. I remember how sweet you were, Banner, and I want you again. But I can't. I will. Good night. You were so sweet to me that night, so tender and caring. Why are you being so mean to me now?" She went into the dark house alone and closed the door behind her. He waited until he saw the lamps glow in her bedroom before he pulled the wagon into the barn. Oh, my Lord! The 3 logs of firewood rolled from Banner's arms and thudded to the ground. One hand flew to her lips to trap a small scream. The other flattened over her lurching stomach. "What are you doing here?" Grady Sheldon stepped out of the shade on the porch and took a hesitant step toward her. "How are you, Banner?" he asked humbly. Banner recovered from her shock at seeing him, though it had been alarming. Jake and the cowboys were working far beyond the house, clearing a pasture of post oaks and scrub brush. She was alone at the house and had just gone to the wood pile on the far side of the barn. It would have startled her to see any man waiting on her porch, much less this one. But now that her initial fear had subsided, she was consumed with fury at his gall. She bent down to retrieve the logs. When she straightened, her eyes drilled through him as though he wasn't there. "I'll tell you how I am, Grady. I'm amazed you have the nerve to face me. And if you aren't gone in 10 seconds, I'll shoot you." She stalked past him, making her way to the front door, but he caught her arm and forced her to a halt. "Banner, please, I need to talk to you." "Well, I don't need to talk to you. Now let go of me and get away from here. Don't come back. You heard about my wife?" She dropped the wood on the porch and faced him squarely. The fire that had killed Wanda and Doggy Burns had been the big news in town the day after the party. Jake had told her about it when he returned after a trip into Larson. That had been 2 weeks ago. "I was sorry to hear about that, Grady. Her death was tragic, but it has nothing to do with me." "It does, Banner," he said anxiously. "I want to talk to you, explain things. I never got a chance to explain. That's not fair, is it?" "What you did wasn't fair either, Grady. Excuse me now. I have to get dinner started." She went through the door and turned to close it. Before she did, she said, "I don't want to see you anymore. Don't come back." He had reined his horse on the other side of the corral. That's why she hadn't noticed it as she crossed the yard. Now she watched from the parlor window as he rode out of sight. Only then did she realize that she was trembling. Wiping her damp hands on her pants legs, she went into the kitchen to prepare supper. She decided not to mention Grady's visit to Jake. It would only make him angry. They had been civil to each other since the night of the party, civil and constrained. She hadn't stuck to her vow to feed him from a tray left on the porch. But as soon as he finished eating each night, he rode into town. She didn't want to think about where he went. To the saloon to see Dora Lee, she never fell asleep until he returned. They were at least coexisting peacefully. Grady's appearance wasn't worth sparking Jake's ire, and there was no reason to tell him she was certain Grady wouldn't have the gumption to come back. But he did the next day. In fact, at about the same time. She wondered later if he had planned his visit when he knew she would be alone while the men were working away from the house. This time he knocked on the back door. He was holding out a bouquet of flowers when she opened it. She stared at the flowers but didn't reach for them. "I told you not to come back. May I come in?" "No. Go away, Grady. I thought I made it plain to you. Please, Banner, please." She eyed him closely. He had changed. His face no longer looked boyishly handsome, squeaky, clean, open, and honest. There was a weariness about his mouth and eyes that she had never seen before. He looked haggard. The changes were subtle but obvious nonetheless. Pity tugged at her heart. Had he suffered as much as she? Impossible. Men came away from these scandals unaffected. Lydia had said so. It might have been pity, or it might have been a determination that she appear unafraid of him that compelled her to let him inside. Timidly, he stepped over the threshold. She didn't offer him a chair. He awkwardly held the flowers, then leaned forward and laid them on the table. Banner, I know you must hate me. I don't hate you. I have no feelings for you one way or another. Whatever emotion I felt for you died the instant I knew you had been unfaithful to me. He stared down at his shoes. Damn her. He hated playing a meek and mild toady, coming to her like some penitent. For a little of nothing he would tell all the Colemans to take the next train straight to hell, but he might need them later on. The last 2 weeks had been the worst of his life. First, he had had to pretend shock, if not anguish, over the fire that had destroyed the Burns place and taken the lives of his wife and father-in-law. Then there was the ordeal of the inquest. It had turned out just as he had hoped it would. The fire and deaths were ruled accidental, but he hadn't liked the sidelong glances the sheriff and everybody else in town gave him. He needed an alliance with the high and mighty Colemans. If he were reinstated with them, the town would accept him again. His business was still sound and prospering because his was the only timber mill and lumber yard around, but people no longer treated him with respect. He could read the disdain in their eyes, and damn it, he wanted all those acres of timberland that Banner Coleman now owned. To get that, he had to eat humble pie in front of her. He had to appear a broken man. Women loved to be in a position to forgive a man something. They couldn't resist having that superiority over him. Banner wouldn't be the exception. He would bet on that. Banner, what happened in the church was ghastly. I hated it for you more than for me because I knew what you must be going through, what you were thinking about me. You embarrassed me and my family in front of the whole county. I know that isn't something I'll likely forgive and forget any time soon, Grady. But I hope you will in time, he said earnestly, after I've had a chance to explain about Wanda. I don't want explanations. Just say goodbye and leave. Please, Banner, please listen to me. He wet his lips and took an anxious step forward, his hands extended suppliantly. I felt terrible about the way she died and the baby and all, but I feel like someone who had been sentenced to life imprisonment and just got released. Surely you must know that a girl like Wanda meant nothing to me. You made love with her, she cried. He hung his head. I know. Believe me, I've regretted it with every breath I've drawn since then. I was with her just one time. Banner. I swear that. Only one time, he lied. And it's not like, well, it's not making love with a girl like that. It's something else altogether. I don't think I was that baby's father. I pray to God I wasn't, but there was no way to prove it. None of that matters. The point is you betrayed me and the love you claimed to have for me. I know it's hard for you, as a woman, as a lady, to understand that kind of passion. His eyes were still downcast, so he didn't see Banner suddenly pale. It just happens that way sometimes. Banner, before you know what's happened, you've done something to regret. When he risked raising his head to gauge the effect of his confession, she was no longer looking at him, but staring out the window over the sink. It happened so fast he rushed on, taking her silence for pensiveness. I went out there to buy some whiskey. She was alone. Well, you can imagine how immodest she was. I had just been with you. I wanted you so badly. And when Wanda, well, I pretended for just a few minutes that it was you I was kissing. Only she wouldn't stop. Banner. She kept on and on touching me. I shouldn't be talking to you about such things, I know. But she touched me in private places, and said things to me that, please, Banner whispered, gripping the rim of the drain board so hard her fingers ached. Stop. Like a taunting litany, she could hear herself begging Jake to take her. She had pleaded, cajoled, connived, using every argument she could think of, even going so far as to remind him of his love for her mother. Scalding tears blinded her. Lord, no wonder he held her in such contempt, just as Grady did his whore. You would have to be a man to understand, Banner. But when it gets past a certain point, there's no going back. A man loses control. I hated myself afterward. Couldn't believe I had done it. I swear I didn't touch her or another woman after that. I wanted only you. I love you." She wiped at her tears and Grady's spirits lifted, thinking they were for him. When she turned to him, she asked, "What do you want from me? Why did you come here?" "I want you back. I want us to be married." "That's impossible." He shook his head stubbornly. "No, it isn't. Not if you forgive me. Banner, I appeal to you. I made one mistake, one unfortunate mistake. It came at the worst possible time in my life. Please don't make me pay for it forever. Say you'll think about taking me back. I can't live without you. I love you so much." She marveled over how empty the words sounded. Only weeks ago she had thought she loved him as he professed to love her. But had she loved him? What did she feel now? Only sadness for him, but love. More and more she was coming to believe that the word was meaningless. It was applied to a variety of emotions for lack of any other word so encompassing. Who was she to judge Grady for his fall from grace when hers had been just as hard and just as far? He had betrayed her love, yes, but hadn't she betrayed those who loved her? Her parents, Ma and Lee and Micah? Jake himself? Jake? She was in love with him. There, she admitted it. She had loved him all her life, and it had been a happy, bubbling feeling inside her that welled to the surface and overflowed every time she saw him. It had been a wholesome love, one she could openly express, but this love was different. It had brought her nothing but misery. It was swathed in secrecy. It couldn't be celebrated. It couldn't be. Grady offered her a safe way out. If she married him, she would live, if not happily, then at least contentedly. She would be free of this strife that made her want to tear her heart out to keep it from breaking. But she had reservations about Grady's proposal. He wasn't the same dapper young man, sure of himself and his future. The stigma of his indiscretion would haunt him for a long time. His apologies seemed sincere enough, but could she ever trust him again? As though reading her mind, he said, "I know you might not believe me, but everything I've said is true, Banner. I adore you. You're all I've ever wanted." She wondered if he would be quite so ready to claim her as his bride if he knew she was no longer a virgin. If Grady had changed, she had changed more. The bright and bouncy Banner Coleman he had first proposed to no longer existed. "I don't think we can ever go back." He held up his hand. "Don't give me an answer today. Just think about it." Banner was suddenly tired, fatigued to the point of collapsing. She just wanted him to leave. "I'll think about it." "I need time. I understand." He garnered enough courage to reach for her hand and carry it to his lips. He kissed it tenderly before releasing it. It fell listlessly back to her side, dangling limply from her arm. "I won't give up, Banner, until you say yes." He turned on his heel and went out the door. Banner sank into a chair, buried her face between her hands, and wept. For weeks since the party, and that horrid afternoon prior to it, she had kept her tears dammed behind a stubborn will. Now they gushed from her eyes in hot, salty streams. How simple life would have been if the wedding had gone off as planned. She would have been blissfully happy never to know about Grady's dalliance with Wanda Burns or anybody else. She and Jake would still be friends. There wouldn't be this animosity between them. How had she ever convinced herself that going to him in the barn that night would be an answer to her problems? How? She jerked her head around when she heard the tread of Jake's boots at the back door. He swung the door open after one swift knock and called her name. She averted her head, but not before he saw the streaks of her tears. "What's the matter? What's happened?" "Nothing. Have you been crying?" He crossed the floor, his spurs ringing, and crouched down beside her chair. "No. You have too. Don't lie to me." He pushed his hat back and a lock of blonde hair fell over his brow. As her heart twisted with love, her face crumpled. "Oh, Jake!" Suddenly his arms were around her, and her face was buried in the crook between his neck and shoulder. Tears drenched his collar. Her hands clenched and unclenched against the muscles of his back. He rubbed his face in her hair, his hands spread wide over her narrow back, drawing her closer, making her as much a part of him as possible. He didn't push her away until she had cried herself out, and her sobs were reduced to soft hiccups absorbed by his bandana. Only then did he clasp her upper arms and lift her from his chest to peer down into her face. Do you want to tell me what's wrong? Would you believe hay fever? He looked at the flowers. You never had it as a kid. How do you know? You weren't here. You were always going off and leaving me. His eyes came to rest on her chastising mouth and stayed. Even when he raised one hand to his mouth and pulled off the leather glove with his strong white teeth, his eyes didn't stray from her lips. He laid his thumb against them vertically. He glidingly moved it to one corner, slowly returned to the center, then slid it to the other side. I'm sorry. For every time I left you, for every time I hurt you in any way, I'm sorry, Banner. He laid the ungloved hand along her cheek. The other hand went around her waist and pulled her forward until her breasts were crushed against his chest again. Then he lowered his head and pressed his lips to hers. A tremble of emotion rippled through her, a slight aftershock from her eruption of tears. Her arms curled up under his, her hands met at his spine, and her fingers intertwined across that ridged column. Who taught you to kiss Banner? He asked moments later against her mouth. You. This isn't the way I taught you. Open your mouth. I don't want you to think I'm a whore like that Watkins woman or a flirt like Dora Lee Denny. Oh, for Christ's sake, he sighed. Kiss me right, will ya? He didn't exactly leave the choice up to her. His tongue probed the seam of her lips with such delicious persuasion that they parted. He tilted her head to one side with meager pressure of his hand on her cheek. Then his tongue probed deep, prowling and penetrating and pumping. It swirled to touch the roof of her mouth, the back of her teeth, the slick lining of her lips. It stroked evocatively, delving deeper into her mouth with each magic thrust. He wasn't finished when he released her mouth. She sagged against him weakly, trustingly. He sipped the lingering tears from her eyelashes, touched the tip of her nose with the tip of his tongue, dropped light random kisses over her tear-stained cheeks. They nuzzled, and it was peaceful and turbulent and wonderful. Why were you crying, Banner? She smiled against his hard, lean cheekbone. I told you, hay fever. He sank his fingers into her hair, lifted it, and caught her earlobe between his teeth. She gasped, and he smiled. Don't you know better than to pick flowers when you've got hay fever? I didn't pick them. Where'd they come from, then? Grady brought them to me. Jake's head snapped back. Seconds ticked by ponderously while he stared at her. Slowly, he straightened his knees and rose to his full height. He took off his hat, which had somehow managed to stay atop his head during their embrace, and slapped it against his chap-covered thigh, creating a cloud of dust. I hope I heard you wrong. Grady brought them to me, she repeated, disliking the tight expression on his face. Grady Sheldon. His light-hearted, pleasant tone was belied by the tension emanating from him. Banner came out of the chair. Yes, Grady Sheldon. Jake's temper flared. He slapped his hat against the rack near the door. Luckily, it caught one of the pegs on the first pass. He faced Banner with his fist digging into his hips. And you let him come in? His stance, his inflection, his expression clearly told her he thought she was stupid beyond belief. That did Banner's temper no good. Why not? She went to the sink for lack of anything better to do and needlessly, but viciously, began to pump water into it. Why not? Jake's roar rattled the panes of glass in the window. Yes, why not? I was once engaged to marry him, remember? Yeah, I remember, he said, advancing toward the sink. He peeled off his remaining glove and tossed it down on the table beside the other one. I also remember him getting a hole shot in his shoulder the day of your wedding for putting a kid in some white trash girl. She spun around. You have such a quaint way of putting things, she said sarcastically. What were you thinking of to let him come in here with you alone? Now that Jake pointed that out to her, she realized how foolhardy she had been. Lee had told her later that Ross had threatened Grady's life in the church. A man as proud as Grady couldn't have taken that lightly. What if he had come here today seeking revenge instead of forgiveness? But he hadn't. Even if she had any qualms about letting Grady in now, she wasn't going to admit them to Jake. She faced him with cool detachment. He's sorry for what happened. He's asked me to marry him. Jake stared at her in mute incredulity. Finally, he shook his head and laughed mirthlessly. I hope you're not considering it. I might be. Jake's eyes narrowed dangerously. He didn't trust Sheldon any further than he could throw him. To Jake's way of thinking, the fire that had killed Wanda and her father smacked too much of coincidence. How it had started was still unexplained. He had hated the son of Fabich from the moment he saw him in the church. Jake had known immediately that Sheldon wasn't man enough for Banner. He had always detested shifty, sneaky, ambitious bastards like Sheldon. Did that little runt threaten you? No. Then what did he say? That's my business. Don't get smart with me. Miss Coleman Ross would kill Sheldon on sight if he knew he had come anywhere near you. And I suppose you'll blaze a trail right over to River Bend and report it. Disgust showed in every weather-beaten feature of his face. I'm not a tattletale, Banner, and you're not a child. That's right. I'm not, and I'm at liberty to accept flowers from any man I choose to. You're the foreman of Plum Creek. I defer to your judgment on business decisions, but until I ask your advice on my personal life, kindly keep it to yourself. He didn't know whether to throttle her or kiss her again, but he was too mad to do either. He grabbed up his gloves, snatched his hat from the rack, and slammed out the door. His spurs spun crazily as his heels struck the hard-packed earth. He cursed in tune to them, spoiled rotten brat. She didn't know what was good for her. She wouldn't recognize good fortune if it came up and kicked her in the butt. She didn't know he was only trying to protect her from weasels like Sheldon and seducers like Randy. And goddamned if she hadn't been kissing him with Sheldon's friggin' flowers lying right there on the table. Why the hell he should care he didn't know. He had promised Ross he'd look after her. All right, he would, but he wouldn't be blamed if she got hooked up again with some no-account like Sheldon. Hell no, he wouldn't. If she got herself in a fix, it would be no more than she deserved. Still, he knew as well as he knew the sun would come up tomorrow that he would kill Grady Sheldon before he would let the man touch her. 13 cool gray eyes scanned the column of figures in the ledger and were pleased with the tally at the bottom. It showed a considerable profit. Let the church groups march with their silly signs that promised condemnation and God's wrath. Let the preachers warn of hellfire and brimstone inside the Garden of Eden. Things couldn't be better. A knock sounded on the door. Priscilla checked the small gold clock on her desk. It was time for Dub Abernathy's appointment. Come in. Meticulously, she locked the ledger in the bottom drawer of her desk. She was wealthy. No one knew quite how wealthy, and she intended to keep it that way. Dub always blustered in as swift and sudden as the first norther of the season. He did so today, but turned to close the door softly behind him so as not to wake the sleeping whores upstairs. He had often wondered how Priscilla bore up under the hours she kept. She was up until the wee hours of the morning when the Garden of Eden closed, while her card dealers and prostitutes slept well into the afternoon in preparation for the evening to come. She worked in her office and entertained personal clients. He knew he wasn't the only one, though the number of that favored few was limited. It was not surprising that Priscilla's saloon was the most profitable in town. Dedication such as hers went hand in hand with success. Dub was a Trojan himself, never satisfied with what he had, always hungry for more. He recognized that kind of greed in someone else. Priscilla, dear, he laid his bowler hat and cane on the satin-covered chair by the door and advanced into the room. Priscilla's greeting was noticeably cooler than usual. Hello, Dub. He crossed the room to take her into his arms and kiss her long and hard. Today, she avoided his embrace, going to the sideboard instead and pouring a shot of whiskey into a tumbler. Drink? Of course, he sensed her reserve, knew the reason for it, and cursed to himself. This liaison was becoming complicated. He enjoyed Priscilla and tremendously liked what they did in bed together, but soon he might have to make other arrangements. A very attractive widow had recently joined his church. She lived alone in a quiet part of town in a comfortable house surrounded by a white picket fence. Only yesterday she had come into the bank seeking his advice about her finances. There was a definite possibility there. She might not have Priscilla's sexual expertise, but she could be coached. And weren't widows starved for affection? An affair of that sort wouldn't be subject to these complications. That was a big plus in the widow's favor. Priscilla handed Dub the glass of whiskey and poured one for herself. She drifted into the bedroom beyond the office. Dub followed her like a faithful puppy. "You missed your appointment last week?" she said idly, checking her appearance in the mirror of her dresser. "I'm sorry, sweetheart. An emergency board meeting was called. I had no choice but to attend, and there wasn't time to notify you. I hope you didn't worry." "I didn't," she said to his reflection in the mirror. "I merely added the usual fee to your bill." She smiled, but the warmth didn't reach her eyes. Dub squelched his irritation just in time to ask repentantly, "Are you angry with me?" She turned to face him. Her hair was loose around her shoulders. She was dressed in a blue satin robe. Its long bell sleeves fell over her wrists in cascades of pearl gray lace. The satin conformed to the lush figure beneath. One smooth thigh peeped through the folds of the robe in front. "Not angry, Dub. Disappointed the last time you were here. You promised to keep these religious fanatics out of my hair. I didn't promise. As good as promised. I thought you could sway public opinion. One man can only do so much against a growing mob. Mobs are just like sheep. They go where they're led. Put them onto some other cause. Get their attention off hell's half acre. How do you propose I do that? I don't care." She was pacing now, angrily tossing her head back and forth. "I've never asked you for favors, Dub. I don't now. All I want to do is run my business like any other citizen. What makes me any different from the butcher, baker, and candlestick maker? No one is raising hell about them." She pointed a finger at him, "and I'd bet next week's profits that they're not as honest in their business dealings as I am." Dub sank wearily onto the chaise longue and rubbed his thumb and second finger into his eye sockets. He didn't need this today. He had escaped the pressures at the bank for a good frisky romp in Priscilla's bed and a few glasses of her Tennessee whiskey. That's all. No arguments, no scenes. He could have that in the boardrooms. He lowered his hand and looked up at her. She was mad. Anger radiated off her in waves. Her eyes shone hard and cold. He had never noticed those unflattering lines around her mouth before. When had they gotten there? "You hardly provide the same service as a baker, Priscilla," he said dryly. "How do you expect me to call off the dogs when this part of town is in constant turmoil? This past weekend, one of your own girls was murdered." Priscilla sat down on the padded stool in front of her vanity. She picked up a powder puff and dusted it across her palm and up the inside of her arm. "That's a hazard of this business, and every girl who takes a paying customer into a bedroom knows that. She might be unfortunate enough to get a farmer whose wife found this life more exciting than milking and gathering eggs, or a jealous lover or a do-gooder who takes a whore to bed, then sees it as his duty to God to punish her for leading him astray." She shrugged her shoulders eloquently. "It happens all the time. Another fallen dove slain," she quoted the familiar headline. "There was a gunfight in the streets last week. 3 cowboys shot it out after a poker game. 2 of them died. That didn't happen in my place. Still, decent folks don't. Decent folks," she cried. She left her seat on the stool and began pacing again. "I'm sick up to here with decent folks. What makes them decent? They're trying to ruin my business. Is that decent? Is that what that preacher of theirs tells them is the decent thing to do?" She whirled on Dub. "Do something about him. I can't. He's got a following and it's growing. I warned you about him, Priscilla. He's putting pressure on the sheriff. Sooner or later, the sheriff is going to sit up and pay attention. That preacher's got voters on his side, lots of voters, and this is an election year. If it takes closing down Hell's Half Acre and boarding up the businesses in this part of town, he'll do it to win next fall. The sheriff's ambitious. He's a fraud. He's in here nearly every night, right along with the men he throws in jail." "I know that," Dub said patiently, "and you know it. But he tilted his head in the direction of downtown, don't? Or if they do, they don't care so long as he keeps the peace." "Shit," Priscilla muttered under her breath. She flounced down on the stool again and crossed her legs. The robe separated to accommodate her thighs. Her blue satin, high-heeled mule with the egret feathers on the toe whisked back and forth like an angry pendulum. Dub was entranced by the length and shape of her leg. He was growing bored with the conversation. It wasn't what he had taken time out from his busy schedule for. His eyes ventured up her leg to her lap, then to her breasts, which were trembling with agitation. Her nipples were hard and pointed. The thickening in his groin became more pronounced by the second. "Baby," he said in a conciliatory tone, "I know you're upset. Damn right I am. I'm doing what I can. It isn't enough. So I'll do better," he snapped. He was losing patience. How dare a whore have the gall to speak to him? Dub Abernathy, with no more deference than Priscilla did. That pretty widow lady had been as meek as a lamb in his office yesterday, speaking softly, weeping quietly, looking at him with limpid eyes that were filled with timorous respect. "Come on, Priscilla. Are you going to waste my hour away from the bank arguing?" He pouted at her like a little boy. His theatrics didn't impress Priscilla. Dub was shrewd and manipulative, and she knew it. She also knew that if it came down to protecting her or protecting himself, there would be no choice in his mind. Such selfish disloyalty only went to prove that a girl had to look out for herself. If she had a good time along the way, she was damned lucky. She came to her feet slowly. Her fingers caught the ends of the robe's sash and pulled until the belt fell away and the satin parted. She was completely naked underneath. A sensuous shimmy of her shoulders sent the robe slithering down her body to pool around her feet. "I don't ever want to argue with you, Dub, but your point is well taken. Your visits to me are too precious and too short for us to waste time discussing business." She ran her hands down her sides, skimming her thighs, trailing her fingers through the thatch of hair between them. "Maybe I should start coming to the bank for our business meetings." He dragged his eyes up from her pelvis. Priscilla delighted in the sudden paling of his beefy cheeks. He gave a nervous little laugh and shifted uncomfortably on the chase. "We both know you can't do that." He smiled sickly, not sure if she were joking or serious. She took baby steps forward. "Then I suggest you get busy and get this preacher off my back so we won't have so many business-related things to talk about while you're here." By now, she was standing directly in front of him. He reached out to fondle her breasts, belly, and thighs. "What do you say, Dub? Will you do that for me?" "Sure, Priscilla, sure. You can count on me to take care of it. I always have, haven't I? Always. Don't disappoint me this time. I won't, he mumbled against her stomach as his hand slipped up between her thighs. She drew him to his feet and kissed him wantonly while she lowered her hand to the fly of his trousers. "I depend on you," she whispered as the buttons were released with dispatch. She hissed in feigned surprise when her fingers closed around him. "You're so strong, eyes squeezed shut, teeth bared and clenched, Dub muttered incoherently. His arguments and his promises were massaged away by a deft hand. He was stroked straight to heaven by one of Satan's most illustrious angels. "Lee, Micah!" Banner joyfully rushed to hug them in greeting. They had followed Jake through the back door into the kitchen. "I didn't expect to see you two tonight. Have enough supper for us?" "We'll make do." She was glad to see them. Their long, angular bodies seemed to shrink her kitchen, but she welcomed the racket and confusion that followed them in. Lately, her house had been far too quiet. "We decided to ride over before dark so we could look around," Lee said, after kissing her cheek. Micah arrogantly flopped down in a chair. "We've got to give this place our stamp of approval, don't you know?" She lunged toward him and tried to kick the back legs of his chair out from under him. He was too fast for her and let the front legs hit the floor before she could unbalance him. "Make yourself at home, Micah," she teased. "Oh, I intend to. He casually draped an arm over the top rung of the ladder-back chair and gazed around. "Have a seat, Lee." Suddenly Banner felt shy and nervous. She had never cooked a whole meal for anyone but Jake. Would they make fun of her? "You too, Jake, sit down," she said, meeting his eyes squarely for the first time since he had entered the house. "Supper's ready, thanks." "Let's see. I need to set 2 extra places." Quickly, she turned away to get the extra place settings from the cabinet. She and Jake hadn't had much to say to one another since the day Grady had come to see her. It hadn't gone unnoticed that he stayed closer to the house, doing jobs that would constantly keep him in sight. He had meant what he said. He intended to keep her away from Grady. She was both resentful and grateful, resentful of his unflagging vigilance and grateful that she didn't have to confront Grady again any time soon. No matter what she had said to Jake, or to Grady, she didn't want to marry him and hoped to put off giving him that answer as long as possible. "It's just beef stew," she said apologetically as she approached the table with a china tureen and began ladling the aromatic stew onto their plates. "But it's Ma's recipe, and we all know that nobody can make beef stew taste like ambrosia the way Ma can." Lee shoved a huge spoonful into his mouth, and after shifting it around, making huffing noises and fanning his mouth in front of his lips because it was so hot, he said, "It's good, kid, not bad." Micah strengthened his comment with a wink. Jake said nothing, but began to eat mechanically. Banner brought cornbread to the table, glad that it had risen just right. It was golden and crunchy on the outside, light and grainy on the inside, not doughy. Ma had promised that it was a no-fail recipe. Banner joined them at the table but could barely eat between bouts of laughter. Lee and Micah were as full of incredible stories and partial truths as ever. They regaled her with tales they swore were true, but which she seriously doubted. It felt so good to laugh. Most evenings now, Jake was taciturn. They held desultory conversations about the ranch, that was all. He no longer went into town after dark, but she knew that was because he didn't want Grady to visit her in his absence. Nor were there any more tender kisses like the one after her crying jag. That kiss might never have happened. They were extremely careful not to touch each other. "I don't have any dessert except some of last year's blackberry jam for your cornbread." "Sounds all right to me," Micah said, slicing himself another hunk of cornbread. "Me too. If you'd let a lady know you were coming to supper instead of just dropping in," Banner said with mock annoyance, "she'd be better prepared. That was my fault." Jake pushed his place aside and scooted back his chair. "I met the boys at the river today and told them to come on over tonight. It'll be easier to get off in the morning if they're already here." Banner returned from the pantry with a jar of blackberry jam. "Get off to where?" "We're going to Fort Worth to bring those cattle home," Lee said excitedly. "Didn't Jake tell you?" Her eyes turned toward Jake. "I guess he failed to mention it. I told you the night of the party. But not when. Tomorrow's the big day." Micah slapped a spoonful of jam on his cornbread. "We're gonna raise he." Micah Lee rolled his eyes warningly toward Banner. "Gonna raise hell?" she asked sweetly. Micah swallowed the cornbread without chewing it. "I only meant—" "Oh, I know what you meant, Micah. I'm not stupid. Maybe Jake will introduce you to his friend Priscilla." Lee dropped his spoon just short of the jam jar. It clattered to the table noisily as he gaped at his sister. "You know about her?" Banner looked blandly at Jake, whose white brows were drawn into a glower. "Jake's told me quite a lot about her. She smokes cigars." Both boys turned their heads toward Jake for confirmation. He made a negligent gesture with his hand. "She's guessing." Banner only laughed. "Well, maybe I'll be able to meet the famous Priscilla Watkins myself. How long are we staying?" Without moving another muscle in his body, Jake's eyes slid to her. "Micah Lee and I are staying for several days." "What about me? You aren't going." Banner carefully blotted her mouth with her napkin, refolded it, and placed it beside her plate. When she lifted her eyes, they were just as resolved as the blue ones they clashed with. "Yes, I am." A muscle ticked in Jake's jaw. Otherwise, he remained perfectly still. "Not this time, Banner. This time and every other time I choose to go." Her voice had a definite edge to it. "Well, we got to be going," Micah said. He came out of his chair too quickly and sent it crashing to the floor. Cursing, he bent to right it. "Yeah, we got things to do," Lee said. "Come on, Micah. Let's get busy." Together they bumbled and stumbled their way to the door. "I've got to shake out my saddle blanket real good oh yeah, what else were we going to do, Lee?" Lee pushed Micah through the door. "We'll just bed down in the barn. See you in the morning," he called over his shoulder. The comedy act had escaped Banner and Jake, who were still staring at each other like prize fighters from opposing corners of the ring. "I'm going. You're not." Watch and see. I'm not taking a woman to Fort Worth to buy cows, and that's that, Banner. She shot out of her chair as straight as an arrow. This is my ranch. Don't you think I should be consulted before you go off and buy cattle for it? Jake came out of his chair likewise. I did consult you. You didn't go into any details. I don't know any since the night of the party. Ross has been in contact with the broker. He made the appointment for me for this Friday there. Those are the details, but you're still not going. You'll need help. I asked Lee and Micah to go because I don't want to take Jim and Pete and Randy away from the work that needs to be done here. The taunt jumped into her mind like an imp doing acrobatics. She thought better of speaking it aloud, but couldn't resist. Aren't you worried that Randy will try to take advantage of me while my mammy is away? Jake took a menacing step toward her, his face fierce. You're not staying here alone. You're going to stay at River Bend while I'm gone. I arranged it all with Ross and Lydia. Well, you can just rearrange it, Mr. Langston, because I'm going to Fort Worth. I've already bought the train tickets. I'm perfectly capable of buying a train ticket. She thrust her chin out. He could see that arguing with her was futile. A fight only made her more stubborn if that were possible, so he appealed to her reason. It's a rough town, Banner. I've been there. When? A few years ago. With Mama and Papa. This will be different. You won't like it. It isn't safe for a woman alone. I won't be alone. You and Micah and Lee will be with me. Not all the time, he shouted. She squinted at him suspiciously. Why are you so against me going? What's the real reason? I won't care what you do once you get there. If you think I plan on interfering with your drinking and gambling and whoring, you've got another think coming. Damn right you won't interfere. So why are you shouting? You're shouting too. Why do you need to go all the way to Fort Worth to indulge your vices? Haven't we got all that right here in Larson? Isn't that why you were going into town every night? Yeah, that's why I was going, he said, stepping around a chair and shoving it away. But I ain't been lately, and what Larson's got to offer isn't quite sorted enough for my tastes. I can't believe that. They faced each other belligerently, chests heaving so hard they almost touched. Finally, Banner said adamantly, I'm going. Jake was ready to explode, but he knew that short of hog-tying her, he couldn't stop her. We're leaving early, he ground out. I'll be ready. Without another word, he slammed out the back door. Banner saw to it that they didn't have to wait on her in the morning. She was ready early, sitting primly in the wagon even before Jake led Stormy from the barn. She was going to drive the wagon into town to carry what little luggage they were taking. Jake took one scornful look at her ensemble, including the matching veiled hat on her head, and turned away without saying so much as a good morning. But Banner was too excited to let his foul mood dampen her spirits. She wasn't even daunted when the three hands reported for work. When she announced she was going to Fort Worth, Pete glanced worriedly at Jake. She is? He asked around a wad of tobacco. His dubious tone spoke volumes. Jake merely shrugged and pulled himself into his saddle. Their horses would be left at the livery stable in Larson. They would need them to drive the cattle home when they returned by train. Micah and Lee were ebullient, and their gaiety was infectious. They rode on both sides of the wagon and kept Banner laughing at their antics. Only Jake seemed to have his mind on the more serious aspects of the trip. The depot was deserted at that hour of the morning. Jake swung down from Stormy. I'll go buy Banner's ticket and check to see if the trains are on time. Then we'll take the horses and wagon to the livery and walk back. As Lee and Micah discussed all they were going to do once they reached Fort Worth, Banner watched Jake's retreating back. He really was an impressive-looking man, with his broad shoulders and narrow hips and that loose-jointed cowboy walk. He had folded his best suit of clothes into his saddlebag for his meeting with the cattle broker. But for the trip he was dressed in his normal cowboy garb, chaps, spurs, and all. His clothes were clean, and his hat had been brushed. As he entered the depot, he whipped it off. The sun's warm rays found a home in his white blonde hair. Banner didn't want to think he was the handsomest man she had ever seen. She was still mad at him for even thinking of leaving her at home, and he was so hateful. He could have said something about her dress. It was to have been her going-away suit, and was the most stylish, the finest outfit she owned. The bodice fit her breasts and waist snugly. The apricot silk flattered her complexion, and the matching gloves and hat made her feel feminine and beautiful. But Jake had only given her a derisive look more cutting than a verbal insult. She tugged on the lace around the hem of her glove. Would he really slip off to see his friend Priscilla while they were in Fort Worth? What could she do to prevent it? And how would she live through the heartache if he did? The thought of him with another woman made her sick to her stomach. Would he caress another woman as he did her? Kiss her with the same passion? Pictures of him making love with some nameless, faceless woman flashed across her brain. She closed her eyes tight against them. She didn't see him emerge from the building swearing and clapping his hat on his head, but the younger men did. What the hell's wrong with him? Lee asked. Don't know, but I hope I'm not responsible, Micah said beneath his breath as Jake approached them. The son of Fay-bitching train's not running. Not running, they all asked together before Banner added. Why? Strike. Labor strike. Workers have got the tracks blocked at several points from here to Dallas. The railroad's trying to avoid violence, and there's no way to get the strikers off the track short of shooting them. So they've stopped service until negotiations get this business all straightened out.
Damn it!
He kicked up a shower of gravel with the toe of his boot. What will we do? Banner asked hesitantly. Damned if I know your appointment with Mr. Culpepper? Jake supplied with Mr. Culpepper. Is Friday, isn't it?
Yes.
We've got several days, but suddenly Jake's head swung around with a new thought. We'll go by horseback, boys. Do you mind camping out? He consulted Lee and Micah, who had remained crestfallen and silent, thinking their dream trip would be canceled. Fine with us, right, Lee? Micah said eagerly. Right. Okay then, Jake said, nodding decisively. You two head over to the store and buy only what we'll need. Cans of beans, a pound or two of bacon, some coffee, and a small bag of flour. A box of bullets. Oh, and a skillet or two and a cheap coffee pot. We won't need blankets if you can sleep on your saddle blankets. They nodded. All right, Git. I'll meet you there in 10 minutes to load up. I think we ought to take a spare horse, so I'll go to the livery. The boys scampered away. They didn't think to call a goodbye to Banner. Jake seemed to have forgotten her too, until he spun around and nearly collided with her. He caught her by the shoulders with his gloved hands. Banner, honey, I almost forgot about you. Can you make it back to Riverbend alone? Of course. Fine. Tell your folks what happened. I'll get a refund on the tickets to cover the expenses at the store. We might be gone a few days longer than we planned. Maybe the trains will be running by the time we need to come back. The station master said the strike wouldn't last long. Goodbye. He pulled her to him and kissed her quickly and soundly on the mouth, but she knew he never realized he had. He mounted Stormy and urged him in the direction of the livery stable at the other end of Main Street without a backward glance. Then by Friday evening, all the business should be taken care of, and you can start having fun. Jake's teeth shone in the firelight as his mouth split into a wide grin. How does that sound? Micah did a backward somersault in the grass. Lee whooped his eyes wide. Can we stay over Saturday night too? Sure, Jake said, stretching back to rest himself against his saddle, which served as his pillow. He granted the request as though it were the whim of benevolent royalty. I promised you a good time, didn't I? I can't wait till... Shh! What? Lee asked, lowering his voice. Shh! Micah waved a hand at him. What is it? I thought I heard somebody over there by the horses. Micah whispered across the campfire to his older brother. Jake was no longer indolent, but alert to every sound. He eased his hand to his holster and drew out the Colt six-shooter. Stay still, he mouthed. The 3 ears strained for any sound other than the sawing of the wind through the trees and the popping of dry firewood remained perfectly still. Then they heard the unmistakable crunch of boots grinding over twigs as the intruder came forward. 3 pairs of eyes penetrated the darkness, all discerning at once the young cowboy who stepped into the circle of light made by their fire. Shadows cast by the flickering flames danced around him. He was dressed as they were in denim pants and a work shirt, a vest and a bandana, but he was a scrawny, skinny son of a gun. His wide-brimmed hat kept the features of his face a mystery as they watched. A pale, slender hand came up to sweep the hat off. A cloud of hair as dark as the night settled around a pair of shoulders, too narrow to belong to a boy of any age. A familiar voice, sultry, feminine, and tinged with humor, reached them from across the clearing. "Good evening, gentlemen.